In the jungle, the mighty jungle, lion sleeps tonight. In the jungle, the mighty jungle, lion sleeps. So I can't hear you, Pumbaa. Back me up. Wee, Pumbaa, Wamba, wee.
Music is my solace. Alienation fades away. Surrounds me, passion sets me free. Dreams of a better tomorrow where I can just be. Loneliness surrounds me, passion sets me free. Dreams of a better tomorrow where I can just be. Music is my solace, alienation fades away. Music is my solace, alienation fades away. Music is my solace, alienation fades away. Music is my alien.
Hold on, I got a clip, okay? I got a clip. It's a Girl World clip. I've been obsessed with it. And we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it right now. We're gonna do it right now. Hold on. Hold on. We're gonna find it. It's here. It's here. Where'd it go? 4-wick candle. Why'd you bury it? Here it is. Here it is. New sound.
Hey, 4-wick candle, why don't you drop dead? Why don't you drop dead? Okay, bye.
DJ AddyPupils.
I know what's going on, chat on stream, it's Litty, 0050, chat can come with me, we gon' light up the city, feel the God energy within me, checking models, ayo, we Diffys, we got savvy, no Peter Griffey's, but we get litty, we sexy, we Diffys, ayo, we Diffys, sexy and Diffys, ayo, we Diffys, we sexy and Diffys, ayo, we Diffys, we sexy and Diffys. I know what's going on, chat. Ayo, we Diffys, we sexy and Diffys. I know what's going on, chat on stream, it's Litty, 0050, chat gang come with me, we gon' light up the city, feel the God energy within me, checking models, ayo, we Diffys, we got savvy, no Peter Griffey's, but we get litty, we sexy, we Diffys, ayo, we Diffys, sexy and Diffys, ayo, we Diffys, we sexy and Diffys, ayo, we Diffys, we sexy and Diffys. I know what's going on, chat. Ayo, we Diffys, we sexy and Diffys.
Hi, I'm here as a Kwiggler because I'm still a little bit sick. So I get to do no cam today unless I feel much better randomly. How are you doing, everybody? Let's go through names quick as I see them. If I miss you, it's not nothing personal. YouTube doesn't show me all the names all the time. Hello, Josh. Hello, Ballpark Franks. Hello, Vernon. Hello, Zoo Phillips. Hello, Illusionist Rust. We're going to cover you today a little bit. Random Fish. Hello, A Graves. Boobies. Hello, Winter Rose. Mary Joker. Tipster. Josh. Hello, Robin O'Rourke. Okay. We got Apocalypse Punch. OG Earthy, hello. Thank you so much. Fluffy Kitten, hello. Tori. Hello. Restream Bot. I think that's who I see right now. So, today we've got a whole bunch of stuff to do. We're not going to get through all of it. Hello, Vydel. Let's do the announcements first. Kimbolina, hello. Remember to like, subscribe, share, follow, donate if you can, etc. If you want to donate on YouTube, I'd really appreciate that. You can send me a super chat or a super sticker. Just remember, super stickers don't count towards the goal. For whatever reason, please fix this, YouTube. If you're watching the VOD, you can leave me a super thanks, okay? That's a good, nice thing to do. Very nice. Thank you. You can also gift Team Diffys memberships. There is a new tier, alright? I created the basic tier, so everybody that was on basic, you're now plus. I would appreciate if you didn't, degrade your tier, but if you need to, I understand. Anyway, there is just a basic tier now with emojis, and so your name is not white. It is $2.99 Canadian, which is $1.50 American or something. So we got that, we got those, alright, for the pores, and I completely respect you if you're one of those people. You can also, if you're on kick.com/KELDOGE, you can subscribe, you can give subscriptions, or you can donate directly through Kick. I get 99% of that donation. If you're on Sims.com, thank you for buying my key, I really appreciate it. And if you're on Rumble, hello! Get my attention with money, Rumble. Do it now. Also, I have an Instagram. You can find the link in my oh, hello. Thank you, A Graves, for sending one KeldoGe gift membership. It was
Shove this whole bottle up your ass.
Hell yeah.
Oh, Winter Rose did, and XNIA. Thank you so much for getting a Team Diffys basic. Thank you so much, guys. It's so nice. Thank you. Wait, XNIA, what was your username before? Your picture seems familiar to me, but I can't seem to pin it somewhere. I can't seem to pin it. Anyway, thank you so much, A Graves once again, and ZNIA. Winter Rose received that. You're Xenia. Okay. Winter Rose received the gift membership. Yes. I thought it might be you, but I wasn't sure. Also, I need to tell you guys about something, okay, that we found out last night. If you have a Google Play Store, you can use your Google points to gift memberships. So if you got extra Google points that you can give me some stuff for free, you can go ahead and use those Google points. You'll find it in the Google Play Store to buy memberships. So if you got some of that extra stuff, I'd really appreciate it. It's the holiday season. And yes, we do have white leaf emos. Oh my stars, yes we do. So if you guys want to do that, that'd be great. It's sort of like the Amazon Prime thing, I guess, on Twitch. Hello, Voiceless. But, it's with Google Play points. So go ahead and spend those Play points, okay? Great. It's a great way, because then you get to give people stuff for free. Now, what else do we have? The only poll that we have that matters is the one in your chat. There was a lot of community page posts. I'm sorry for being sick yesterday. I really wanted to stream, and my throat just hurt really bad. And I was like, I can either stream and this will last a week, or I can rest and this will last a day. And I was right. I rested and it lasted a day. The goal is for an extra spinning wheel, or if you want to request something, if you want to, like, donate 5 times in a row, the goal is any donation, so it can be little. Yeah, I think that's it. Buy my merch. Remember to practice your ABCs, always be clipping, and get the likes up. I'm hoping that for Christmas this year, I can do, like, a 1 year of KelDoge clips thing. I'm gonna have to dig a lot, but I've already started making some of them. Like, you'll see me post them as, like, videos in the stream clips and highlights channel in my Discord. Let's see here. This is my Discord. This is my Simps referral link, and here's my Redact referral. Oops. My Redact referral link now. So if you wanna protect your privacy, you can buy Redact. Dan Saltman made it. We are now fighting together in the war against food shops. And also, I love money. So today we're going to be talking about a couple different things. First, we're going to start off with Russ's video from this morning to update us a little bit on Hecate. Then we're going to talk about Andy Gallagher, Worst of the Internet, and Jessica Messica, along with a little bit of Poppy and Xena stuff. I'm going to react to his segment from the other day. Yes, you didn't escape me. Or you didn't escape me seeing you call me a fake furry for some reason. You guys need to make up your mind, okay? Either I'm a furry or I'm not. I can't be a Schrodinger's furry. Alright. We got Nicholas DeOrio versus Paige CHRISTIE. That should be fun. We got Bobby Tent that I'm contractually obligated to do because I've put it off for 3 streams. And then there's a whole bunch of other stuff we can look at in terms of panels. They can be classic panels. If you guys have suggestions for classic panel, feel free to... It's true, I am gay. That's true. I went to get Redact referral myself. Of course, it's PayPal only. Well, that's right. Now you can buy it. You can buy it through me. You're not a furry and it's fucking VTuber ever, and I'm sick of hearing about it. Oh my god. Well, you're gonna have to hear about it again. Okay? You're gonna have to hear about it again. You're in the Discord, attack you? Oh, I mean, I can give you a roll. I can give you a roll. There you go. Here, I'll verify you. There you go. You've been verified. You've been identified, Kimberlina. Alright, let's kick up that Russ video quick. What's going on, Russ? Oh, why am I yawning? I've had so much coffee today and stimulants and all this shit. I should not be yawning at all. Alright. Oh, also, remember, get the likes up. Get the likes up. Can you butter that roll for me? What do you mean? You left my Discord crying. Crying face. You left it crying. Crying face! It's okay. My Discord is crazy. I understand. I understand. Okay, we want 1.25. That's right, chat.
Alright, hello again, everyone. It is...
Oh, no, you know what we forgot? The sound.
Here with yet another video. So...
The joke went over your head? I don't... Oh! You mean like a roll? Like, I get it, like a bread roll.
Because Ezria was live earlier. Okay. Now, to my...
Smaggle, can you send me the KelDoge clip?
Those pre-stream bong rips tend to make you drowsy. Kissing face emoji, speedy emoji.
Okay, Vernon, I have not smoked weed today. Clearly, I smoked too much weed yesterday. I dabbed a ton last night. Fake dog ears headband from the Dollar Tree. It's from Amazon!
Understanding QLR has been, up to more BS as of fairly recently, but, I would like to take a look at why it is that Hecate, right, has been having a meltdown about, now. Mr. Robert Maxwell, who is HUSSY's attorney.
Thank you so much, by the way, for the $5, Vernon.
So let's see. Can someone please tell that creep who gets removed from bars for recording without permission that Maxwell cannot practice in Canada? And it doesn't matter what terms HUSSY searches in Google, this won't change. Here's info from the LSO website directly for frivolous Maxwell. Yes, your lawyer can file suit in New York, but I'm not an American resident. Your lawsuit won't mean shit in New York. Jurisdiction cannot be enforced, regard.
Is there like that's gotta be fun to watch. Listen, I get that people are sick of Hecate, but I'm not. I need to own her more, alright? I need to own her more. Okay, we're almost there. We're so close. Stop calling Chinese people garbage, racist, Woti.
If a court doesn't have jurisdiction over the matter, you're fucked. HUSSY, didn't you collect donations for a trip to LA? And admittedly lied and said it's fine because other creators do it. You are a scammer. Also, 2 of your active GoFundMes are for court proceedings. They're over for a lawyer you bragged was free. Scammer. And I'm suing you for defamation because nothing about me is low budget or middle-aged.
Hey, Val.
While you run around with $20 wigs and cheap matte lipstick, giddy over men in their early 20s. At your big old age, your lips look like asphalt and your cheeks look like drooping potholes that catch the rain. HUSSY, shut up. I didn't defame you.
Krama's crazy. CLUEminati's wild. Okay, you got the Krama, Kimberlina. Because I'm gonna ask about the Krama stuff later with Brittany Jakes. I'm a little confused about, like, where some of these posts are coming from on Reddit about her.
I'm literally covering your own recorded behavior you couldn't get rid of. Shout out to @Loudmouthhussy. Bing bong. Okay, what's all this? Law Society of Ontario, internationally trained lawyers, licensing process prerequisites. Internationally trained lawyers and graduates of international or non-accredited Canadian law schools must apply to the National Committee on Accreditation to have their legal education credentials evaluated before they can enter the Law Society's
You'll Discord me? Thank you.
Process.
Hey, Robin Hood.
The NCA is a standing committee of the Federation of Law Societies of Canada. It is made up of representatives from the Committee of Canadian Law Deans, members of the practicing bar, and members involved with the administration of provincial law societies. The NCA evaluates the legal training and professional experience of persons with foreign or non-common law legal credentials who seek to become licensed as a lawyer in Canada. Once a file is assessed by the NCA,
it's my opinion that this lawsuit isn't going through, okay? I will say that it's totally possible for you to be a lawyer in the US and still sue in Canada, but you have to, like, get the proper consultation or outsource it properly. Thank you so much, Kimberlina.
Individual may be asked to complete 1 or more exams and or attend and complete specific law school courses within a prescribed time frame. Upon successful completion of these requirements, the NCA issues the individual a certificate of qualification. The NCA may also refuse to issue a CQ and, with or without a recommendation of advanced standing, require the individual to graduate from an approved law program. For application forms and further information, please visit the National Committee on Accreditation website. Individuals may submit their lawyer licensing process application with supporting documents to Law Society via LSO Connects once they are within 6 months of receiving their CQ, even if they have not yet received their NCA CQ. Review the application process page for more information. All right.
That's where Belinda went to? Thank you.
So there's also this.
Howdy, Belinda. If you're there, if you're watching, me and Belinda are getting on some better terms now, which is great. I've been hanging out with, I think they're just the violent group chat people. They're alright. I like them. So
HUSSY has removed all the content from his channel, and he deleted all his tweets going back to October 3rd, 2025. I don't know what he's up to now, but apparently it's because of Yato and SSI, or is it his lawsuit against me? What lawsuit? There is no lawsuit. Here is HUSSY asking me for my address, as if he had documents for service, but then when I asked him to show proof of these documents, he wrote in capital letters instead. Lol. HUSSY showed a short of him paying 2 payments of $500 to Maxwell to sue me, but his lawyer can't sue me because he's not licensed in Canada. So it seems the $500 payments were for past legal fees. He has committed fraud, and now he's wiped his channel of any evidence, at least $2,000.
I'm curious, does anybody know, like, the actual reason why HUSSY wiped his channel? Like, there's no reason to do that, I don't think. You saw the Portland ICE building. Violent group chatters are all degenerates, but aren't you friends with like half of them too, Videl? I'm confused. Yato said he's not reporting anything about HUSSY's SSI and he didn't care. That's so dumb. Like the fact that he went so hard on Yato, like Yato's obviously trolling. Like, come on.
This was fraudulently collected from Carrie's audience, and all he has to show for it is a new iPhone. The internet is forever, Hassif. You've been placed in the archives. If you want an address for service, let me know. Send your address. Show me the docs first. Show me the docs first. I promise you are getting sued. Never mind, my attorney will get it. All right. Oh my. And Tasha shared something earlier.
Oh yeah, we'll discuss this Tasha thing. Tasha's really mad. Well, to be fair, Tasha had this really strong statement on Fresh Garbage. They seem to be fine now. I'm still confused. Hey, Chaser, about... What are these friends you speak of? That's right, I forgot. You don't have friends, Videl. My bad. I forgot that you're very independent. Shit. Oh yeah, no, and I'm still confused about what Tasha was even mad about, but we'll get to that later.
About GP. What is this? Apparently GP farted on live.
Here go the next one. Oh my god, this is so good. So he just farted. You heard that?
He farted.
Oh.
He just farted. The next one. Oh my god, this is so good. We gotta slow this down, bro. I think Bridge Boy just farted, bro.
Tasha and I always fight. Hey, Garby.
Least on video. Ready?
Oh.
He farted. One more time, bro. He's farting.
Wow, GP.
Farting. Look. He's better rip.
Dude, everybody farts. It's funny, but it's not this funny.
What do you mean his emoji is farting? No, he farted. Look.
Hey, little red dress.
Listen. He farted. You heard that, right? Yeah. I just got that wasn't an emoji. That was an asshole. That was an emoji. Yeah. Did he rip ass?
I'll be your friend, Videl.
Alright, Craig.
Jeez.
I heard something.
Oh.
This is great.
I love friends.
The GP's having the time of his life.
Mm-hmm. All right, well, that's been another one for me for this morning, everybody. Have another great day. All right, hello again, everyone.
This must be a new one. All right, well, that was entertaining. Thank you so much, Russ. I love when Russ covers just like the news. I'm not so much into the thread readings, okay? I think Russ is more suited for the news. All right, that is my constructive criticism for today. I think that Russ is very good with doing the drama news. I don't like the thread readings as much. All right. I put Greggy in the corner for a couple days. Wait, what did Greggy do? I haven't been paying attention to Greg at all, dog. Oh, I gotta pop up that worst of the internet video. So we're gonna watch a little segment here that first worst the internet did, the other not. I'm gonna add some commentary. I'm gonna correct just a couple like errors. They're not big errors. Anything with Poppy and Xena is very complicated, and the fact that I did like an extended deep dive on it really helps. So it is, don't hold that against worst of the internet, because again, Poppy and Xena, very complicated. Too complicated, but you know,
sure,
girls be crazy, I guess. So first the internet is gonna explain here the Jessica Messica receipts thing, and he explains it much better than I do. So we will watch this, and it's not very long. If you've already seen it, I'll give commentary. I'm thinking we're starting at the right part here.
I would suggest wiping your history. That would have you had this. Apparently, now, I had to open all of this in fucking Tor. Because if any of you happen to click this link, I would suggest wiping your history. That would be my suggestion.
I would agree. So this link that, we can see right here is the link to the article that supposedly incriminates Rampage and I somehow. And when I say article, I mean blog post.
So, apparently Hekate and Jessica Messica have been alluding to this blog post that exposes KelDoge, okay? KelDoge and Tipster, all right? So I've heard a number of names on this list, and the names that I heard, I immediately made the connection, okay? Let me tell you the names I heard. Tipster, KelDoge, Stardust, Rampage, okay?
I like that the subtitles call me Kelos.
Those 4 names, I was like, what do those names all have in common? And I thought, I bet it has something to do with goddamn Poppy and Xena. Now, I used to watch Stardust when she was covering Poppy and Xena, and none of that shit made any goddamn sense to me.
So, Poppy and Xena is a super, super long drama. Woti will summarize it, but just to give you guys an idea of how long it is, there's a huge expose doc on them, and it's over 800 pages. It was released in sections. I've read all 800 pages, but not all of it is available right now. There are some parts of it I'm going to reread, and I'm going to release it as, like, an audio book type thing at some point. I just don't like those earlier videos, so I will end up redoing them.
Well, it turns out I was right. So, Jessica Messica is desperate to dig up some dirt on KelDoge, which she can't find because it's just not out there.
True.
I also found this weird article about KelDoge and Rampage defending some sex offender, but I never read the whole thing yet. This was in Greg's chat that she posted this. I'll link it. Again, I could...
For the record, Stardust also read all of it. I would refer you to Stardust videos, though. I'll link it in the ending screen here once stream is done.
Be confused, as I did not fully read it yet. Here's the link. So you have no idea, Jessica Messica, what you're linking. You have no clue what you haven't read it. You don't know what you're linking, and you're linking it to people, having no idea what is in the...
Sorry, I'm taking the link.
The thing that you're linking. There could be CP in there. The problem is, we're not that far off from it. I didn't research this at all, stating again for the record, but it was just interesting to see KelDoge and Rampage's names in it. Then something about the Keffels thread. As if anything, Jessica Messica, you're going to say here should be taken seriously, especially when you find out what this little this article is about. So as I said, I will not be linking this article to you for a number of reasons.
It's not worth reading either. Everything in it is extremely biased, very confusing. I just really recommend not interacting with Annie Gallagher at all in any capacity if you can. Whenever I've dealt with Annie Gallagher or any leaks, I've always had to, report certain things first so that I know that what I'm opening isn't insanely illegal, because that's how messed up Annie Gallagher is.
The first one is that this article is written by somebody named Annie Gallagher. Now, we'll talk about Annie Gallagher in a minute. But the reason I don't want to share this article is because the long and the short of it is Annie was given an essay story. And the person that gave her the information saying that I was sexually abused by this person The person gives her this information, talking about it, and says, I don't want you to share this. But Annie does it anyway, because that's what Annie does. So let's...
Worst of the internet said, even Annie isn't claiming what Messica and Azrael want to claim, which is that y'all are caping for Milena. Yeah, and that's especially funny now, considering that me and Milena hate each other.
Let's talk about who Annie is first. I found this lovely, lovely picture of Annie on the farms.
Dude, don't look at it, you guys. Don't look at it, okay? It'll steal your soul. Don't look at it.
And there's a post about them in Lolicon/Shotacon Defense Force. Lolicon/Shotacon Defense Force. This person has had many crossovers with Keffels and Poppy Diabolic, which I'm gonna...
I'm a little unsure about the Keffels crossovers. Like, the only thing I can think of is that, like, Annie Gallagher got kicked out of Keffels' community for being disgusting, and they had, like, or she fought with, like, some community members about it, and I think she were all brainwashed by Milena. Yeah, too bad Annie's a retard that I've always hated.
Show you in just a moment. Meet Annie Gallagher. This is where you're getting your information from, Messica. It's a good thing I'm getting off to drawings instead. Oh, I'm sorry. This person tweets, it's not okay to get off to children, drawn or otherwise. That's plainly awful. Annie, quote tweets, it's a good thing I'm getting off to drawings instead. And somebody replies, drawings of fucking what? Annie replies, do you really want to do this again? You didn't like what I had to say the last time. They reply, you're a fucking creep. True. Again, you asked.
21 shouldn't be saying anything. He's not as anonymous as he thinks.
Annie Gallagher has been...
Let's not misgender 21, please. We can talk about that later. I have a little call-out thing we're gonna do with 21, but I need you guys to not misgender 21 in my chat. Thank you.
Been banned from Patreon, X, as many of you know, Twitter, and Blue Sky. How do you get banned from Blue Sky anyway? Multiple times. She's currently operating on Blue Sky under kodochara.bsky.social. If anybody wants to report that. I didn't want to plug it, but if you want to report it, please. Has a Discord where they allow maps to join, and
oh yeah, no, guys, Annie's been banned everywhere. Annie's had more X accounts than yeah, like more X accounts than ever. Like, I used to debate Annie on X a lot, aka Twitter, where I would tell Annie that actually you know, animals and children can't consent, and you're a fucking weirdo. And yeah.
They used to allow minors to join as well, but census claimed that they banned them because the optics were bad.
Dude, that reasoning, the optics were bad, is so sus, bro.
Claims they use Loli to cope with sexual trauma.
Who else has said that? Food shop.
The trauma is that they believe they experienced CSA, but their only evidence is that they had a sexual dream about their mother. Okay? This is also, again, why I'm not linking this to you, is that this article is also on the website, the same website that Jessica Messica is out here linking. I've talked about having been a survivor of childhood abuse in the past, and I've also talked about possibly being a survivor of CSA. The truth is, I don't know for sure that my mom molested me, as it's nothing more than a feeling. Given my recurring, incredibly vivid nightmares, the frequent emotional abuse and neglect I've dealt with because of her, and her lack of respect for personal boundaries, there's, at the very least, reasonable suspicion. having talked to my therapist, I've been told that
Insanely desperate to be a victim here.
it's entirely possible that even if she never molested me, the sheer act of me having perceived this as happening could effectively result in all of the same trauma as actually being sexually assaulted. So that's a wonderful mindfuck in all of this. The idea that it's possible I'm not a CSA survivor, yet basically have the same trauma as one, and there's no way to know unless a memory surfaces. I've had dealt with people who have deliberately invoked this to say that I smeared my own mother as a rapist.
Annie is the reason victims are not believed, by the way. Oh yeah, dude, Annie is a net loss on human society.
For internet points, which they did. And even had one person deliberately describe the aforementioned nightmares about my mother as sexual dreams in an attempt to paint me as if I'm sexually attracted to my own mother, who is most likely my rapist.
Dude, Sonichu moment.
This is from a schizo post where they claim they were tricked into thinking they were a pedophile by a minor.
What?
Also into extreme Guro and written glowing reviews. I don't want to know what that is.
Guro is like a really extreme, disgusting pornography.
Also cast aside during a suicide attempt by #DropKiwiFarms because of their obsession with Lolly. Also a friend of another pedophile, Zeeb Demon, who was featured on Fox News for making a pedophile pride flag. I decided that one of my first Blue Sky invites is going to be Zeeb, purely because I want to see the look on everyone's face.
I replied to this. I don't know when this screenshot is from, but I remember replying to something like this and arguing about it for a long time.
Cases when Jay is still the most blocked person on the platform, even with her there. Someone says, who is that? Zeeb Demon, a trans woman who's also an open pedophile, also good friend of mine. One of the major reasons I've been canceled, because I've talked to her, and I don't think she's a bad person or capable of harm.
I'm just gonna speed this up just a little bit for my ADHD, okay? And I apologize.
And has better takes on protecting children than the vast majority of cishet parents. The vast majority of...
Gaddis says, extremely dangerous to share this. IMO should have researched and read it before posting it. Shaking my head. Oh yeah, I agree. Like, I knew in the back of my mind that this was probably what they were referencing, because Annie is the only person that's like written this kind of thing that's mentioned me. So yeah, no, it is. I don't understand why Jessica Messica would just share that and not check the context or if it looks like reliable, but whatever. She desperate.
Cishet parents. What a wild statement. I know better than all of you cishet parents. Von Beardo, thank you so much for the $9.99 super chat. I really appreciate it. And what's your point? Thank you for the $4.99 super chat. I don't know. I think I may have missed that one earlier. Please donate to M60. He's currently living on the street. No, it's true. It's true. It's true. I'm living on the street.
Yeah, dude. M60 is living on the
street because I have to research these pedophiles. They've been lovingly referred to as the ogre on the Poppy thread because, well, autogynephile theorists, go fuck yourselves. Classy. She's classy. Now, here's the thing that you need to know about Annie in this context. Annie is a fierce defender of Poppy and Xena. Now press 1 if you know who Poppy and Xena are, and press 2 if you don't.
Press 1 if you know who Poppy and Xena are. Press 2 if you don't.
Oh. Hopefully it shouldn't go haywire this time. Poppy and Xena, as I mentioned before, I used to watch Stardust react to this Poppy and Xena stuff, and I frankly don't understand it. Here's what I do know. And this is based on, my secondhand knowledge here. this is maybe hearsay, but Poppy and Xena have a polycule. I believe they both have like 25 split personalities.
So, just some correction here. So it's Poppy specifically that has the 25 personalities. Xena doesn't have any alters that we're aware of, but it's always possible. With Poppy and Xena, it's important to emphasize that Poppy is like an extremely delusional narcissist psychopath, and Xena is like an enabler sociopath, or at least that's my theory. Like, Xena has the ability to mask a lot better, but at the same time, like, that also shows like that Xena's done some of the dirtiest stuff behind the scenes, even though Poppy is like front-facing.
And they run a sex cult, and they have victims.
They do have a sex cult. They do. They have victims as well.
Like, this is all well-documented shit. And in fact, I guess while I have the opportunity, maybe I should. Turkey Tom has a good video on Poppy.
So, Turkey Tom does have a video on Poppy and Xena. I would recommend watching it if you don't know any of the details at all. But unfortunately, there are some issues with his video. What side of YouTube is this? This is from Art Commentary / BreadTube.
And Xena. Like I said, I'm not very good with this one, okay? YouTube's degenerate furry therapist. But let me try to sum it up for all of you, and I'll try to explain it this way. Poppy and Xena are basically the Shanny and Rev of trans people.
Yeah, true.
Okay? Does that help?
Yeah, this is Art Commentary too. Poppy used to be, and still is to an extent, really involved in like commissioning like furry art. I think they make furry art too.
Did anyone get my link? They didn't, did they? Here. There's the Turkey Tom video. But they're basically like the Shanny and Rev of trans people. But they're disgusting degenerates. They demean one of their kids on stream. I believe they were, again, I don't know this very well, but
So, with the stuff with their kid, and Ursa Internet's gonna correct this, but I'll just give you a really short summary, I guess. So basically what happened is, Poppy, this one right here, used to be married when she was younger and before she transitioned. Her wife died. That wife brought a kid into the relationship. That kid's, like, pseudonym is Spawn. I have talked to Spawn. Spawn has been in my chat. And basically, while Spawn was living with Poppy and Xena, now keep in mind, Spawn is an adult during this time. For a lot of Spawn's childhood, Poppy wasn't even there. But Spawn has a bunch of health issues, including POTS, which makes it really difficult. POTS is like a heart issue. It makes it really difficult for Spawn to, like, do a lot of very, like, physically, like, laborious things. And while Spawn was living with Poppy and Xena, you know, like, they treated Spawn like they were a gender-neutral sleeping beauty, basically. You know, they had to do all the chores. They had assigned bathroom times, so Spawn couldn't use the bathroom whenever they wanted. And no, there's no Spawn interview. At the time, we just decided it wasn't a good idea. But they know about the bathroom times, guys, because Kiwi Farms in the Poppy and Xena thread literally compiled, because this is how many selfies Poppy takes, compiled all of Poppy's selfies in the bathroom and used it to reconstruct the sign on the back of the door, because they always denied the assigned bathroom times and all that weird crap, but Kiwi Farms proved her wrong, because they reconstructed the sign, and it's very clear that Spawn wasn't able to access the bathroom or the kitchen at certain times. Xena was incredibly verbally and emotionally abusive to Spawn. So was Poppy. Spawn had to be rescued and is now in a safe place, but literally had to be rescued out of that situation. they would do really messed up things, like they would ban Spawn from using the internet if, like, Spawn didn't complete their insanely long chore list. And, like, again, Spawn is an adult, and, like, it was just hell for Spawn. And because Spawn got out, and Spawn had the audacity to say, I don't want to be abused anymore, and so moved out, which, you know, Spawn can do, Spawn is an adult, Poppy responded by making an hour, well, it was a longer than hour, but she went on and just dunked on Spawn for an hour over live stream. It was a disgusting display. Absolutely disgusting. I don't care if Spawn was an adult. Like, that's still your kid. Absolutely disgusting.
Believe they verbally abused one of the kids on stream. And then all of this information kind of came out about them at once, and I believe it was sometime last year. But I figured let's just play these clips because, you know, I don't want to get too into Poppy and Xena. This is on the OP of their Kiwi Farms thread. So Poppy admits on stream that they were banned from a Renaissance fair because fingered a woman on the dance floor. Xena tries to minimize the incident by saying Poppy wears their heart on their sleeve.
I'm a Renaissance fair. Yeah, I used to do Renaissance fairs all the fucking time. Mostly I stopped because I got kicked out of one. Oops. And
Poppy over here wearing her heart on her sleeve.
I didn't know you.
I don't understand why Xena says that.
Weren't supposed to be drunk and finger a girl on the dance floor. Oops. No one told me the rules.
On her sleeve.
God, I've done so many stupid things. Anyway.
Now, this is where it'd be useful to have Keldoge or fucking Stardust around right now because I don't understand totally what happened.
You should, okay, if you need me around, you can just be like, hey, can you pop into stream at a certain time? Because then I won't sleep.
Here. When their child escaped, Poppy admitted the most concerning thought was that the kid might take the GoFundMe surgery money, which they needed because they didn't want to get turned on.
And Spawn, by the way, never said that they were going to take this money. This is all shit Poppy basically made up.
In public because a partner sent me a spicy pic, okay? I at some point, public surgery money, which they needed because they didn't want to get turned on in public because a partner sent me a spicy pic, okay? At some point, the children were in on exposing Poppy and Xena, is the best way I can explain it. I guess one of them is...
Luckily, there was only one kid, so that's a good thing.
Escaped. One of them escaped the compound. Again, this is all secondhand knowledge. I'm just giving you clips. They have kids.
I'm preparing for like the biggest surgery of my life because I would like to not have bottom dysphoria. I would like to be able to not worry about getting turned on in public. When one of my partners...
This is such a weird reason to get bottom surgery, by the way. Incredibly weird.
Sends me a spicy pic, and I then get basically completely treated like by my kid.
Well, and essentially
Like, do you see now the parallel to Shanny and Rev, the absolutely narcissistic attitude of like, my life is more important than what's going on in my child's life? You get it? You get what I'm saying now? Does not understand why sending nudes to someone during work hours unsolicited is a bad thing. Or for sexually soliciting partners on Twitter.
On another date. Well,
and yes, we are going to go over Shanny and Rev's AI drama.
Next day happened, and I didn't hear from this person very much because they were working out of sight. I sent them some cute little nudes, and, well, you know, that got kind of yelled at a little bit because they were apparently...
Okay, thank you, Base Swain. The kid is not, because I had trouble understanding the context around the kid. The kid is not biologically related, but is Poppy's dead wife. So Poppy was married to a woman at one point and has a dead wife. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. This is why I didn't understand the Poppy and Xena thing. There's too many things happening for me to understand.
There is way too many people in the Poppy and Xena stuff.
Understand what's actually going on.
Work, and I was like, okay, cool, I'll just delete them, you know, don't harm, no foul, we're good, because I couldn't remember how to do spoilers on mobile because I'm old.
I don't even know if it lets you in some cases.
It does. You can just click on the picture.
Oh. Also, God, I hate Xena's hair here. This is just, no, you look like you have boogers on your head.
Long story short is later in the day I went on their Twitter and I saw some little cute threads, and I I tried to flirt with them. One of them was in regards to their partners, or her partners, I'm gonna call it a persona, because that's closest, and talking about wanting to do cute things to these little entities. And I ended up being...
Yeah, dude, these little entities, not sus at all.
Like, well, what about fae queens? Because, as you know, mommy's a fae. And long story short is, this was pushed back with this very literal, very aggressive pushback. And another thread,
Okay, now the furry thing being brought up is probably a good time to mention this, by the way. Especially since KelDoge isn't here to defend him.
This is so low, okay? Worst of the internet. I wasn't there to even defend myself, so you're like, it's time. It's time. Whoa. Wrong thing. I look like shit, I know.
Trolling you. KelDoge isn't is probably a good time to mention this, by the way. Especially since KelDoge isn't here to defend himself. He's trolling you. KelDoge is not a fucking furry. It's a stupid VTuber avatar. He puts on dog ears. And what happened was when he heard Jessica Messica nearly in tears going, oh my God, I don't like bestiality. You stay out of here with your bestiality. When he heard that, he said, okay, I'm going to play along with this fucking shit. Okay? These two, these are actual furries. These are actual degenerate furries.
You know what? I'm just not gonna claim it either way. Okay, if I'm not a furry, if I'm a whatever, it's up to you now. Okay, I'm not telling any of you the real answer. Fuck it.
Okay, KelDoge is not a furry. Okay, he's trolling you. He's trolling you, and you fucking took the bait. I didn't want to spoil it, but frankly, I'm tired of this narrative falling back onto everyone else as well. Anyway, moving along, that's my point, is you are defending actual furries in the process of trying to slander KelDoge as a furry. Back to the article.
You're still sending the suit base.
So, who is Melina? Now, Melina is somebody who wrote a very large document about Poppy and Xena.
That's true. Well, technically there were parts of a document, but yeah, it totaled to a lot of pages.
And effectively exposed Poppy and Xena. Everyone press 1 if I'm still making sense up to this point. I know this feels complicated, but it's not too complicated. Verdino, thank you so much for the super chat. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Degenerate fucking furries. It's fucking disgusting. Okay.
Zoo Phillips, Asmon wears cat ears, you wear dog ears. Are you the Asmongold of trans streamers? Don't listen, I'm smarter than Asmongold, okay? I'm not saying I'm the smartest guy in the universe, but I'm smarter than him, goddammit.
Okay. So Melina is the trans person that exposed Poppy and Xena. We've got that. Now, back to our lovely Addie Gallagher. Addie Gallagher is obsessed.
Why? Why do you show me this?
Obsessed with defending Poppy and Xena. Okay? I'm not going to read this article to you, but I'm going to explain. I'm going to read some parts of it, but I'm going to explain this article to you. So this article is about Melina.
Hey, Will.
Somebody has come forward and sent an email to Annie saying that Melina raped me when I was 14 and she was 19 or 18. I don't know. I don't care. The reason why I don't care, and the details are not important, is because the author, the person, the victim tells the author Annie, don't publish this. I've already posted about this on the forums. I don't need you republishing my words from this conversation, so please don't republish this. So what does Annie do? Annie goes,
Xena, holy AGP.
Goes ahead and republishes this because it's too important, and she has to, and Annie, the forever defender of pedophiles.
Hold on, this is relevant.
I'm having a faggot for dinner tonight.
Has to expose a pedophile. That's the real irony here. And as I'm gonna read some of this to you. It's disturbing at points. Most of this I can skip because it is those specific allegations that the person is making. Let's see.
It's fine because Chud Logic said it and not me.
This is often the case with abuse survivors who don't like to be seen as a victim because they fear that it makes them look weak, and oftentimes looking weak just attracts more abusers. On top of that, abusers have a tendency to pit the victims against each other so they can keep them from uniting against them. While SL, who is the victim, is in part motivated by fear of Melina. Melina's the one who exposed Poppy and Xena, remember? And doesn't seem to believe she's changed. She was opposed to me writing this article on the basis that she does not want to be used as a prop in a war between two factions. Already, she's been conditioned to not care about Xena or Poppy because they are popular targets for hatred, and a number of people will ignore all testimony if one defends them. The same applies to myself. Okay? So what they're saying is the person said, listen, all you're doing is defending Poppy and Xena. I don't need my name attached to that, okay? I'm against this person doesn't mean I'm pro Poppy and Xena. So please don't share this. But Annie, as I scrolled past, shared all of this, including something that's supposed to prove they have a MySpace profile. I don't understand it.
What's the MySpace thing? Like, why does them having a MySpace? Why does that drawing remind me of Creepshow art? Because these people are just as creepy.
This fails to take into account that Melina's pattern of abuse and others cannot be separated from her hate campaign against Xena and Poppy. Every abuse pattern that she's used against her former victims is on display here. SL, the victim, even admitted herself how frightening it is that Melina hasn't changed in all these years. In communities like Kiwi Farms, choosing to support Melina is not some mistake that can be corrected. It's built into the...
Like, I don't even think you can say that Kiwi Farms supports Melina. Like, some people do, some people don't.
Design. Kiwi Farms is a site built for neo-Nazis to cyberstalk and harass vulnerable people. People like this are not here to punch up at abusers. They are the abusers. Does this sound like anybody to you guys? Does it sound familiar?
It does sound kind of familiar, doesn't it? Hello? Hello?
All right, so now we get to the list of people, okay? Now, I don't have any evidence. Listen, here's the thing about, let me read Fishy's comment here. Fishy, so PDF Melina exposed Xena and Poppy, and PDF Annie exposed Melina.
So this whole thing with Melina, there's no like proof that she's like actually a PDF. Like there's even like she even contests like what this person in this blog says. So I wouldn't frame it like that.
So let me be clear about this. I don't have any evidence that Melina is a PDF, okay? This article literally has somebody who's claiming that they are, but says, don't share this story. So when I take my opinion into account, I have to respect their wishes. And if they don't want me to assume that Melina's a PDF based on this article, then I can't use this article to base my opinion. Press 1 if that makes sense to anybody. I think that made sense. In other words, this doesn't prove anything to me because I, by default, am disregarding the evidence that's being put forward in this because the victim does not want that evidence being published. If that makes... So I'm still at square one where I don't know anything about Melina at the end of the day. I really don't know anything about her. But I know that she's the one who exposed Poppy and Xena. So she went around from like channel to channel, like getting people to talk about this. And I don't know how much she went around from channel to channel, but she was in all these channels when people were talking about it. Now, let's be clear about this. What Annie is trying to do here is say that anyone that attacked Poppy and Xena by proxy are defending Melina being an alleged pedophile. Press 12 if that made sense. Because this is the insanity that we're dealing with here, and then you act as if there's not somebody in the fucking room doing the exact same thing, and I have to unravel this lunacy. Well, look where it's...
Melina is a JPEG.
Got you. Numerous people who turned on Poppy due to cowardice. Now we get to have their names associated with a pedophile. Let me go ahead and list them. No Flake. Now, these are all victims of Poppy and Xena. No Flake, Sage, Vivid Fey Garden, and Gayfesh. So these are all victims of Poppy and Xena's polycule.
Just to be clear, Gayfesh was never in the polycule. Gayfesh is one of those people that I would categorize as a victim because, you know, he was, like, harassed and masked by Poppy and, like, her followers when he came out and, like, denounced her. Poppy was, like, really verbally and emotionally abusive to him, etc.
Also, be sure to add the following content creators: Turkey Tom, Tipster, Chud Logic, Stardust, President Sunday, Sansol, Westside Tyler, Keldoge, Luxander, Goddammit Malcolm, Headbutt Inc., The Mary Chew, Victor Burns, Rampage, and Now Recording. And probably about 8 more drama slop creators that have been buried by the YouTube algorithm. Okay.
To be clear, Poppy and Gayfesh haven't been on good terms for a long time.
What do we need to know about the people on this list? And probably the best question is, what name is most detached from the rest of this list? And that would be Rampage. I'm going to make this long and short for you. Everybody on this list made Poppy and Xena videos.
Yep.
That's all it is. The people on this list all made Poppy and Xena videos. Rampage, Poppy. Let's just do Rampage, Poppy. No.
Oh, chat, do we know what a polycule is?
And Xena. Look at that. Rampage, Poppy and Xena. Meet Poppy and Xena. Goddammit Malcolm. Remember that? Poppy and Xena. Who else? Luxander. Remember that name from the list? Stardust, Lost Stardust Media, Poppy and Xena Parable.
Stardust!
Turkey Tom, Poppy and Xena.
Tom! Why garbage?
President Stardust versus President Sunday. Poppy Xena debate.
Queeman!
President Sunday, okay? Press 7 if this made sense to all of you. So the long and the short of it here is that there is nothing to this article. This article should not be read or even disseminated.
I agree.
And I actually had to take breaks as I read through this because it's so long and so fucking shocking as you continue.
I'm honestly impressed that worst of the internet read this whole thing, because I haven't. It's disturbing as hell.
You to read this. Hold on, I want to find one other quote.
Ah!
Never mind, I'm not sure where it is, but oh yeah, here's some tweets that Annie literally included in here. Annie Gallagher is literally a predatory pedophile who's been trying to character assassinate Melina for years because Melina exposed the abuses of Poppy and Xena, who Annie is good friends with. Annie Gallagher is literally an actual sexual predator. I've been helping one of her major victims recover for nearly a year. The victim is a then 19-year-old who had their psychotic episodes taken advantage of to help partake in Annie's sick roleplay fantasies, like having them fuck her corpse. Try again.
No! 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 Fuck!
God damn it! Same shit, different day.
I think that's enough. Press 1 if we've had enough of this.
One.
That's what Jessica Messica is pushing as receipts. I don't want to have to talk about this, goddamn again, Jessica Messica, because everything else I'm going to be showing here tonight is just going to be, you know, what your future is going to look like. What you ultimately end up looking like when you come out here and you act like a psychopath. Okay?
True.
I don't want to have to do this shit again. Just shut the fuck up already. You're using pedophile receipts to try to prove somebody else is a fucking weirdo. You're the fucking weirdo, Jessica, and don't share fucking links when you don't know what the fuck you're fucking sharing. You literally directed people to go pull up a pedo fucking blog.
Damn.
Fucking weirdo. I swear to God. All right. Who wants to talk about KACEYTRON?
I don't want to talk about KACEYTRON because I think she's boring and annoying. Alright. So that's what's going on with that. Thank you so much to Worst of the Internet for creating this segment. If you guys want to go subscribe, okay, like the stream. Don't leave the stream, but here's where that's from for ya. A polycule is a relationship between three or more people. Question was probably rhetorical, but here it is. Oh no, I was wondering if people didn't know what it was. Because I would explain it if they didn't. But I think most people know, maybe. Maybe. So, that's pretty much it for that. If you guys have more questions about Poppy and Xena, I have a video where I confront Poppy. It is this video. It's quite tense at some points. It's actually quite good. I should re-edit it. Hold on, let me find it. It's Poppy and Xena, scammers, abusers, and losers. What's the point of watching a channel if you're not subscribed? I think is huge. Xena and Poppy are alive? They are? Really? Okay, guys, this is an emergency. This is an emergency. Alright, this is an emergency. What do you guys think? I just got back. What's happening? Oh, fucking dude, Poppy and Xena are alive. Okay, I want to confront them about this shit. Because I've read those documents. I've read all of them. I was really mad. Okay, this is actually like a year ago. Hold on, let me... There's a point where I actually do talk to them. Let me find it.
Just with... What?
Hold on.
Like, how does it...
Down for quite a while.
And our Discord does have rules about harassment. And yes, that harassment applies outside.
Sense. Yeah, they took 6 hours because she overstacks it with bad editorializing.
So I'm talking to them in chat during this, okay? I recommend watching it. It's a good watch. It was a good time to do. I yell at somebody, I think in the middle here. Where is it? Is it here? This is a great one. That, like, do you really believe? Here, fuck, I'll fucking pull them up right now. Fuck them, they're not gonna fucking answer me, but... I'll fucking pull this shit up right fucking now. I'm gonna show, I just want to show this person. Someone in chat is saying that it's not real. You want to tell me that all of this is just Discord logs? Really, dude? All of this is Discord logs? Are you okay? I'm gonna scroll through this whole thing, dog. I mean, what do you want me to do? Not confront them? No, you didn't read it. I'm just saying, do you think does this look like all just from a vent channel? You didn't read it. You didn't read it. If you want to leave over that, then fucking leave. Like, I don't need people like you in my community. Look at this. Yeah. Thanks for fucking showing your true selves. Look at this. Yeah, dude, this is all fucking Discord logs. This is all just fucking Discord. Yeah, dude. Scared you? I'm sorry. That's all Discord logs. Get the fuck out of my chat. There's also this at the end, which I made with DJ AddyPupils.
You think this is
like that.
Life is very short. Sunday, shut the front door up. Don't talk to me condescending, like you know better, like you're my dad or something. Ew, we smack you up for talking like that. Call me buddy one more time. I'ma pick you up and slam you smelly nerd ass. You think this is revenge of the nerds? You talk to me like that again. I'ma spurg and rock that chin. Don't be smirking and pointing that little finger. Ew, you think you a Sunday? You do my money and destiny. Chart logic all look the same. It's what Sunday do. Head smell like doo-doo.
Now, putting my kid on blast? Why not? Oh, you're a parent, you should be bigger than this. Why? I'm cool with being in middle school. 6th, 7th grade sounds rad.
In fact, they had warnings from us early on.
A lot of people have tried to tell me that responding to these things will perpetuate them.
It's what Sunday do, head smell like doo-doo.
Putting my kid on blast? Why not? Why not? Why not? I'm cool with being in middle school. 6th, 7th grade sounds rad.
That is actual things Poppy said. 6'7", 6'7", I don't know. Stop. What the fuck does 6'7" mean? Fucker. Earthy, we're doing CLUEminati today. I've been told to do the same thing as Belinda. But first, let's talk about Shanny and Rev. Now, we are going to watch a little bit of Rev's stuff, but first, I would like to discuss Shanny's community posts. Now, I can't say for certain what these mean, but I have a feeling that I know what they mean anyway. So this is Shanny's, ban avoiding account. Yep, it's bucket time. Bucket time. It's time for the bucket. Okay. We need to do, like, a mail time song, but, like, the bucket. Like, you know, in Blue's Clues, how they're like, it's the mail. It never fails. It makes me want to wag my tail. When it comes, I want to wail mail. Like, we should make a bucket song like that. Anyway, so here's my theory. Shanny is jealous of Rev's AI girlfriend person. Who is Rev's AI girlfriend person? Well, if you've been paying attention to my previous segments, and if you're new here, that's totally fine. Or if you've never seen them, that's totally fine. So Rev has created an AI girl of himself that he is apparently in love with and wants to have children with. Now, this AI girl is obviously not real. This AI girl was generated by Grok, okay? That's a crime of Grok. I will be speaking to Elon later about this, Mr. Grok. What did CLUEminati do? I don't know. Someone came and just linked me and then left, so it must be crazy. So, my evidence for Shanny being jealous of this AI woman is here, okay? Shanny, one day ago, when he tells you, you ruined my life, say back, well, you ruined my world, life, dreams, hope, and future. This one is probably about Will, which is really fucked up. Will is Shanny's son, by the way, who is now no contact with Shanny, and she's been freaking out about it for months. Shanny says, oh, you don't like me saying how I feel online? Well, I didn't want to hear how you want to stick your dick everywhere on the internet. Okay, this is definitely about Rev. I'm tired mentally, physically, emotionally, spiritually, and I don't need your bullshit. I don't like being walked on and treated like I've meant nothing. When he says I want to put a baby in a woman, say back why? So you can fuck them up like mine? So this is Shanny essentially dunking on Rev for kicking her son, Zachary, when in reality she is the one that, you know, put them in that situation. So I don't, like, it is Rev's fault, but she's just as culpable. It is all about Rev, likely. I don't know if the first one is. This one seems more about Will, but I could be wrong. I've just learned to be silent when I want to scream. I can't be myself. Because of I speak, I get yelled at and spoke down to. I got my blue check, yay. We are going hungry, yay. Lord Jesus, please send me a real man, not an embarrassment. Woo-hoo! Okay. So, we might get a Shanny and Rev fight soon. Please pray for this. It's okay to pray for this. So we're gonna check out, you know, just one of Rev's recent videos. And just so you guys know, yes, the AI shit is creepy, okay? I apologize, the AI shit is creepy. So, I don't know what streamed. I think there is an AI video. So there's this. This is so weird, okay? Is it this one or it's this one? This is Rev generating AI videos of himself, or the woman version of himself, I guess, via Grok. Is that Shanny?
I seriously want to have a baby with you.
It's time to meet and start our lives! Damn it!
Oh, you tasty Mike, let's devour this broadcast together.
I don't really know what to say other than screaming. Other than lots and lots of screaming. Okay, so that's what's been going on with Rev. Let us do... What is this? I guess Rev wants to see what he'd look like in Cyberpunk. Let's do the most recent one. This is Soda Request 2. Oh my god. Oh, well, this is gonna be a good one. I got a feeling. Chat. I got a feeling. Hello? Ow. What? Rev? Hey, Soren. It will not be long before we see Rev on a cross? What does that mean? I'm scared. Hello? Are you there?
I apologize for the angle or whatever. I'm sorry. I just can't help you out with that right now. I can't.
We can't even see you. What do you mean?
The stand for my phone. Hi, Jenny. What's up?
Jenny.
Yeah, sugar water. You know, that's the only reason I'm on, is to get some sugar water in the premises, because sugar, being low on that, woo, yeah, can be bad. So that's really what I'm here for, and the financial stuff is in my description. So if you can help me out there, you know, just literally, friggin', God, a 2 liter's like $4, right? Like three and change. So that's all.
Oh my God! Okay? It's letting me bookmark. Thank God.
I'm asking for it. Like $4. Yeah, and I'll send you back whatever I got left if I.
Oh, I know, Kimberlina. We're gonna do it.
Could send the entire amount, because
dude, people are really like, do the krama. Okay, tell Belinda she has to send in all of her subscribers though. Like, give her some time.
Like minimal amounts you could send back. No, power's fine. Why is it dark? Because, well, someone has a migraine, you know? You don't want the lights on when there's migraines happening.
Calorie did a stream? Who's Calorie?
Wow. That's not being in there. Wow. That's insane. And I'm sure this is going to start now with you fucking psychopaths.
Oh my.
Wow. Yeah. That's getting reported. That's the one. There we go. Thank you very much. Wow. And where's this user? That is a fucking pervert for sure. Wow. All right. You can definitely hear me because this is my mic.
I probably should apologize to Belinda at some point. Maybe if she appears in chat, I will.
I know you can hear me, so yeah. But I appreciate the viewership, whoever comes in. But yeah, my Venmo and the Cash App are in the description if you can help out, okay? I don't know what the fuck to talk about, you know?
What?
I'll think of something, I guess, right? Why they pay the streamers the big bucks, because we're ones that can come up with bullshit to talk about, and for some reason you watch it. So I'm sure something will come to my mind. Yeah, like I said though, yesterday I was like George Bailey, just going around just really on top of the world, you know, because I really appreciated all the blessings that came in for Thanksgiving. I thought that was really wonderful.
Apologize for what? For saying that she was like in the KKK and shit.
You know?
I want to make a video, but my wife won't let me turn on the lights.
And,
Calorie C, she did like 7 GFM scams and raged herself out of gorlworld. Damn.
You know, life is life, and whatever happens. So. You have good days, bad days, and you know, real bad days. So it is what it is. That's the way it goes. But I very much was on top.
Listen, worst of the internet, after getting to know Videl, I have a lot of regret over things that I've said. As Videl has correctly pointed out, that some of the things I said were pretty fucked up and extreme. So that is why I'm apologizing to people.
The world yesterday, that's for sure. And thanks for that.
HEKATE'S.
I really appreciate the people that helped make that a thing. That was a nice feeling. And then, you know, like, I don't know, okay, let's say, you know, I don't know. McVeigh got the sticks of butter in the Murrow building and blew it, you know? Not a good day the next day. But what are you going to do, right? It's cool. That's the way fucking life.
No, you're just being trafficked again. Oh, where am I being trafficked this time?
Is. And if you're going to be on that roller coaster of bullshit, oh, yeah, you're going to be in a real bad spot. So you take it with the punches with what comes, the day to day. And what's my struggle right now? Getting some sugar in the house, basically. Because we have none.
Can't you, like, steal pot pretty easily?
Not even kidding. There's nothing that resembles sugar in the house. So.
Videl made videos on you?
That's why I'm here, you know? I don't do this for my goddamn health. I don't stream. I did do a quick stream yesterday on the channel, just saying, hey, I might start them, you know? Because I think I felt so good about stuff that was happening yesterday. That I was like, you know, I think I'm getting comfortable enough with the idea of actually live streaming and just hanging out with people.
Okay, so part of the reason why he's not live streaming is because, like, Rev's, I don't know if he downloaded a bunch of spam or illegal shit or what, but his computer, like, barely runs now. Was he just doing Oklahoma City bombing apologia? Maybe.
That's how good I was starting to feel. That's not the case now. So, see, that's life, right? You know, that's just the way life is. Bad day. So you had a bad day. That bullshit. Yeah, that shit.
You had a bad
You can't
day.
let that get you down for a goddamn week and a half. You know, you take that bump.
Oh, that song is gonna be stuck in my head for 8 years.
And then you get up the next day and hopefully it's better. Hopefully. And then if you're in a consistent mire of bullshit where it's every day is the same goddamn bullshit every day, well, you know, there ain't not much to say about that because
Videl doesn't know who Kimberlina is. Worst of the internet, I don't hate her, and I don't think she's wearing the white bed sheet, though. And the Belinda's a Bigot song is too catchy. The Belinda's a Bigot song is very catchy. That's true.
There's so many Americans in that spot just with their job that they despise their fucking work, and they don't want to do what they're doing, but they do it. Necessity. And it's mostly miserable lives. I mean, of course, yeah. It's not fun. You don't
you are streaming from the dark room of misery, clearly.
Any interest in the industry that you're working. It's kind of like, wow, okay. That's going to be my life then. I'm going to be a manager of a goddamn company in a sector of the economy that I don't give a shit about. That's pretty depressing. I would say that's, you know, putting it mildly.
Somebody took over Rev's alley. Aww.
That's depressing. Then that's why streaming is like a dream job, because, I mean, you can... If you're good at it, you can make a fucking career of ranting. You just get on a stream, play shit.
Unfortunately, you and Shanny are bad at it.
And rant. And if you're good enough at it and you're entertaining in some way, and there's value to your performative shit, you know, you can make money on it. And that's bomb. That's really cool. Freedom. That's freedom, you know. Yeah, they tax it, which is bullshit. I don't think they should tax this shit, this type of labor. It should only be taxed by the state for a small business contractor. That's it.
Wait, why should it only be small business contractors? Do you guys like the Belinda song? I do.
But they tax the fuck out of YouTube income, and then YouTube actually, yeah, you know, if you're monetized, it's the way it goes. You know, you're an exploited artist on YouTube too. It's fine though. It's part of the deal. with all of this. Hollywood. It's part of Hollywood. I mean, let's face that.
Oh, really?
YouTube's owned by Google, but whatever. It's an
Can
entertainment.
somebody give this guy drug money? I know that's really immoral, but it would make their lives a lot more interesting.
It's a streaming entertainment platform. So you say it's Hollywood. It doesn't matter. No, it's based in California, whatever. Oh. I don't know who the fuck the original maker, the original CEO of fucking YouTube was. I have no idea. Before it got...
Should we look it up? The original CEO of YouTube was Chad Hurley, who co-founded the company in 2005 and held the position until 2010. He was succeeded by Solar Kaminger, who was replaced by Susan Wojcicki.
Google-fied, which was shit. They should not have sold their shit to Google. But the company offers you $1 billion. Yeah, what? Yep, sure. Oh, sir, don't you care about your app? This awesome fucking website that you made. Like, this is a legend.
Dude, okay, Cyrax is an artist. If you, extend the word art,
made a legendary...
Make it way more expansive and inclusive than ever before.
Website here. Like, this is telling people to express themselves on videos, That's fucking pretty cool. Yeah, I know. Well, they say that they're probably going to, limit speech and stuff that they don't like certain things said on there. Yeah, okay. And? Well, didn't you value the freedom of speech that you created with your company? What? Yeah, stand up for freedom of speech because Google said they might start censoring certain types of material. I don't care.
By the way, if you're just coming in, hello, we're watching Rev right now. He's being kind of boring, so we're probably only going to do this video of Rev, and then we got more stuff to watch. Next, coming up, we've got Nicholas DeOrio versus Paige Christie, and then we'll do some CLUEminati stuff, because I want to see what's going on with that CLUEminati person, because I don't know much about it. Remember to like the stream, guys. Thank you for being here.
Oh, all right. Did you hear that they gave me $1 billion? Yeah, I heard it. Yeah, okay. I got you.
I wish.
Is really doing fuck shit.
You shoved this whole bottle up your ass.
Hell yeah. Thank you, Kimberline, for becoming a member. I really appreciate that.
I ate, don't worry. Because the area I'm at is salt of the earth people that fucking actually care. And, so, I got something in my stomach, praise Jesus. That's a good deal. But man, if I put my mic down near my stomach right now, you would hear some crazy-ass sounds. I guarantee that shit. You would hear some...
Because you're hungry? Dude, eat some bread. Eat some bread, do something, go outside. You could make more money panhandling, doing nothing.
Oh my god, yeah. I'll just put it down there for a second.
Yeah?
Oh, you hear that on that side? Yeah, you probably did. Probably just because I ate some fucking cheese, and now I got that same thing that one of my relatives has, and it's, yeah, it sucks bad.
Wait, what does that mean? Is he talking about having gout?
Might have Crohn, full-on Crohn.
You might have Crohn's, bitch. Well, stop stealing my shit.
Not sure. I know I have an ulcer, though, because that fucking, wow, yeah. Don't eat spicy.
Take some heartburn medication.
Real spicy shit, don't do it. If you got an ulcer. Because, man, that's, yeah, agony. Pain to the level of, wow, Jesus. Yeah, it feels like that, well, you would imagine it to feel like that guy that, shoved his hand up someone and just started pulling out their intestines, Whew. Yeah, it hurt pretty bad. It really did. I was sweating from that pain. It was very bad. I do, absolutely for you guys, I do another one-chip challenge video, but I can't, literally. That's a real bad idea for me. I'm not going to be throwing up fucking that shit. I had nothing in my stomach from the day, too. That was another...
Okay, there's no way he has an ulcer. He definitely just has really bad heartburn and is, rationalizing it. In a weird way, dude.
Problem, I think. I did it on an empty stomach. If I had, something before, it may have padded all of that It's chemicals, guys.
That's how you know it's heartburn.
Yeah. The Pocky chips. I mean, the way that they make them super spicy, it's fucking chemicals. It's not even like, you know, chili, whatever, chilies and stuff. It's not that anymore. It's just these concentrated fucking chemicals. And it's just, wow, okay, that's not natural burn. No, you're ingesting, you know, fuck, why? No, that's a joke. This is for entertainment always, but that's not funny right now because we do need some sugar in the house. So if you enjoy the stupidity,
you don't though. You're fine.
Commentary of just random shit that I'm.
Greg was doxing you? What?
Talking about, could you please just throw some money in my Venmo or Cash App so that we could get some sugar water?
Greg, knock it the fuck off. When is Greg gonna learn that, like, you shouldn't just explode over like people talking shit? Like, get a thicker skin, bro.
In the house because yeah, we got no sugar, and that's a definite.
Oh, Kimbolino, what'd you do?
Problem.
Spill the tea.
So. Yeah. I rant way better when I'm like, you know, in a good mood.
Oh, when you're high, you mean?
Huh.
Hey, Moth.
But it is what it is, man.
Also, hi, Isabella. I don't think I said hi to you.
And especially if you're a bipolar asshole. That's real bad, you know? I don't wish it. No. On anyone. For sure. It's never-ending struggle of apologizing. Fucking up in some way. You know. Usually...
you reported him? Ooh, what'd you report him for? I mean, he definitely has many reportable moments. I don't know why he lets this shit happen. Like, he could just not do things that break TOS.
Levels of discussion or something. And it leads to, you know, you're fucking, why are you yelling at me? And then it goes to, well, I'm not, what the fuck are you talking about? I'm not yelling at you. And then you're yelling. See? Boom. And then you're guilty and you gotta go, shit. You know? But then, yeah, whatever.
What? That wasn't even coherent.
I think most bipolar people agree that if you got it, you're going to spend your entire life just apologizing over and over again for stupid shit you do. Dumb shit. That it's like, no, there's no way you're that stupid. You're doing this deliberately. It's clearly that's the case. And then eventually, when you've heard that for the billionth time and you really did not mean what you did, you stop responding to it entirely. Because you're in the place.
We're pre-spiraling. Dude, I need one of their fights. I need it to happen.
Now that you know that
I need it.
You're in a behavior that is ingrained for some reason. And it shouldn't be.
Inject the domestic violence into my vein.
But it's ingrained in your behavior. And then at that point, you just have to either be in a constant loop of saying, no, I didn't mean it that way. And the person going, bullshit, you clearly did. And you just feel gaslit when you're not gaslit because it appeared that way. So the best way to deal with this shit as a bipolar person is to literally apologize right away. And, but that can lead to, oh, yeah, right, like you're actually sorry. Yeah, okay. And then you're in that roadblock loop. Okay, that's another roadblock loop. You could be telling the 100% truth and say, I really didn't mean any of that shit. And it'll be, oh, yeah, okay, whatever, you're a fucking liar, asshole. Right? And that's fine, because that's the way it seems. So, yeah, bipolar is absolutely...
What the fuck? Kimbolina, Greg had a pic of me as his profile picture. Now I know what YouTube bots will say I got him. Damn.
Crippling. And if it's severe, it's crippling to the point where you should be in a group home.
You mean
and
like
that's what I have. I have severe bipolar 1 disorder. Severe.
Is this him conceding? Is he going to the group home?
What's that tell you? Yeah. And they told me that, guys, you know, when I had to go for the self-termination event in my life back in 2004, and I got saved, blah, 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 that shit. I said, no, I'm normal.
Wait, how did you... Oh, it had to be voluntary?
You know, Jesus, I had this amazing experience with Jesus, or, I don't know, Raphael, the healing archangel, or
what?
Gabriel or something. I don't know. Or maybe multiple. It came to me in that room, and it was, you know, my eyes were open, I was healed and all this shit. And I literally was like, no, I'm not going to take money from the government because, you know, first of all, I don't need it.
Wait, what? What?
You know, this fucking trust fund type kid deal, you know? My mom had enough to survive, so I just didn't need money, period. So I'm like, no, I'm not crippled like that. I'm not going to take money from the government.
That's not what it is. Being in a group home isn't. Oh god.
Because I would be scamming the system. Basically, I don't feel like I need it. And they told me, "Hey, buddy, you're not normal. You think you're normal? You're not. You're gonna probably need this someday." And I said, "No, you're full of shit. I don't. I wouldn't feel right taking money when I feel like I could get a job or something or pursue my fucking dreams of whatever. I don't need your income. I want to try and do something on my own." And that I wrote the book, whatever, blah. And then I had a web design business for like 6 years, all that shit, whatever. It's stuff.
I don't understand how. What, like, he claims he's got this web. What do you mean? He never did web design. What's up, Base Swain?
You guys don't even fucking care or know about.
And yeah, the group home is upon him. He can't escape it, and he knows.
I just want to believe I'm just some weirdo. But the reaction channel is bullshit. Which is fine. I even submit to that now. You know, every single time I'm ever going to have a live stream, it's going to have the word, you know, kid kicker in it. It's just going to be in there. And what does that do to me now? Nothing.
Soren says, Rev also said when he called for SSDI, they remembered him. LMAO. Clue is a racist, says Kimberlina. Interesting.
0. That's what, oh wow, 112 fucking people in the room. Thank you very much. I appreciate you guys a lot for the viewership. Thank you. But seriously, if you want to help me out.
Thank you guys for viewing today. Don't forget to like the stream, okay?
With some sugar water, thank you. You know, and it's just on the, oh my God, literally just $5 would be, that's all I need. $4, seriously, because the 2 liter here right now, that's where I'd be going right now. Yeah, I know where I'm going. And no, I'm not going to the convenience.
Like, I just don't, how do you not have money for a 2 liter? They're like $2 or $3. They knew his name from 20 years ago. That's impressive, though.
With men, guys. That's insane. But anyway, all I'm waiting for.
Okay, Isabella Rose says, yes, he did, Keldoge, in regards to Rev's web page building business. His work was shit, though, as expected.
Is literally a donation like $4, because it's like $3.70, unless it's gone up since then. So I'm just saying $4, right? That's all I need. And you'd be literally like, whoa, I'm not sure about the sugar thing. Is it really bad to the point where she might have to go to the ER? I don't know.
What?
That's why I keep saying to Shanny, just tell me, like, if you're really feeling bad, then we're gonna have
How
to.
do these guys pay, by the way? Like, I suppose they probably don't pay for the medical stuff.
Get you there, and they could give you a metformin and whatever you need to make you feel better. Because you're in the starvation situation, which is wow. You know, I had a wonderful thing at charity today.
Dude, the starvation situation.
They had a business, and I'm just walking home crying in my hands. Well, I'm holding the pizzas, right? Yeah, I was holding the pizzas, so I wasn't crying in my hands. But I wanted to put my hands.
You were crying in the pizza?
I wanted to put my head on top of the box and just weep.
Okay.
But I was just saying to the Lord, I don't want charity. This is wrong.
What?
I mean, these 2 pizzas should go to homeless people that are in fucking, you know, Scranton. Or these 2 pizzas should go to fucking kids in Gaza. You know, what the fuck is this?
Dude, that's not, what?
Bullshit, that my life has been blown apart so bad that
they're Medicaid?
I can't even get a goddamn pizza to feed my wife, my girl.
I just need pizza to feed my family.
That's pathetic. And it's just like, I think my dad again. When my mom first died, I had a moment where I took a shower and I looked in the mirror and it was almost like, it was like a schizophrenic moment, but it wasn't. I
mean, I feel like you have schizophrenic moments on the regular, my guy.
I think my dad was in the mirror looking at me, back at me. And he said, you know, you got to get strong, kid. You know, you're still a fucking baby, Jason, in a lot of ways. And you got to do something about that shit. Because my kid ain't going to be some fucking little baby. You know, my dad wasn't a bitch, you know. He was not a pussy bitch type of guy at all. He wasn't. He was a 5'7" guy, little dude, you know. But he was a dude. He was a guy, you know. And he wasn't a pussy bitch. So he's telling me, grow the fuck up. You need to. And it was another one of those moments where it was like, holy, wow. I just feel that. The ancestor beat down.
The ancestor beat down, bro. He's getting beat down by his ancestors.
Like, you should not be getting charity. You should have skill of some sort to provide. And yeah, I did. I called myself just a little boy bitch and just crying like a fucking sobbing little child.
Dude, this has to be a humiliation ritual.
How's that for confessions, you know? You like that? Go laugh at it. I don't give a fuck. It's true. It happened. And, yeah, I suck.
True.
I suck.
True. Very true. Good point, Red.
About the end of the fucking story. You know? Pathetic shit. But I didn't, I just wasn't equipped for what happened to me. The course of events. I was just not equipped with the type of thing to just go, you pick yourself up by the bootstrap and you go be a fucking, electrician, plumber, whatever.
If he did an MRI, they would find brain damage. Absolutely. Vermin, Rev is 5'6" and Shanny is 6 feet tall. How does that work? It doesn't.
It just was, I
also,
couldn't.
I'm taller than Rev Omega lol.
So, and that's, the deal. And you just got to be strong mentally.
What up, spaghetti model?
And for people that are normies and they just did this, all this stuff came fucking natural to you guys. You're so blessed, it's insane. Do you realize what I'm saying to you? Beyond, oh man, it stayed on this time. That's bizarre. I don't know. All right, cool. I don't have to start a new one. But yeah, I'm just the sugar water fucking shit. I'm just waiting for some angel person because you're out there. You guys really are. And if it's at that point,
praying for my Dr. Pepper fairy.
Where I'm at, where I'm not sure, because I'm not sure about Shanny right now with the sugar. She's acting pretty sick to me, and she's got migraine and shit. So, I am concerned, and it, sugar Dr. Pepper helps that. It does.
And that's true, spaghetti model. His daily routine is a humiliation ritual. Very true.
It does have medicinal ingredients. People love to fucking, they hate on fucking Dr. Pepper, but all sodas hate on. But yeah, there's some medicinal qualities to it.
There are no medicinal qualities to pop. Stop it.
It's not all bullshit hype,
Oh
there is something to it. But it's proprietary ingredients that are protected by copyright and trademark. And I don't think they even allow people to know the list of things that they put in it. But maybe that is out there. I haven't Googled it, so I shouldn't talk out of my ass. I don't know. Maybe it's simple to learn how to make some homemade Dr. Pepper. I don't know.
What?
But it certainly works to get your blood sugar in a better place if you need that.
No. If you have type 2 diabetes, you can't drink pop.
So I love everybody. Really, I try my best to.
Soren says, there are just bad people in this world who do not require a diagnosis except being a piece of shit. True. Isabella says he would get disability way before Shanny would. Also true.
Yeah.
Yeah?
All these gurus go all the time, and that would include Jesus, but I trust Jesus. You know what I mean? I trust him.
Jesus the guru.
And so that's why I stick with it. But this is a very anti-Bible thing to say, and I don't believe it. I believe you should be a good person in life because I think you should be, just as a basic tenet. I think you should at least try to be decent. I'm not a Satanist that goes,
well, you should practice what you preach, my guy.
Do what you want, pretty much, but just, do your best not to hurt too many people. Try. Try not to hurt a motherfucker. But do what you want, right? I ain't that. I do want to do what's right. I want to be the Good Samaritan. I want to do all the shit Jesus talks about. That's what I want. But the fact of the matter is, for all intents, purposes, and practicality of sanity in life, when you come to the understanding that if you are nice and if you are willing to...
What's up? Is that GP? GP316D? The bad man? Buy what?
Go the mile when they ask for an inch. You're going to realize that it's a thankless struggle.
That is GP. What's up, man?
For nothing. And you're going to get shit on, abused, and for the most part, just completely disregarded as a human being. If you have compassion and love in your heart, you're going to be completely used. And then there's that saying, which I believe in. Okay?
What's saying?
Well, okay, first that there's, God says that, fear not the fucking devil that can just take your life, but fear the Lord that can take your life and soul, and that's number one. Okay? The devil's a bitch, can't do shit to you other than have you in this pit.
The devil can't take your soul in Christianity? That's a genuine question. I don't know.
With him. And he just jerks off all day, whatever.
What?
It's pathetic, God's the one that frees you from, everything. Okay? Why would you take the side of that rejected, bullshit? An earthly kingdom is nothing. It will wither and burn. That's actually gonna burn. Yeah. But anyway. Yeah, you just get rantings right now because I'm trying to come up with something to say to be on here because I appreciate your viewership, you know. Sorry. Oh boy. Okay.
Dude, Kim, you don't need to feel so guilty, okay? You're being based right now.
I'm feeling pretty fucking, you know, low blood sugary too.
Oh my god, bro.
You know, that feeling. I don't know what.
I think my blood sugar is low.
The fuck it's very.
This is Rev, yes.
Hard to describe the feeling of that.
Rev is in the dark, begging for pot money.
But your mouth starts.
Rev, God likes cleanses the way you and Shanny live, bro, isn't godly. Very true.
So I kind of get like dehydrated feeling. And you have to keep drinking. And it's just a general feeling of like pressure. That's the best way I could describe that feeling of low blood sugar shit. It feels like there's like pressure throughout your whole body pushing out, and it's sort of like this low pulsating feeling in your body. And wow, it sucks bad. And for people that have you know, diabetic problems, it's about 1 billion times worse, as I understand it.
There's no... Stop. Just stop with the fake diagnosis. You guys have plenty of already present health problems. Go outside. Run a mile. Go, dude, go get exercise. Go rob a liquor store. Okay? I don't know.
I never had diabetes, and I don't know the feeling of it. So, yeah, I fucked up my shit with alcohol, but, you know, that's not really the same thing. So, alcohol, liver disease, and diabetes are what you would call similar, kinda, but not the same. No.
That's true. I am a former Midwestern. To be honest, BC still is pretty west, you know, like Midwestern, but on the island, okay, we're all big hippies.
At all. So, yeah.
Yeah? Hello?
So, I just really hope somebody can help. Like, just literally. It's just $4. That's all I need. So hit me up on one of them if you can, guys, alright? I really do appreciate you.
Like, for real, why don't they panhandle? Like, not that I should give them, you know, advice or suggestions or whatever, but just go panhandle, dude. It's $4. Go to a gas station, just ask like 20 people for gas money. You'll get $4.
And I know how fucking hard it is for everyone. Every fucking buddy out there. It's unless you're Musk or someone close to Musk. And Trump literally siphoning every dollar he can, like some scumbag in a trailer park, you know, sucking gasoline out of people's tanks and putting it in their own little jerry can. That's a pretty good analogy I just came up with, I think. You know,
I don't understand it.
Guy's name would probably be Kev, you know, or yeah, Kev. That's a Kev move, to be going around with a jerry can and sucking the fucking you know, shit.
This is Ken Kniff from Connecticut.
Yeah, you're good at sucking, aren't you, Kev? Piece of shit.
What the fuck? What's up, Rampage? Hey, Taylor Nor.
You stole my goddamn gas again, didn't you? Yeah. Well, you suck that shit out there with that pipe. That's pretty fucking, you know. I can't say the word that they'd say around here for that now.
What?
Because it would be deemed extremely inappropriate content, and it would be probably ban the video for the type of.
Also, I'm gonna say this just to clear stuff up. Kimberlina is apparently blocked by Spaghetti Model and GP. I usually let people have one chance for me to announce their desire to be unblocked, so there you go.
That real assholes conservative guys say around here, you know, you wouldn't call them conservative. They're like just, yeah, if you're that way, well, yeah, exactly. Just assholes, you know. So yeah, if you could help, Jesus bless your heart, and I'm always grateful for it.
Vernon asks, how long until Shanny starts pimping out Kitty Dooms for cigarettes and Dr. Pepper money? Good question.
Every freaking penny. Every penny. So God bless all you guys.
Well, to be fair, she doesn't like it, though. She wants a man. GP says, I feel bad for Reb. I could never live like he does voluntarily. Oh, yeah, I couldn't either. I'd rather be homeless, honestly.
And I'll just wait for it, because I know there'll be an angel out there. I know it. 30 minutes. Bless you all. Take care.
So lately they've been trying to get their view hours up and stuff. I recommend just watching them through other people. At this time, we are gonna get to CLUEminati, but I want to do these are my prepped segments first. So let's do Nicholas DeOrio versus PAIGE CHRISTIE. If you're not familiar with this drama, PAIGE CHRISTIE made a video about how Ethan Klein is racist and does blackface. We watched it on Thursday night. It was not good. Now, Nicholas DeOrio made an extended response to Cruel World Happy Mind, who made a 3-hour documentary that was supposed to expose Ethan Klein. And PAIGE CHRISTIE has found issues with their interaction. So PAIGE CHRISTIE made a video on Nicholas DeOrio. Let's see what we have to say. Obviously, I'm in the DeOrio orbit, so I am not a non-biased source, okay? This is the wrong video. Oh, no, it's not. No, it's not.
People love to say, always apologize.
Okay. So we've got addressing Nicholas DeOrio, Ethan Klein's biggest defender. I don't know if he's... So there's something really funny about this particular claim. So Nicholas DeOrio made a documentary that was like a hit piece on Ethan Klein like a few years ago, like a really good like video essay on it. So it's like, what? What do you mean? What are you talking about? She can be kind of slow talking. We'll see how this goes.
Just for the blackface, HUSSY? Like, all of the things it is that Ethan has apparently apologized for are supposed to be sourceable, yet me, as a content creator who literally makes a lot of Ethan Klein content, can't source a lot of the apologies it is that he's made. So if he's made apologies, where are they? I would like somebody who is a fan of Ethan Klein and the H3 community to spend hours and hours of times of documenting every single one.
This is the end part from her video on blackface and Ethan Klein. She seems to think that, like, it's up to Ethan Klein or Ethan Klein supporters to find the points where Ethan Klein has apologized for various things. I actually think it's her job as the person making these claims. Like, they definitely exist. You could find them and pick them apart really easily, probably, but she just chose not to do that, which is annoying as fuck.
Of Ethan Klein's apologies for the horrible, horrendous things it is that he has done.
A lot of times when they say things like, oh, he's apologized for his slurs, where are those apologies?
That's your job! You know who's critiquing?
No, I agree. That's your job. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't want to block Nicholas. Okay.
The slur usage, commentary YouTubers like me in 2020, like 5 years ago. I had a run-in with a random 1,000-follower call-out account who accused me of having problems with black people out of literally nowhere with no supporting evidence. Ethan Klein shows up to post an image as if to prove me taking a picture of a Keemstar means I have a problem with black people. I'll patiently await my apology.
I have created a list of my own that should hopefully shed some light on some of the bullshit shit that Ethan has done.
Made fun of Indian people and called them janitors and goofy. Made fun of black people, done blackface on multiple occasions. Stated that 6-foot black men were scarier than 6-foot white men. Called a black man Blackzilla. Made insensitive tweets about Ebola. Pretended to be from Zimbabwe. Pretended to be from Ghana. Pretended to be from Pakistan. Created blackface and whiteface content.
But Pakistan isn't even... Never mind.
With a double entendre meaning to them, minimizing racism and making fun of various communities.
And again, this list is barely scratching the surface of all of this stuff it is.
Do you love black people?
That Ethan has done since starting his channel in 2011.
And now all of a sudden we have to relitigate those fucking slurs he apologized for a fucking decade ago.
So I'm inclined to believe that these don't exist because if they did, why don't...
Very dramatic recap here that doesn't need a dramatic recap.
You just show us.
Don't ask me where they are. That's your job!
Why on earth can the same people who support you not find these instances for the rest of the internet to use?
I just think she's extremely confident in saying
amazing
that Ethan Klein has not apologized. Like, that is a crazy claim to make, but I think she's dumb enough to try to make it. I'm sure they'll be able to produce some kind of clip.
She wants you to believe that just because you are offended by a joke or that you don't find the joke funny, that it's racist, and it's not.
All it takes is one issue that you care about that these people disagree with, then you're crazy, then you're unhinged, then you're freaking out, then your pain is no longer justified, then the things that happen to you aren't really happening, they're all in your head. There's a reason why things are called casual racism. It's because the person doing it probably doesn't even...
Taylor Nor, I would argue, if you say that something exists, it's on you to prove that it does, otherwise you're asking someone to prove a negative. Yep.
realize he's being racist. You should be able to acknowledge, hey, other people go through struggles too. Just because it doesn't affect me specifically, if I'm notified of my behavior or whatever, or something that I'm saying that would affect other people, that's different. That's worth knowing about instead of going through life pretending it's not happening.
And I stand before you as a hypocrite, as somebody who has not always been on the right.
This is like too much editing. I understand that, like, she's trying to make it as like, this is the past part of the video, right? But, like, this is too heavy, too much.
Right side of racial issues. I've said that N-word on my podcast. And
like, this would be fine if you just used, like, the regular 90s filter.
I thought I used it in a context that made it okay. I look back on those clips with just embarrassment.
Now it sounds like he's talking to us from, like, the back rooms of hell or some shit.
And shame. But sometimes a hypocrite is just a man in the process of changing. And I don't think that it's ever too late to change for the better.
Now, we can all admit that Ethan Klein has changed a lot over the years. Once the edgelord of commentary, he has since moved on to a more left-leaning demographic. He was once the person that the commentary bros, a subgenre of YouTube commentary, who lean more into the less politically correct kind of content.
Chat, am I a commentary bro? Vote now.
And he was once the king of their community. But then sometime around 2019/2020, once he became more affiliated with Trisha Paytas and her audience, who as we know is more women focused and LGBTQIA+ focused, it seems to me at least that Ethan saw the
What? Why is that's Trisha Paytas? What? HC has turned into the internet back rooms. It's weird over there now. I mean, you're not wrong.
All the signs of the success that the Frenemies podcast was garnering at that time, and swiftly changed his behavior to reflect this new demographic, this new left-leaning demographic. People who are aware of Trisha Paytas' past of horrendous bigotry, but were somewhat forgiving towards Trisha Paytas due to her impact on the social media zeitgeist. Now, during this
yes, everyone hates Trisha Paytas. We get it.
Time where Ethan was transitioning his audience, he lost a lot of subscribers.
Cracking eggs, are we?
But he also gained a substantial amount more. And his old, more edgier audience was somewhat blindsided by this swift transition, leading to Ethan Klein making
I don't think I made a, there we go.
A lot of enemies within that side of the commentary community, the quote-unquote commentary bros.
I think for a lot of people who don't...
Yeah, Ethan used to be really, really edgy. Like, a lot of the commentary bros, like, all of them, did used to be way, way edgier. Some of them still are, some of them aren't.
Necessarily follow us all the time, seeing us, like, just as a hard transition go from those edited videos to this podcast that is so unedited. It's just 2 hours of us saying anything. I think for them, it's a hard transition to see this versus this. And I think that's a lot of times where those kind of videos come from, like Muda's video.
Now, when I speak of the commentary bros, I'm speaking of people like Leafy is Green, Keemstar.
Why are you grouping Leafy in with us? What the fuck?
Nicholas DeOrio, John Swan, Tom Dark, Bo Blacks, Tipster. A group of people who I would...
Tipster hasn't made commentary videos in like a year. Idiots.
Consider extremely nostalgic about the year of 2016 commentary. And one of the most vocal people that I would consider when
I guess I am a commentary bro. Question answer.
Comes to Ethan Klein's hypocrisy and his swift change of demographic and even tolerance and ideologies, as well as Ethan Klein's apparent sensitivity to socio-political issues, or anything that could be considered politically correct was...
Dude, I kind of do, dude. To
socio-political issues.
I am actually gonna go to VidCon for 2026.
Or anything.
And man, if me and Nick were the same size, I don't think you'd be able to tell us apart.
That could be considered politically correct was Nicholas DeOrio. Now, in the year 2020, Nicholas DeOrio had made videos about Ethan Klein, had been extremely vocal and public about his disdain for Ethan Klein, and the hypocrisy is that Ethan Klein displayed having a more holier-than-thou presentation on current topics, despite being one of the originators, many people would say, of edgelord commentary.
Ethan found Bo Black's racist parody song that he made approximately 4 years ago, one in which Bo Blacks has already publicly addressed.
So this is from the old video that Nick made on Ethan Klein, like it's a main channel video.
And apologized for, and Ethan tweeted it out to his entire audience. He then scoured the internet looking for screenshots to further build his narrative that he was trying to shape, and he eventually landed on a super old tweet Bo Blacks made about minorities in the airport. Like Ethan has any fucking room to talk on this issue at all.
And a clip came out of H3H3 judging people based on their skin color. Ultra jealous by saying, maybe you lost subscribers because of this video. Oh no! What is the video? Roll it.
Because I was like, they're like huge black dudes and they're all strapped. They were all black. There was like And I'm just saying, every single one of them was black.
Okay. I don't even pay
You don't
attention
see
to
skin
color or anything.
If there's 8 dudes on security and they're all black, I think that's worth noting.
I just noticed.
Dude, Ethan's like, fuck, I'm fucked.
They're all wearing suits.
They were all wearing
Like, he put his head down there.
suits. Yeah. No, they were super professional.
That was nice.
And, I mean, they were all like 6'5", black dudes. Yeah, that's terrifying. Is a 6'5" black dude scare you more than a 6'5" white dude?
No. Is it supposed to?
I was almost trying to admit how I racially profile, like how I feel like people do that. Obviously, that came off bad. I mean, yeah, it's bad.
I hate when Ethan does this. Like, just be like, okay, that's bad, yeah, and then just move on.
But I think I was just trying to own to the fact that I do racially profile, just because. But yeah, I totally agree that this is not. It was a fucking stupid, ignorant thing to say.
I don't even think the reaction to the racist parody song that Boblax made was the worst part, though. He actually tried to use this situation to discredit Boblax's content. He sent a message to Boblax in DMs and told him that he doesn't give a shit and he just wants to build a narrative and get views, which is some top-tier projecting, I'd say. So suddenly the videos that H3H3 said were instrumental to the creation of the Content Nuke series and extremely helpful are now just manipulated narratives designed to get the most clicks and not archive the truth.
However, if you were to search Nicholas DeOrio today and have a look at his social media as well as
I hate this point. I hate it because listen, people change. Networking changes, business relationships change. It's very clear to me that Ethan and Nick have a business relationship, and quite frankly, I would probably do the same thing. You know, like Ethan Klein has a lot of money. And obviously, Ethan, like, over the years has gotten better with his optics and stuff.
His YouTube channel, you would see Nicholas DeOrio being possibly one of the most favorable Ethan Klein defenders, overlooking Ethan Klein's past and his hypocrisy in favor of their combined mutual disdain for many of the other people it is that Ethan Klein has a problem with. The two main people being HasanAbi and iDubbbz. Nicholas DeOrio,
I mean, both of those people are good people to have disdain for.
A guy who I once admired as being one of the better video essayists of the commentary bro community, has now become the
Oh no, she's a fallen fan. No!
Equivalent I would consider to a Ethan Klein adjacent Amberlynn Reed channel or a foodie beauty channel, where the majority of their content is focused on what this person does next. And let's be real, this has been an extremely lucrative endeavor for Nicholas DeOrio, and a genre that he is clearly well built for and successful at. And to be clear from the jump, my issue with Nicholas DeOrio's content has absolutely nothing to do with the fact that he supports Ethan Klein, but more so the fact that
and if you listen to DeOrio, like, in these segments, it's not like he's just praising Ethan. I blame Anissa. Poor iDubbbz, his Rampage. Yeah, I agree. But, like, it's not like he's just praising Ethan Klein. That's what really bothers me. You can say, like, it's fine to bring this point up, that, like, it's been lucrative for him, because that's true, right? But, like, things can change. And also, Nick still dunks on Ethan. He still has criticisms for Ethan. Like, it's not this way at all.
He hasn't displayed that same amount of integrity that I perceived he had, that he had displayed extremely well.
Get off Nick's dick. Listen. Time for real life later, Vernon. I have to pee, and then I'll think of comeback when I come back.
In his video essay days, in favor of fast, frequent content that has now become what I would consider the waiting room for Ethan Klein's live streams with the H3 podcast. Now, when I made my Ethan Klein video last week, I did not really foresee anybody else reacting to my content. I mean, let's be real, I'm not the most popular commentator out there. And out of all of the Ethan Klein videos it is that I've made in the past, I would consider this one possibly my least popular one. However, when I saw that Nicholas DeOrio was reviewing my content in his live stream, I was extremely interested in seeing what his opinion is, as a former fan. However, what I found was the
Oh no.
Exact same echo chamber that I had seen that Ethan Klein and his own audience had shared. That I'm simply not a very well-researched T-channel who hates Ethan Klein and refuses to give up on the past. However, when it came to the crux of my video, where I spoke about disparagement humor and how blackface can be akin to some forms of anti-Semitism, the nuance where I'm trying to find mutual ground where everybody can understand each other's feelings towards the situation, Nicholas DeOrio completely skipped that section of the video.
Okay, go to 57. That's the end of the video. Very funny. That was very funny, Ryan. I appreciate you, Ryan. That was very funny. I really appreciate you. All right, we're gonna dive here.
And this is something it is that I find with many people who are critical of my content, that actually viewing my content in its entirety seems like a huge and tall order. The jokes are about people of color. Now, one of the
Okay, I can't anymore. I can't. She just wants to be upset. That's all it is. She just wants to be upset. She wants you to be upset over jokes. She wants you to believe that just because you are offended by a joke or that you don't find the joke funny, that it's racist, and it's not. There's almost 18 minutes left in this video. I'm not finishing it. I can't. I'm done. I'm so done with this bullshit, man. It's these types of people. It's these types of videos, this type of rhetoric, this type of mindset, this freaking mind virus here that makes people go to the opposition, because we want, as somebody like myself who believes that yes, trans people have a right to exist, they should be able to do whatever they want, they should be able to, or not do whatever they want, let me rephrase that, they should not have to go through life being attacked or gone after because they're trans or anything. But when I see shit like this, or race, or like freaking the desire to be a victim like this, it makes me just hate these types of people. It makes me hate this side.
This also happened with the previous Ethan Klein video it is that I made, Ethan Klein, You Can't Litigate Public Opinion, where many people who were critical of this video didn't look at the crux of the video. Now, it could potentially be that my content is just not entertaining for that particular demographic, which is fair. My content is not everybody's cup of tea. But for me personally, I like to watch somebody's video in its entirety before formulating a full opinion, because how can I formulate my opinion without hearing somebody out fully? So I sat down and I listened to Nicholas DeOrio's video in full. And based on this particular video, is Ethan Klein racist, in brackets, Paige Christie thinks he is, and many of the numerous clipped VODs it is that he presents on his channel, that Nicholas DeOrio literally just says the same things it is that Ethan says. He's riding with Ethan 100%. I mean, if Nicholas DeOrio went down even further, I believe he would be gargling on them balls. And to me, it seems like Nicholas DeOrio's opinion is Ethan Klein isn't racist because racism has to be extremely pointed and directed in order for the recipient to actually be able to qualify that feeling as racism. He complains about the anti-Semitism it is that Ethan has received with the passion of a poet. But the moment that somebody mentions anti-blackness, all of a sudden he becomes illiterate. And when it came to much of Nick's hypocrisy, he flips between the juxtaposition of equality for all, but not like that, presenting the kind of nuance of a man who pushes somebody down the stairs and then stands at the bottom saying, I can't believe that gravity did this. But the main point of the video it is that I made last week in regards to Ethan Klein and his historic racism was that Ethan Klein said that he has never and would never.
Okay, I'm done peeing. Damn, Kwiggler was shitting on Nick yesterday too. What was Kwiggler saying? I mean, Kwiggler and Nick haven't gotten along for a while.
Do blackface.
And to be fair, I actually think that, like, Kwiggler has genuine grievances with Nick. Like, I get it.
Statements of which I believe to be factually incorrect.
I have never done blackface in my life. First of all, I never did it. So I wouldn't do it now, and I didn't because I never did it. I never did it.
Because you don't have to imitate blackface in order for it to be blackface, just that racialized prejudice has to be the joke. And the second point is that Ethan Klein has stated on numerous different occasions that he has already apologized for his past.
Okay, fair, Vydel. Not poor iDubbbz. He's a grown man and makes his own decisions. Stop infantilizing him. Okay. What's up, Nuxie? You better not be a Nux Taku.
Where are the apologies?
It was about Aiden and Nick's Hasan take. Oh, I don't know what their take was.
Stop lying! That's your job!
However, when anybody asks him to show examples of these instances of him apologizing, or even showing any level of atonement.
No, I hate this. She's gonna harp on this like she did in the last video. No! You're the one making the claim. Scrub, go through when he's talking about that shit and show us. Because now Ethan can just find, like, every little apology that he's made, even ones that might be clearly insincere. And be like, no, I apologize. He can point to that. You need to show us, like, the insincerity. You need to show us the fakeness.
Meant that nobody can find any references.
He's apologized for his slurs. Where are those apologies?
To which Nick stated that he believes that people will be able to provide the references it is that I'm lacking due to my lack of research. But
it's from Resavia. Hello. Welcome. We like Resavia around here.
They? Well, shortly after Nick's live stream, the H3 foot soldiers decided to do a call to action to get everybody in the community to come together to provide me with the receipts.
I apologize. I've been hunting Nuxtaku lately, metaphorically speaking.
It is that I need. But before we take a look into the receipts it is that the H3 fandom were able to provide us, let's go through some of the most pertinent points I think that were involved in Nick DeOrio's VOD live stream, because I am more than willing to tackle my responses head on.
I hate this transition too. I hate it.
If you think that Ethan is racist for the blackface,
oh my god, that's so large.
This thing that he did 10 years ago, and you can't justify that with any action towards a black person, especially in the last 5 years, or any comment or any quote that even goes with it. I mean, I don't think that you really think that he's actually racist, right?
So the first thing it is that Nicholas DeOrio states is that you can't qualify Ethan Klein.
Isn't Nux just a Hassan slop channel now? I mean, besides his degeneracy, I think so.
As racist unless you...
He just sucks Asmongold off and, like, rants about people of racial minority status.
You can find something within the past 5 years of him being directly racist towards a black person. Well, that would be an extremely tall feat considering Ethan Klein does not have any black people around him. The closest that Ethan Klein has even came to having a black person on his team is one of his moderators who allegedly works for him, but it is a remote position. But Ethan Klein himself has stated that he's never been in close encounters with black people.
I don't think I've ever known a black person.
And a very small minority of the H3 podcast guests have even been black.
I'm sorry, if you say a slur or do something that could be perceived as racist and apologize for like multiple times over the last decade, and then somebody comes up and spits on you and calls you a Jew, because that's, I guess, like, obviously paraphrasing, it hasn't actually happened to him, like the spitting on, and that's kind of like the amalgamation, I imagine what it would feel like. Are you not allowed to be mad about that? Or in a pure hypothetical, let's say you called someone the N-word 10 years ago, have atoned for it, apologized several times, and moved on from the situation. Let's make it even worse than anything he's ever done. And then somebody comes up to you and commits a hate crime to you. Can you not complain about that, I guess? 10 years later?
Whenever Nicholas DeOrio presents the Ethan Klein narrative that he has a right to be upset about the anti-Semitism it is that he is facing, despite his...
He does... See, this is another problem with people's criticisms about this, is that don't focus on the, like, oh, he doesn't have a right. Dude, it's possible. Like, Ethan Klein, let's go with Nick's example. Let's say Ethan Klein is, like, an ultra racist, okay? It's still possible for him to point out, like, something anti-Semitic, even if he's still an ultra racist. Like, the person's character doesn't change, like, the fact of the situation, and people have said anti-Semitic things to Ethan Klein. Now, the actual criticism you want to make here is that Ethan Klein has conflated criticism of Israel with anti-Semitism, and that's a huge problem. That is the criticism you want to make. This criticism muddies everything, makes it difficult to understand. No. Talk about, and maybe she will, talk about how he has conflated criticism of Israel with anti-Semitism.
Historic past towards other demographics. It's always from the position that he has apologized a billion times. I'm about to show you a little bit later that this is actually not the case. But this is something I see the H3 community do frequently, is present this narrative that he's atoned, that he said that he's sorry, that he's apologized on numerous occasions. Therefore, how dare black people or people of color be upset at the flagrant hypocrisy of him wanting a certain level of sensitivity towards his demographic whilst not in turn giving that same level of sensitivity towards others. See, the difference with me is that I'm not sitting here saying that Ethan doesn't have a right to be upset. Like I said in my video, if you'd have kept...
Why is that the most important thing here? Why? Help me. Help me.
Spare me your tears, bitch. Not interested.
Anti-Semitism is calling people like me standing against Israel not real Jews, says F-bombs. I agree.
To actually watch the fucking thing. That is not my demographic to speak for, and I'm not going to sit here and overspeak Ethan Klein on his experiences. Ethan and his family are claiming to be victims of racial attacks purely based on the fact that they themselves are Jewish. Now, I'm not here to question or interrogate that claim. That is not my demographic to speak for. I'm simply...
She does this in the other video too. That's what she's, like, lifting that clip from here. It's like, no, just give your opinion. Don't be like, it's not my place to speak. No, just give us your opinion. Who cares? I don't think Ethan has, Videl, I don't think Ethan has done that. I think the people criticizing Ethan are the ones conflating being Jewish in their criticism. I can't tell you how many times they scream Zionist about him. See, here's the thing, Videl, is I do agree with that. I think that there are times when people are genuinely anti-Semitic towards him and do use, like, Zionism in an anti-Semitic way, or Zionist, rather. But there are other times where he does it, too. Like, both of these things can be true.
just saying that this is hypocritical. And maybe some self-reflection and thinking about how other people may feel, particularly after your own personal experiences, should make you want to become a little bit more forthcoming with your own apologies towards other communities it is that you may have hurt. It would be the equivalent of me having half of my YouTube career here calling people who are gay the F-slur, not apologizing for that, but acknowledging that the thing was done, that I actually said those things.
Well, what if I like being an F-slur?
And then in the face of any
then what?
Direct or indirect racism it is that I might face, me sitting here on my platform and saying the racism it is that I've experienced deeply impacts me and other people like me, I personally would say that it would be fair for the people that I called the F-slur to tell me that it's hypocritical that I want sensitivity when I don't give it. This to me is a completely simple concept, but for some reason, when it comes to—
I don't think that's Ethan's argument, though. Like, the problem is that I don't think Ethan even wants the sensitivity. I think he's just trying to call out people that have been anti-Semitic towards him, like, and people won't acknowledge that, which is unfortunate. To be fair, if there's a reason to question Jews, it's because of Jews still supporting Israel. Oh my god, F-bomb.
Certain minority
F-bombs is ultra-reform posting, on Shabbat here.
Demographics, we have to, like, jump through
very, very on point. Videl, I think it's more often towards him rather than him making the conflation. Discrimination wears on people. No, I think that's fair. I do think that's fair.
Various different hoops to prove what constitutes as intolerance or prejudice, despite how accepting I have been towards Ethan Klein and his feelings. Because again, I am not Jewish, therefore I will never be able to speak for those people. In the next section, Nicholas DeOrio basically states that he's had issues with Ethan Klein in the past and his hypocrisy, and he's called him out for it. And that at the time that he called Ethan out, it was fresh and it was new. And that it would make more sense for him to say something of this nature.
Tori says, I will say it here too, it's literally her job to cover drama. If she doesn't want to give her opinion, then she shouldn't make videos on it. True.
When calling out Ethan Klein's hypocrisy rather than other people, which I am assuming he means me.
But they didn't start purity testing and complaining about his slur usage. You know who's critiquing the slur usage? You know who's critiquing? Commentary YouTubers like me. In 2020, like 5 years ago, it was a little bit more justified. We're complaining about that and then his new takes and it being kind of hypocritical because it was still fresh and he was just doing—
I wonder how her OnlyFans is going.
The podcast, and it was new, right? But now he's fighting with Hassan Piker, okay? He's fighting with PAIGE CHRISTIE.
Dude, I love that I'm gay is in the fucking it's in the fucking or suggestive video.
He's friend or something. And now all of a sudden we have to relitigate those fucking slurs he apologized for a fucking decade ago.
Alluding to the notion that I didn't care at the time and that I'm being hypocritical. Whereas anybody who knows my channel knows that I have been on Ethan's—
Hold on. How can you say this if you used to be a Nick fan? Nick was way more problematic in the past.
About this for years. So in the time it took you back in 2020 to have your stance and change it, I've maintained the exact same position.
I had a run-in with a random 1,000-follower call-out account who accused me of having problems with black people out of literally nowhere with no supporting evidence. Ethan Klein shows up to post an image as if to prove me taking a picture of a Keemstar means I have a problem with black people. I'll patiently await my apology.
I was calling him out publicly online in 2017.
I don't think that's a good criticism. Yeah, Keemstar does say racist things. Taking a picture with someone does not automatically make them racist.
I was making videos about him in 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024. I have been consistent.
Okay, why do we need to list all the years?
In making the same position that Ethan Klein has never apologized for his previous actions. My opinion has been consistent. So when you bring up, oh, is she going to listen to this in a vacuum and not bring up the Israel and Palestine discussion?
So I see we'll be sidestepping all the Israel-Palestine.
Who is this not kidology person? This person is called Christie Paige. Her username on YouTube is Christie Paige UK. I haven't seen much of her content. I actually was suggested the video that she made on Ethan Klein and blackface in the algorithm, and so I thought, okay, like, YouTube really wants me to watch this, I might as well react to it, and then Nick started, it blew up, it was cool.
Stuff and talking about it in a vacuum.
Didn't blow up because of me, I just happened to be there.
For me personally, this isn't a vacuum because I've been speaking about this one particular point long before the Palestinian genocide became widely publicized and amplified and popularized since the October Hamas attack. Nicholas DeOrio then goes on to have a conversation about what casual racism is and how it's so detrimental and how we should show compassion and understanding for other people's feelings who may not be a part of the demographic it is that you're a part of.
I think that most people think more negatively of things that directly affect them and less about things that affect other people. I think that's human nature. I think it's not good. I think it's something that you should work on if you're doing it. There's a reason why things are called casual racism. It's because the person doing it probably doesn't even realize he's being racist. I think that most people are probably more worried about them, their friend, their family, I guess their people, if they're really in tune to it that way. I don't think of it like that, but I understand why others might, right? They're probably thinking of those people first. What do you mean, not good? People who look out for their own first is the right thing. That's survival, Nick. Yes, but using that to excuse casual misunderstandings or casual even racism or blind prejudice, right? You should be able to acknowledge, hey, other people go through struggles too. Some people never make it that far, right? Like, just because it doesn't affect me specifically, if I'm notified of my...
I think she should have kept with the Petty Paige thing. Videl says she used to be named Petty Paige. She was originally in the Beauty Community Tea channel. She had a lot of controversies over the years. Ooh.
Like my behavior or whatever, or something that I'm saying that would affect other people. That's different, right? Like that's worth knowing about instead of going through life pretending it's not happening.
Like, am I losing my mind? But is that not the exact point it is that I was trying to make? But for some reason...
Well, yeah, but he just makes it better. Sorry.
Reason this is a completely understandable concept when it comes to anti-Semitism, but when it comes to anti-blackness, no, it's not the same.
No one said that.
I don't hear you. Then, when I make the analogy about Ethan Klein standing in a puddle complaining why other people are wet, Nick then goes on to make the analogy that the puddle is dry because it's been 10 years. Ethan Klein lecturing somebody else about racism feels like a man who is standing in a puddle arguing that everybody should stay dry.
Okay, but imagine, right, that puddle, okay, because of the climate change Taylor Lorenz loves so much, has now dried completely, and he's just...
Dude, Nick's hatred for Taylor Lorenz.
Still standing there. It's been fucking 10 years, you know?
Oh, did I get it backwards? Is it Paige Christie, or... I thought it was Christie Paige. Maybe I'm dumb.
All the water has dispersed. The puddle is gone. There have been multiple puddles in between of different
I think it is Paige Christie, actually. I'm dumb.
Controversy. But the puddle that he was standing in is no longer there.
Well, anti-blackness and racism did not stop 10 years ago, and I'm pretty sure that 10 years from now, anti-Semitism won't either. So in 10 years' time, do we get to sit there and position ourselves to tell Ethan Klein to just get the fuck over it? But again, we're talking about somebody who did not watch the content it is that they are reviewing. They're not only just live streamed about it, edited it, and put it onto their channel. And do you know what's incredibly funny to me? Is that one of the main things it is that Nick DeOrio and his orbiters like to talk about, especially when it comes to me, is to bring up a live stream in which I misspoke and did not catch that in the edit, and ended up recording Ethan Klein's controversy completely incorrect, to which at no point have I ever disputed. So then I could be positioned as an unreliable resource, which is fair. And it's...
I mean, in the beginning of this video, or the other video that you made, you did say that you weren't unbiased. Like, it's a criticism you made already.
Actually, due to that constructive criticism, that it made me really want to try and rework that platform. Because I can hear the things that people tell me, even if it's...
Nuxie says, Taylor Lorenz is fine, but it's annoying how cookie cutter and surface level a lot of her topics are. I agree.
From people who I don't believe are in good faith, and reflect on the criticism it is that I've received. Ethan Klein decided to do a content nuke, which is his version of the aforementioned content cop, on his dear friend iDubbbz, and decided to copyright the video.
I do like this background. This background's very base.
Before it went live, as in an official...
That's crazy that he filed a copyright takedown on a video that hadn't come out yet.
Copyright. Obviously, when you release original material, you have the IP and you are the copyright owner. However, if you would like to litigate somebody, you do have to register that copyright.
You don't have to do that, to be clear. That's for damages. That's specifically for damages. You can still litigate it, but you wouldn't be able to do it the same way.
Better, shall I say. You don't have to. But it's better for your case if you have the copyright registered.
Okay, she said that. Sorry.
I will wholeheartedly say that my summary of events was lazy. But I would also go as far as to say that you stating the exact same points it is that I make in my own video, that you didn't care to watch and review appropriate.
What do you mean? It's a reaction. Sometimes you have the same take as the person you react, like, it happens. It's not some crazy ass thing. It just happens sometimes. Like, you can't... I did pre-watch the video about Ethan Klein and blackface because I wanted it to be worth reacting to. I wanted to make sure it wasn't like just like dumb slop, but at the same time,
is also lazy. Nicholas DeOrio then goes on to present me as some kind of Hasan fan. That the
It is Cenksgiving. Oh, thank you, Josh.
Purity testing began and nobody cared until he had a fallout with Hasan Piker. But here I was back in 2021 in a video presenting this exact point. It's the
Vydel, Taylor's actually a problem. She's a hack that literally is doing hit pieces on centrist Democrat podcasters to eliminate them as competition. Like, for her? What do you mean? I just haven't... I don't know. I feel like Taylor Lorenz... people think she's a bigger deal than she is, but I don't have all the Taylor Lorenz lore.
Flagrant hypocrisy
of not. I just want to know, because like to eliminate them as competition, like do you mean like for the progressive wing, for that, like what?
Just Ethan, but the H3H3 fan base that choose to ignore.
Yeah, I've heard the knitting community is nuts too.
Ethan's egregious past, whilst creating and compiling lists of every little thing it is that Trisha Paytas has ever done. When there are just as many for Ethan, and neither of them have apologized for most issues. In fact, there are literally more Trisha Paytas direct apologies to be found on YouTube, such as their apology.
You know, you don't have to hand it to Trisha Paytas, right?
Apology to Jaclyn Hill, their apology to Courtney Stodden, their apology to the community over their political comments, their apology to Philip DeFranco, their apology to Dixie or Charlie.
F-Bomb says Taylor is a real journalist, and ignoring her is why people don't understand the state of propaganda.
I don't know these girls. D'Amelio. In fact, when you search
Videl for Hassan and other far-left, progressive, lunatic, fascist/communist imbeciles, I would like to see you and F-Bombs debate.
Ethan Klein apology or H3H3 apology or any variation of that terminology. The only apology video you come across is a video titled "I'm sorry that you are offended," where he speaks about the trans community who were offended by some of his tweets, and he basically tells them to go and f themselves and makes fun of their efforts to educate him on his contribution to transphobia.
So this person wrote H3H3 is transphobic 8 times in response to my tweet, and it has 300 retweets and 1,000 likes.
This is the joke, please. Put your hands in the air and log out of Twitter.
So what I wrote was, my dick just touched the inside of the toilet bowl. There's no other solution. I'm cutting my dick off. Apparently the part that was really offensive that I didn't realize was that underneath I said, my name is Ellen. I'm changing my name from Ethan to Ellen, and thereby starting my life as a female because my
yeah, that's cringe.
Touched the inside of the toilet bowl. Now I'm just going to say this for the first time, and I'll keep repeating it, but
just because you were offended by a joke doesn't mean that the joke was inherently offensive.
And this is the problem when we position these kind of things as sides. Like, there's the H3...
I mean, that joke was inherently offensive, but, like, not that... it's not that bad. Like, I don't know.
Dark side versus H3. Or on Hasan Piker's side of the internet, it's the H3 fan base, the foot soldiers, versus the Hasan Piker fans. When I have openly and publicly acknowledged in a video...
Some of us don't like either of them.
...that you have reviewed, that I dislike both Ethan Klein and Hasan Piker. To which you called me based. He has never reckoned for, that he has never said anything about, that he has never apologized for, that he has never atoned for. But we should look at him as a victim right now. Fuck your victim.
Wait, Paige, why are you what?
Victimhood, bitch. Fuck it. Fuck your victimhood. I don't give a fuck.
Dude, she actually is peak hater. I'm becoming a fan.
The whole thing just reads to me as willingly misinterpreting literally anything that comes out of my mouth in order to just go through and lick Ethan Klein's cornhole. The mere notion that I could maintain these exact same feelings for several years is completely washed away because of course it must be that she supports Assad. I don't. Now, because I'm a fair commentator, unlike some, I also do believe that Nicholas
Rude.
DeOrio raised a really good point. In my video, I stated that Ethan Klein's debate style, especially when it pertained to Cruel World Happy Mind, felt as if she was asked to answer for everything. To which Nicholas DeOrio stated that she conceded to a lot of her points, therefore it was very difficult to come at it from any other position. That is not something that I really thought about, and I respect that opinion. It felt to me like she was asked to answer for her behavior rather than actually have...
Yeah, when you get on there and concede all your arguments, then the next logical question is like, well, what are you doing to stop that from happening in the future? She just kept coming on saying, I'm gonna do better, I'm gonna do better, I'm gonna do better. So yeah, that's the only way.
And that is true. Cruel World Happy Mind did walk back like all of her points.
Conversation can go if somebody's not going to
LMAO F-bomb
defend their argument.
In the next section, I speak about the fact that I have been consistent in my opinions to do with Ethan Klein and that I've been on his neck. To which Nicholas DeOrio then goes on to say they don't train people to do stuff like that.
It's about knitting and stolen patterns.
Making what appears to me to be an obvious police brutality joke. Before then,
Base Swain, the real crime is a joke is unfunny, true.
Stating that he's not going to go there with me because he once laughed at a George Floyd meme that was created online and that I was upset with him over it. All of these things are true. I have no notes. Now, if you're familiar with my previous Ethan Klein videos, I will leave a playlist somewhere at the top of the screen. You guys will be familiar with the fact that I have been on Ethan's neck when it comes to...
They don't train people to do that.
You guys will be familiar with the fact that I have been on Ethan's neck when it comes to the outward racism it is that he has displayed, continues to signal towards, lies about and removes evidence of, as well as holding his...
Don't say it. Listen, I've already had a controversy with Paige because I shit you not, someone drew fan art of me kneeling on Bo Black's neck and I laughed when I saw it awkwardly. And I think that we told them to never do that again. I forgot what the clip was. I might be making it too nice towards me. I don't remember. But Paige was going after us because someone drew fan art of that.
It's accountable for the apology.
I don't need another controversy like that. I'm not making the fucking comment.
Was that a Floyd joke? I think so.
Come to the main point, and the whole reason it is that I even made this video. Nicholas DeOrio reviews a section of my video where I state that Ethan Klein has never atoned for or apologized for his previous behavior, and I've searched high and low for this. He believes that this is a wild claim and that there must be some kind of resource out there, and that I simply am not looking hard enough.
It just sounds insane that you're arguing that I can't find any clip where he's denounced some of his racist acts or whatever, or clips that he said.
For some reason, within this orbit, the burden of proof when it comes to apologies or
Yeah, no, the burden of proof is on you when you make a claim. That's true. The burden of proof is on you.
Atonement for certain behavior is on the person who is supposed to receive the apology.
She has no problem digging up clips from 10 years ago because they're already reposted on Snark subreddits and all over Twitter and all over social media. But when it involves having to get a clip that's not being widely surfaced by all the groups that actually just so happen to hate Ethan Klein, then all of a sudden it's too much work. I'm sorry. Oh no, I can't do this. I'm a YouTuber. What do you expect me to do? Research? No!
Like, for all intents and purposes, I believe that Black people who are seeking this information shouldn't be told to go and find it yourself. And as somebody who has been consistently asking this question—
But you're trying to make a claim! You're trying to make a claim!
For several years, as I have displayed, for me still to never get that answer is—
I'm doing stuff with family. Good luck, Josh.
Kind of fucking insane. But Nicholas DeOrio believes that somebody out there will give me those receipts. And boy, did the H3 fan universe try. And fail.
Okay, are you gonna show some of it then?
Considering Ethan Klein fans allegedly have created this snark-brained website to go through and dispel any actions of perceived racism that could possibly be attributed to Ethan Klein or Healer, if they are willing to make an entire website surrounding that, why on earth can the same people who support you not find these instances for the rest of the internet to use?
Why can't you just post evidence?
And honestly, again, I believe it's because it didn't happen. And if it didn't happen, then just deep that. Like, live with it. It is what it is. But then don't pretend that you did.
I just think she's extremely confident in saying
what's the name
that
of the
Ethan
the
Klein
guy
has not apologized in 10
Nick
years.
Oreo. Mr. Oreo.
It's actually fucking insane.
Most influence.
That's actually, like, that is a crazy claim to make. But I think she's dumb enough to try to make it. I'm sure they'll be able to produce some kind of clip.
So 7 days ago on—
Nick does this exact same thing to Hasan, constantly misrepresents Hasan. He definitely does it at times. I've seen him, like, go back, though, and actually, like, read directly from the— I don't know. I definitely agree with that sometimes.
The H3 subreddit, a fan of the H3 podcast—
You're so unreasonable, Keldoge. You expect too much.
Asked everyone to provide the receipts so that Paige could shut her bitch ass up, or something to that effect. The post reads as follows. Foot soldiers, assemble. Petty Paige can't seem to find any clip of Ethan apologizing/atoning for his past mistakes and behavior. Drop those timestamp links. And the immediate response was, no point. She knows. She's just being disingenuous.
This doesn't prove anything. It's just a Reddit post.
Why even bother to correct those people when the goalpost will immediately shift, no matter what information they're provided with, or what Ethan does to disprove them? Then they go into a bunch of different stuff to do with the Palestinian genocide, and again, I'm not going into that topic because I literally am laser focused on the same thing it is that I've been laser focused on for years. Let's just ignore her and Cruel World Happy Mind. They are honestly so dumb, just trying to pile on. Looking for views, no point in giving her attention. Ask Rich what he thinks of her. Giggle face. Oh, she's nasty. I'd love a tea episode about their drama. Oh, sweetheart, if you want an episode about that drama, it is very fucking simple. Rich Lux made a video several years back when Nikocado Avocado was taking his—
I'm not familiar with Rich Lux.
Break to lose weight, where he alluded to Nikocado Avocado being dead with a photograph of his car completely unrelated to Nikocado Avocado. Rich Lux was publicly called out for that being extremely distasteful, and I agreed with that sentiment. Rich Lux then got upset with me because I did not show him the loyalty he believed that he deserved, and that I should have spoken to him first before making my public stance known. Due to that, he blocked me on all social medias, and we did not speak again up until very recently. It's not much of a story, but you are free to ask Rich Lux about it if you should so please. Show me timestamps of Trisha apologizing or labeling herself as a pedophile and messaging minors that she wanted to fuck them, or pretending that she is trans, or beating Jason and Moses, or show me the Hasan apologizing for telling his fans to commit suicide. She doesn't actually give a fuck about receipts. None of these people have anything to do with what the current discussion is. But in terms of Trisha—
Okay, I get it. They're not on topic. Can you just show?
HEKATE'S, I have actually detailed and listed all of the numerous different things it is that she has done wrong in the past, and stated that she too needs to atone for them. I will play that for you now. This list was literally sourced from the Trishyland Reddit, which is a subreddit that is literally dedicated to disliking Trisha, and the length of this list should give you a good grasp as to how long Trisha has
she's not beating like the just using Reddit for source allegations here.
Been doing messed up shit. So let's read through it.
Role-playing the essay and murder of a child, role-playing the mental illness of a vulnerable celebrity on the verge of their death, role-playing and mocking the survivor
Trisha Paytas is a piece of shit, by the way.
of childhood SA, cosplaying a slave and saying that they did it because it was cute, releasing a song called Jungle Fever that compares black men to monkeys, identifying as black, identifying as Jewish whilst also preaching Christ, identifying as trans, identifying as a mental illness that they do not have. For attention, examples, DID and schizophrenia.
Identifying as Jewish while teaching Christ?
Vilifying immigrants and communities of colour in support of Trump's election in 2016, blackfishing and dressing up as different races, like the experiences of people of colour are reducible to costumes on TikTok, saying the N-word, saying being gay is a choice and comparing gay marriage to the marriage of animals, accusing a dead man of having been arrested for CP when he was not, shooting an OF with their biological mother and biological sister, cosplaying the Powerpuff
Ew, I didn't know that.
Girls for adult content, when the Powerpuff Girls are not only children's characters but are fictional sisters, shooting OF content with 2 alleged abusers and making them money, sexually and physically abusing Jason and Moses, physically restraining them both from leaving, discrediting and victim blaming Moses' survivors, and bullying children on the internet such as Charlie D'Amelio and Gabby Hanna's underage sister.
The Trishyland subreddit is a subreddit that for the most part despises Trisha Paytas, but I thought it was important to show that we aren't negating that Trisha has done some awful shit, because honestly, reading it out loud makes you realize how extensive this list truly is. However, I would argue that with Trisha making their debut online in 2006 and creating content for literally 15 years as the internet's biggest troll, that this list probably doesn't even scratch the surface of all of the apparent disrespectful shit that Trisha Paytas has done. So the argument that Paige doesn't hold the same energy for other people as she does for Ethan Klein is completely bullshit. For a community who desires people to do the bare minimum,
I hate that she's responding to this like it's Nick's argument.
And research, none of them do. Then we get the only receipts that it is that the H3 community have ever seemed to be able to come up with, that they believe is Ethan Klein, again, which was my request, apologizing and atoning for his previous behavior. And just to be clear, so that we know what atonement means, it means making amends. The first video is a video from Ethan Klein from the 6th of June 2020 at the height of the Black Lives Matter protests, where he speaks about all of the horrible things that have been taking place in the world and his ignorance towards that, before later going on to say that he's a hypocrite who's changing. This apparently is an apology to the H3 community. This apparently is atonement.
And I stand before you as a hypocrite, as somebody who has not always been on.
Wait, is the argument that it's not an apology because he didn't literally, like, say I'm sorry? I think you can apologize without literally saying it.
On the right side of racial issues. I've said the N-word on my podcast, and I thought I used it in a context that made it okay. I look back on those clips with just embarrassment and shame. But sometimes a hypocrite is just a man in the process of changing.
I hate to break it to you guys, this is not an apology, nor is it an atonement. And the crazy thing about this is that in 2020, when he had...
These are the receipts I called for. Like, I don't know why she just didn't do this. Like, because all you can do is, like, say... Like, you could take this, right, and say that it's not genuine or not detailed enough. But, like, why didn't she just do that?
The opportunity to speak about all of this, that would have been the perfect time to apologize to the black community specifically. Yet he did not take that opportunity and he did not engage in it. All he said is that he did the things, and that being a hypocrite is just a person who's learning. Wow, so profound. The next one is from a video in May 2020 where Ethan Klein speaks about the Gokunaru video, the infamous Gokunaru video that was made about Ethan Klein in an episode titled The Death of H3H3 by Gokunaru, podcast episode 192. In this episode, Ethan Klein explains the situation and says that he totally owns that.
Okay, on this point, I'll totally own that this was a really bad take and a huge mistake. You know, in my mind, I was rationalizing. Obviously, I knew that I had said the N-word when iDubbbz was on the show. The context of that, of course, was that we were having a... iDubbbz famously would say the N-er effer. And I was like, how do you get away with saying that, you know? And then I started saying it, and then it turned into what I thought was a joke, where I was saying that. But in my mind, I was like, well, we're having a conversation about this word, and I wasn't using it as a pejorative insult, right? That being said, obviously that's a nuanced point.
Goku did a great Sneeko video.
And there's plenty of people who think, well, it doesn't matter how you use it, you shouldn't use it anyway. And
honestly, even ourselves have changed since. I don't think today you would say it.
No, I cringe so hard when I see that clip of me saying that and thinking that it's okay. No, I wouldn't say that now, and I find it horribly embarrassing, and I was definitely hypocritical in this moment. There's no question about it. Like, I totally own that.
Meaning that he acknowledges that he did the thing. This is not an apology. This is not atonement.
Okay, what do you want? I guess, like, what do you want specifically?
I don't understand why these are the receipts that you are bringing when they show absolutely nothing. If I punched a baby in the throat and people are like, you should probably apologize to the baby, and I say, yeah, I own that I did that. It's fucking insanity. Oh my god.
The thing that I hate about this argument is again, you can argue that it's not sufficient, but at the same time, like Ethan is saying in these clips, while it was embarrassing, like I wouldn't do it again, like, yeah, it's not literally saying I'm sorry, but you can come up with the atonement thing. And that's why I think the initial claim that he's never done it is not good, because then you can just reply with these and there's no like deeper analysis.
I feel like I'm speaking to literal fucking children. This is insanity. The third receipt is that they bring is from the Steve O's Wild Ride podcast. This was a year ago on the 11th of July.
She thinks it's the Yom Kippur atonement.
2024. To which Ethan Klein again explains the situation, one of a lot of other situations, but the main situation that people have contention with, doesn't actually apologize for it, and basically states that he's changed his positions and things that he saw as trivial may not be trivial to other people. Again, this is not an apology, and this is not atonement. This is just acknowledging that you did the thing.
Because a lot of this
Okay, but what... Can you tell us what would be?
stuff I did was not good, was horrible. You know, I think people are mad at me.
They did like a lot of stuff, what, just being critical and saying bad things about
No,
it?
just saying like racial slurs and stuff like
Oh,
that.
wow.
Yeah. Yeah, and yeah, just little like some racial slurs. And on the podcast, which is funny at the time, you know iDubbbz, right?
iDubbbz,
I don't know what.
Oh, really?
Nah.
Can you look it up?
Well,
What's-
anyway,
what's
he was back in the day. There was like edgy YouTube when our channel was popular.
This guy.
Yeah.
Okay.
And he had this phrase, which was the N word and the F word, like slurs for gay people and black people combined. And I had him on the show, and I was like, "How can you say this? This is crazy." And I said the words instead of being like N word, F word.
Yeah, okay.
And so that clip, I was like, I love saying N word, F word, and that's one of the clips that's haunted me forever because people go, you know, but I obviously fucked myself by doing that, and I shouldn't have done that. And I think a lot of people too, like if there's some black folks or gay folks in the audience, they might look at that and be like, you know, he's too comfortable doing that. Makes me uncomfortable, right? And so they're not wrong. Actually, they're not wrong.
I mean, that sounds like an identical
Guys, we gotta get those subs up. We fell below 1.3. What's happening?
situation to what Joe Rogan found himself in. With that, there was like a whole montage of him.
Oh, I remember that. I remember.
I'm sorry that I'm not sufficiently hating on the people y'all want me to hate on, but that's not how I operate.
That. And it was all super
Sorry.
super old, right?
Yeah, of course. Of course.
And so, you know, but for me, I like to engage.
She seems to have gone a bit overboard. Yeah, that's really my point, is like, this could have been a good video. Like, this could have had really good criticisms, but she just shoots herself in the foot.
Then be like, that was fucked up, you know?
Right.
There's really no excuse. And I think I understand better how, like, things that I see as completely trivial and silly can actually affect other people. Like, that I don't have access to their identity, like a black person or a gay person,
right,
or whatever ethnicity or whatever, that, like, you know, because as a Jewish man, if I'm watching someone and they're just like, oh, you fucking Jew or whatever, like, you're like, I'm just kidding. But, you know, to me, that's like, I don't like that. You know, I don't like hearing that.
The last one we have is from the H3 podcast on the 17th of August, 2022, where Ethan Klein, who was in a public conflict with another streamer by the name of Gideon. Now, as a quick TLDR, Gideon actually went over to one of the racist towns in America and made a video about it. Now, in this video, he did a lot of things that a lot of people believe to be questionable, including doing a Nazi salute with KKK members. So in the next clip it is that you're about to see, Ethan Klein apologizes to Gideon and Gideon apologizes to him, meaning that this was a transactional apology. It is that the pair had given to each other for their behaviors that hurt them independently. I would not consider this an apology to their prospective communities. If Ethan Klein's direct apology to Gideon is what I was supposed to be waiting for, well,
but you keep doing the, oh, I'm looking for the apologies thing. But like, if none of these constitute apologies, fine. But then what would?
Well, thank you so much, Ethan Klein, for giving me less than 2 seconds of your time.
Just so you know, like, when I said the N-word, that was wrong, right? Like, I apologize for that, and I've learned a lot, and that's something that I would never do now. And I hope you know that about the Nazi salute as well.
Yeah, and you know what? Even in the context of you're Jewish, so I apologize if that offended you.
It is absolutely batshit crazy to me that anybody within the H3 fandom, or even anybody who's just like an onlooker from various other communities, can take a look at this and say, yeah, these are apologies. These are the times where he apologized and atoned for his behavior. And don't get me wrong, he should be commended for the fact that he's not shying away from the fact that he has a racist past. But acknowledging that you did something is not an apology. And I don't know how else to make that. I don't know how to make it any more clear. So with that being said, what is my conclusion to this stupid shit?
Wow. You're welcome, Xena. Thank you for stopping by.
So as we discussed in the last chapter, H3 foot soldiers, when presented...
Thank you,
We bust
Kimberlina.
your non-existent balls because we love you.
Thank you for the donation for $1.99. I'll be back. Like and sub. Thank you so much, F-bombs. Error, try again.
...with the opportunity to provide clips.
We're almost done with this one.
They themselves couldn't find it either. There is an entire website that has been made by people who are a part of the H3 podcast fandom called snartbrain.com, and even they don't have the receipts. But I imagine from this point, the goalpost is going to move. It's no longer going to be about whether he
Yeah, but you're moving it!
...apologized or not. The burden is now going to be put on everybody else to just get over it. Or there could be a potential for the reasoning to be, well, it wasn't direct racism, because your racism has to be overt. Covert racism apparently doesn't exist. Unless you're calling a black person the N-word hard—
Who said this?
—R to their face, that's not racism. And this is the hypocrisy of which I speak. It seems as if, when it comes to other minority demographics who may be affected by Ethan Klein, the trans community, the gay community, the black community, religious groups, other ethnic minorities, we have to jump through hoops to be able to prove the validity of the racism, homophobia, transphobia, etc., it is that we have experienced. And like I said in my previous video, I don't care if Ethan Klein apologizes. Quite frankly, I'm not holding my breath.
Then why? Wait. Then what?
Honestly, so much time has—
Then why even ask?
—passed an opportunity—
Why even make it a point?
—that he could have actually said something, but he chose not to. We consistently get referred to the numerous different apologies it is that he's apparently made in the past. And again, when people were asked to bring these receipts, they couldn't find them. So when I say that I'm inclined to believe that they don't exist, it's not a wild, ludicrous claim.
Like, that is a crazy claim to make. I think she's dumb enough to try to make it. I'm sure they'll be able to produce some kind of clip.
Because if they did exist, I'm pretty sure the H3 community would have found a way to shut me up by now. But as it pertains to Nicholas DeOrio—
Well, they literally... Who is CLUEminati? Well, we're gonna find out.
He echoes the same sentiment that Ethan Klein does, that when it comes to the term Zionist, that was being used as a way to be anti-Semitic. But if I sit down and say that police brutality jokes just aren't funny to me, then I'm oversensitive and I need to get over it. The fact of the matter is that racism is something that loads of different communities and ethnic minorities and cultural groups experience on a daily. So to me, there should be some mutual understanding, some group empathy. And I would hope that somebody who claims that they've experienced that same level of prejudice would be a little bit more empathetic and more understanding to other people's positions.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's a wild take. And it's very—
I mean, I guess it's not, but the way that you presented it made it way more wild than it needed to be.
very clear to me that that is a take that you understand. In relation to Ethan Klein's opposition and how it is that they feel about the anti-Semitism it is that he believes he's experienced, Nick DeOrio put this concept out so incredibly clearly.
There's a reason why things are called casual racism. It's because the person doing it probably doesn't even realize he's being racist. You should be able to acknowledge, hey, other people go through struggles too. Some people never make it that far, right? Like, just because it doesn't affect me specifically, if I'm notified of my behavior or whatever, or something that I'm saying that would affect other people, that's different, right? Like, that's worth knowing about instead of going through life pretending it's not happening. All it takes is one issue that you care about, that these people disagree with, then you're crazy, then you're unhinged, then you're freaking out, then your pain is no longer justified, then the things that happen to you aren't really happening, they're all in your head.
So my question is, why is it only other minority groups who don't get to feel?
But where was that said?
Anyway, that is about it from me. My voice is going, so I'm not even gonna hold you.
Like, my biggest, criticism here is that, okay, she could have a point. She could have a point. Okay? But by making it so... I'm trying to think of, an adjective that isn't, exaggerating anything, but also, fits it, right? If she wouldn't have been so, hammering so much on the, oh, he's never apologized, because if you don't care that Ethan Klein apologizes, then just say that. Show those clips and just be like, I just don't think that he's genuine or whatever, and then focus on the other stuff. Like I said, it could have been a good critique, but it just wasn't, and she repeats stuff too much. And I'm not even a person that's gone out and been a big Ethan defender. I've criticized Ethan for a lot of different things. I've criticized Gila for a lot of different things. But this is just so... It's such a nothing burger, and it's so poorly constructed that it's like, why was this a 55-minute video? Why even respond? You know, I don't know. Why? Just why? Okay, so I want to find out who this CLUEminati person is. Are you guys ready to find that out? We're just gonna start with a clip that I was suggested. You were blocked from Yaba's chat after being a mod. Oh, lots of girl world people funneled through the beauty community first because it led us to foodie beauty. Yes, okay. Okay. Alright, so let's see. Let's figure out who this CLUEminati person is. I was forced into girl world by a friend who would try and make me watch foodie on long drives. Well, I was like, I don't care for a whole year. Then COVID hit. Yeah. Weren't you one of the loyalists? Me? Oh no, you're probably talking to a chatter. My apologies, Rampage. I am not that loyal. Okay, I'm loyal, but not that loyal. So here is the live I was given. So let's watch it a little bit. It's 3 hours. I don't want to watch all 3 hours of it. Would you say this gets good at a particular point? Is there any timestamps? Nope. So this is called Hands On. It's true crime. Let's see what happens. She's Amazon affiliated. Oh god, this could be. Why are they all spamming planes? Are they trying to talk to me? Because I love communicating with the planes. We're gonna do 1.3, dude. I have this feeling that she's gonna talk real slow. Alright. I don't know if this is her chat.
There it is.
Okay.
Who is this guy?
Good afternoon.
What's happening?
Oh my god. Can you call me?
Yeah,
Please.
I can.
Why can't you turn off your Discord noises, please?
Sure can.
I sure can.
Shh.
Silent night.
Oh my god.
Holy night. All is calm.
I'm gonna die.
All
I'm gonna
is
die. I'm gonna die.
You know you always gotta have that.
That's her fiance, is this guy?
Special Christmas ringtone.
Okay, I have a question. How come all these ladies don't get their hair layered properly? Now, and look, I'm not even super duper girly or that into it, but why? Like, get your hair cut.
I found the perfect one.
Ooh.
That's BJ. Allegedly.
Soon to be available in the merch store.
Yeah, but I'm not doing it till after this is over because you fuckers will have this shit going off every 5 seconds. So, not doing that. However, okay, so let me.
Okay, this must be her chat.
Let me tell you what I done did. You know how that bitch is always, why are you so obsessed? Right? Not just to me, but to him. Bitch.
So they're talking about Brittany J. If y'all are familiar with Brittany J, she's like a emerging lol cow.
Oh, you gotta read.
Earthy fucks with her all the time.
Them things out first.
Oh yeah.
Let him read out all the things, and then I'm gonna show you what the fuck I've done.
CB owners, thank you for the super chat. Bury Me Without Permission by Titan Chord, and she did play it. She will like it. She just got to be in the right mood for certain songs. Awkward Nerd, happy 1 year CLUEanniversary, and she said happy 1 year anniversary. Love you, mean it. Infamous Truth Teller, happy 6 months CLUEanniversary. Love this channel. Hashtag fuck you BJ. Pookie Pie, happy 5 months CLUEanniversary. Best 5 months on these streets. Migsy, happy 7 months CLUEanniversary.
Yeah.
Danny, happy 17 month CLUEanniversary. 17 months with the Clue crew. CB owners, happy 13 month CLUEanniversary. Clue, you didn't like it. It's one of my faves. The Caffeinated Duchess, where'd it go?
I'm sorry, what did the one before that say?
CB owner said, Clue, you didn't like it. It's one of my faves.
Somebody pass me along these memberships, okay?
Personally, I love it. So, what the fuck was I about to say?
I don't know, but how do you mute this fucking thing?
I do apparently have to have surgery on my ear. And I'm like, so this motherfucker is literally gonna cut behind my ear, pull it forward, do whatever the fuck he has to do, and then sew it right back up. That's
how surgery works, idiot.
Shit's fucking weird to me.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
why?
I don't need to know that.
He went into a thorough fucking description.
Sure did. Not
her layers are like that because she gets her hair done by her cousin in exchange for a 6-pack.
A fan. I mean, I'm glad he's like telling me, you know, like what the fuck's gonna happen, but I could have gone my entire life without having the mental picture. Like I don't know, like my back, even when I was younger, it scared me just because I didn't want to like be paralyzed.
Right.
But hearing what they were going to do didn't bother me so much. I was really afraid to be put to sleep. But now it's just like fucking second nature. Because I just don't, my body doesn't like fuck up.
My body doesn't like medicine.
And get sick like regular. It's like, nah, bitch.
Yeah.
You're going to have.
Her world went at me for Satan and not striking Hekate. Wait, what?
Surgery and shit like that. So, yeah. I don't know. Kimberly Ashcraft, happy 14-month Clueanniversary. Happy Thanksgiving, Clue.
Okay, I'm gonna try to. I'm gonna kind of go forward here, so we're not, because I don't care about all these different things. Like, what are we talking about? Like, what is the?
Christy, Dream Lover, thank you for the super chat. Did I hear you? You know. Truths. Wait a minute. She's smoking.
Ah.
She's fucking smoking. Ooh, he cleaned my.
She's fucking smoking.
My ear out, motherfucker. Oh, that's your motherfucking fat ass now, bitch. That's your ass, bitch. Look, she said they found. Click. She's smoking.
Damn.
Listen.
Is she smoking something bad?
That girl. Wait a minute.
Oh.
She lit a cigarette.
That just sounds like a cigarette. Why are we freaking out over a cigarette?
Or something. Right there.
Damn. Okay. Stress getting to you.
Yeah, listen.
Oh, they found that girl. Wait a minute. The girl we just read about. I don't even know why I'm drawing a blank already. Geyser. She was found. So I think they just.
It's not the lighter sound for me necessarily. It's the fucking exhale after.
Yeah.
Because you know how.
Oh, we're really gonna go on a rant about the cigarette.
How you do? Like we smoked for years, right?
Yeah.
Put it in, light it real quick. It don't take long. Then.
Yeah.
Because she would be rushing too, because she doesn't want people to know she's smoking.
Right.
Why wouldn't you just fucking mute?
Yeah.
What a loser.
Announced it not long ago. Somebody said, I found a case from 2005 where a fiance called his soon-to-be wife to let her know that he was on the way home, and that was the last that he was seen or heard. No leads in 20 years. What the hell? Mm-hmm. Right. She's probably going to go to jail or the mental hospital, back to the hospital.
She's going to go to jail for that?
Live about 15 minutes from Madison. Yeah. Oh, you live about 50 minutes from Madison? Okay. Okay, just a caregiver. Okay, I will never ever send an emoji again. Cheryl, you don't know. You can send emojis. You told.
I'm trying to listen for any sounds like that.
Dude, she is traumatized her audience against emoji. Okay, but this bitch is on the digital darts. Y'all are both nicotine addicts. So yeah.
After, because you can't just hit it once, right?
Yeah.
Really can.
She's really virtue signaling about the cigarette.
They're not bad. It's just when they come.
Speaking of smoking,
come on here and they hate. You know what I mean? They will hit us with emojis left and right. So it's nothing you did though.
They're gonna hit us with the emojis, guys.
Can you sing me this time? Sing me this time, Brittany. Your last live, you couldn't see me. Oh, can I see you? Yes, I can see you. Hi, Brenda Sue. I can see you. Hey, True Crime Junkie. Nice to see you. Yeah, the Slender Man case. I'm sorry, guys. Tracy says, I have a black background and do not see the emoji. Anyone can change their background in settings on YouTube, and you won't see the spamming of those emojis. Yes, Tracy. Thank you for telling me. If you just go out and come back in, it'll be gone, guys. Reagan says, yep, you're right. It says, police say Morgan Geyser is cut off her ankle monitor Saturday night and was caught almost 24 hours later in Posen, Illinois. Wonder if she met somebody or what.
Hold on.
Yes, they called the.
Hey, I'm gonna put Duchess's link in the chat. Y'all, she's less than 100 away from 10K.
Yeah, we need to sub her up.
And
I know, subscribe to me. I don't know who Duchess is. Fuck them.
much as she does for the missing and just cases in general.
I don't
y'all go
care.
sub up
Fuck
there.
her.
I actually disagree, Jackie. I don't think it's cigarettes. Because
You don't think it's cigarettes?
I haven't heard.
You think that she's like just ultra inhaling meth or something?
What would be a very obvious sound
Yeah, I think they're trying to say that she's hitting a meth pipe, but she's not.
for
You wouldn't be inhaling that much unless you wanted to die.
more drags yet.
Right.
Keep off the girl badge dazzled, they called her. Barb says, does anyone remember the show called Disappeared? It was one of my favorites. I do, Barb. I remember that show. Yep.
I remember that show,
I'm sorry, guys. Benjamin Britt, did you see the girl on the cruise was unalived by stepbrother allegedly? Yeah, I haven't got to get into that, but I really would like to. Just Nicole says, we can't see the emojis when we're on the phones. Maybe that's why it's confusing.
Yeah,
this
I don't
time.
think
That
it's
makes sense,
cigarettes.
Just Nicole. Pink Warrior says, hi, Brenda Sue. Just the RN says, their haters throw language emojis, laughing emojis.
I mean, I don't, what it's always meth, always, why the fixation? Like, she looks like she does meth. I'm just gonna be real with you.
Sorry, I said language. Laughing emojis while we discuss serious stuff. Trooper says, let's see. Brenda said, hi, Trooper's mom. Brenda Sue, badge dazzled, AK-47, yellow. Okay. Well, God bless you, AK-47. Happy Thanksgiving. Okay, let me see. True Crime Junkie says she was last seen.
I want to write her a note, but so much is going on with her marriage, her mentals, life, and she's obviously having a hard time I have no answer for. Are you talking about CLUEminati or Brittany J?
With a man. Okay.
Yeah, but she's not slowing down enough to hit a cigarette, in my opinion. Or she don't know how to fucking smoke. She's just sitting there letting it fucking burn.
Yeah.
Because she's not, in my opinion, smoking
I would
a
agree.
cigarette.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense.
It's like a one hit.
You know what's crazy? Zoo Phillips says meth feels like a nonstop orgasm. That's why I don't try it. I've done meth one time, a long time ago, where that it did happen, and every subsequent time, it was never like that again. Like, I don't know what the big difference was, or if I blew out, like, my brain, or what.
Real quick, then.
No, you're good, random fish.
Right.
I was wondering. Posted in Illinois police confirmed to 12 news.
Because when you hear her inhale, that, like, she's doing it through her mouth. She's not inhaling a cigarette, right? So I don't think it's a cigarette.
That she was found at Thornton's truck stop with another person.
Maybe she just sucks at smoking.
Wow. Police say that the pair took a bus, so she met somebody, I guess. Took a bus to Posen and were both taken into custody. Posen is located in southern Cook County.
We just started vaping when I was in the hospital and I couldn't smoke. And when I came out, I was like, yeah, I'm going to see if I can continue to not smoke. And he did it too. And we do vape now, but holy shit, the difference. And like, I got to where I would lay down at night and I would cough my fucking head off. And I couldn't go live. I could probably talk about
Dude, I bet you she doesn't hit that vape as hard as Fresh Garbage would. You heard it here, folks. Only do meth once. I mean, I don't. I personally, I don't think you should do hard drugs at all. It's too much of a risk, you know? Like, I was actively addicted to opioids for a long time. And I'm just lucky that I got addicted so young. Because when I got sober from opioids, I was in my mid-20s still. But you don't always have that chance.
3-5 minutes, and then I would start doing that same shit she does with the coughing.
Yeah.
And clearing her throat, although I was probably a little worse. And that doesn't happen anymore. And I will say, we just started playing the Oculus again. And
that's what
we just started playing the Oculus.
I was going to say, like, fuck, I can tell a huge difference.
Me too.
Huge difference.
When I was smoking and doing it, like, I would be literally out of breath, like playing Beat Saber.
Yeah, about to die after one song.
Right.
Yeah.
Spaghetti Model says, I don't know. From what people tell me, it's the best the first time, then everyone is chasing that first high, but I've never done it at all. That was definitely an experience I had with opioids.
25 miles south of Chicago. If she is together enough to do all of that and plan an escape, I think she's probably mentally sound and...
Nah, nonsense. I had one of those when they first came out because they didn't have the little disposables, but that shit's too much fucking work. Half the time they leak, like the tank won't fit right. It'll, you can't change your flavors that easily. So we just use these, buy them by the sleeve or carton.
But Glinda left her people for them? Hey, Una.
Enough to be in a jail somewhere. Exactly. Dang, girl. That was so stupid. Exactly. Dang, girl. That was so stupid.
Sue Phillips, it's a feeling that is deep in my nuts. Vape is going to be worse than cigarettes. It's certainly possible. especially the popcorn lung concern, it's definitely possible.
Stupid. That was so stupid. Wow. I knew it. She ran to meet somebody. That's what I was thinking too.
Hey.
Hold on, guys. I'm sorry.
He said, "Hey."
Hey, Sinner. What's going on, my friend? Where are you going? Are you jealous that your cat loves? Hold on, guys. I'm sorry.
Kimberlina, Spaghetti said she would unblock you, but she needs to like go to her other computer or something.
Hey, Sinner. What's going on, my friend? Where are you going? Are you jealous that your cat loves Grinky? Is she sleeping with him?
I'm not blood enough for her.
Is she sleeping with him?
She's racist.
No.
What?
She's not. Is she sleeping with him? Yeah. Oh, she loves him. He's warm. It don't have nothing to do with his hair color. He's a hot box. Christian is.
I was the blondest person till he came, and then now he's blonder.
You don't understand. Christian is. Cats like heat, and Christian is a hot box. He's the warmest little creature.
Funny.
I know, but he's got. I'm telling you.
Saying, like,
who are these people that Brittany's talking to? It.
It's my cat, and now she.
And yeah, the beard does need washing.
I'm telling you, if you're cold, get under. If you're cold, get under a blanket with Rinky, and Christian will freaking. It's like being blasted with a heater. My son has the most body heat out of a child that I've ever, or a person in period. That cat likes Christian because of the heat. I guarantee it. All right, Dave the Sinner. It's so funny.
Yeah, truth. That's what man, I'm telling you, it's all that like German shit to me. Blonde hair.
It's all that German shit.
Hair, blue eyes. Right.
What?
He calling you Dave the Sinner. Alvin! That's what it reminds me of, Sinner. Remember Dave, the Chipmunk's dad? Your name's Dave and I'm Brittany. I'm one of the, my mom actually named, your name's Dave and I'm Brittany. I'm one of the, my mom, your name's Dave and I'm Brittany. I'm one of the, my mom actually named me after.
Wait, why is that funny?
What did you say right before?
Huh?
What did you say right before the stream when we saw Nonsense's post?
I don't remember.
You said something about it. Isn't it just cute?
Oh, yeah, watching Young Love. Yeah, I love watching Love Bloom. I really do. You know what's interesting to me?
The way she fucking snickers when she says that is hilarious.
Hear it?
Yeah.
What's interesting?
Maybe I don't have enough Brittany J lore to get this.
Thing to me though is, I don't know if Craig is the original weirdo.
What do you mean?
Well, all right, hear me out.
Okay.
She says Dave was like the dad.
Right.
She would essentially.
Oh my God.
Dude, I'm telling you, like that would allude to her calling him daddy.
I hate this person.
What's wrong?
None. Go ahead.
Am I wrong?
No.
So
why?
I think you resent God and you resent his creation.
Maybe it's not, Craig that came up with mommy and daddy. Maybe it's this sick bitch. You're fucking weird. I think you want him to look at you like
But does she accept half retarded?
Or his mom. I'm telling you, I think you fucked his daddy, but that's just me. I'm allowed to have a fucking opinion, bitch, and that's the one I've got. I think you are, in a way, his never stepmom, because quite frankly, anyone who fucks you is like, I ain't getting stuck with this shit forever. It'll do for now. But I think you fucked his dad. What? Am I being mean?
No. Go ahead.
Well, I said I was going to be good today.
Alvin's girlfriend, Brittany the Chipmunk. That's where my name came from. But anyway, Sinner's been a member for 10 months. He said, hi, haters. You know they what.
You know what I think? You know how she tells us half.
Let's like go forward and see what's going on in the middle here.
And if you can fucking do a membership, it's mad support.
Dude, did you guys see that JLR got hit in his car?
I don't care. Is there like an actual like narrative here? Hello?
No. Well, that's great. But that's
you hear it? That's when she gets pissed. I'm telling you. Yeah, see, you should.
You don't understand.
Is it the real you? What is the name of that song?
It's his baby
I
girl.
can see through you. I see through you. Outside is my favorite Stain song. Tangled Up in Case. Welcome, Brother Craig. Brother Craig. Brother Craig. Cool. Well, you know, Orville, I can't even be mad at you. I think that's funny. Just in case. He was a good dad. He was a really good dad.
English boy. He's an English brother. Little English.
Yes, Dub says what?
I don't understand what. Oh shit, Amy Schumer has a YouTube reaction channel? Apparently.
What? He's an English brother. Little English.
Yes, Dub says, what is Craig saying? I played the Beach Boys, and my mama said it was the devil's music.
So, where's the internet? This is CLUEminati, who's reacting to Brittany J. I might just not have enough Brittany J lore to get it. I have a feeling that Kimberlina was sent here by Belinda to link this to me. Which is completely fine.
My S-dubs.
Like, talk me about Beach Boys, and like,
Oh my God.
That's pretty cool. You know?
My, how times have changed.
Kimberly.
What she would say now about music.
I knew it was old, and it was old for my parents, right? It was old for them, and I still liked it. Like, Beach Boys was good, right? If you ever Beach Boys.
I like the Beach Boys.
Rakin says, I'm the oddball out of y'all. I want to go to Tomorrowland so bad. It's on my bucket list. What is that? Let me see.
We need a.
What's Tomorrowland?
We need a time travel.
Michelle said Craig talks like he's still in the womb.
Tomorrowland 2023 took place over 2 weekends in July at the Shore in Boom, Belgium, with the theme of Adsindo. The 17th edition of the festival featured
What's
over
that song?
7. Oh, that is awesome, Rakin.
What's the song where he says, "Under the boardwalk"?
We'll be having.
I'm being trafficked either way, babe.
Some fun.
Under the boardwalk. How's it go? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, the
Who's
boardwalk. Hold on, I'll tell you. Rakin, that is.
That's the shit.
So
That
it happened over.
Boy, have you ever even had sand on your feet?
What?
2 weekends and they had 750 artists. Is this like a?
I'm gonna go grab my bong and stuff. If we don't have enough context for this, we'll move on to the next thing, and I'm gonna see if I can find like a Hell no, I hate long-headed Beglinda. Oh, I see. Like what are we looking for here, Kimberlina?
Good music is the best therapy, Ro. It really is.
Hey, Suicide Stationery.
Hey, Feisty Nina.
Remember that shit?
Mm-hmm.
And we was kids. We walk out there. They play shit from their grandpa. You know what I mean? Their grandpa. Under the boardwalk. Out under. How's it go? That was the shit, bro. That was the shit. And it make you feel so good. They have all that food cooking.
Yeah.
And then like the sugar.
Are mean to Sinner and me, or that you're hateful. I feel like maybe I need to explain it better.
Okay, maybe this will be good.
I feel like this is just my opinion. I feel like when it comes to myself and Sinner, because there are people that you are friends with that don't necessarily care about us, you are a little more resistant to, how do I even say this? Like not dropping Sinner's link. He had to ask you to do that. I feel like not that your friends would even say anything to you for supporting Sinner, but like just that overall appearance. Like, I guess like you don't want to, but like just that overall appearance. Like, I guess like you don't want to, you don't want people to think that you support him because you stand against some of the.
I thought that was him hitting shit.
I thought it was too.
He's like, what was that?
Things that he does.
In fairness,
What's up, Aspen Alpine?
so fucking drunk he may have and not
True.
know.
It's so
Yeah, but where's the racism though?
hard for me to explain, Ro. Like it's so, I wish that I could explain.
Like, do you have? We're talking about a bunch of different things. I just want to see if there's like an approximate timestamp or not. It's fine if you don't have one. I can look for it later.
Myself because I'm not by any means saying that Joneson is mean to any of us at all. But I am saying that there's a difference. There's a difference.
Sorry, that tripped me up.
And I don't think that you're supposed to go hard for me. As a matter of fact, I don't want you to. I don't want you to defend me. I don't want anybody to defend me.
Well,
I don't
will
want
say
you to
this.
defend me. I don't want anybody to.
I haven't heard you mention dropping that
Chad, is that true?
fucking link for that account that you said changed 3 fucking times. I'm kind of waiting for a little pressure to get put on you from them since they
58:15. She comes back. 2 minutes later, I could see it. He don't seem like he would last very long, especially, you know what I mean, drinking like he is.
You know what? Earthy actually did send me a recommendation. I'll look through this privately because I feel like we're not gonna find it. Hold on. Let me grab my phone because Earthy recommended me something via Twitter DM. Twitter DM. When is Earthy? Okay. She recommended Sky goes okay. Apparently this guy is real nasty. It's 5 hours though. Let me see if I can get... Is Earthy here? Sometimes she's here, sometimes she ain't. I just can't... It's just hard going through all these, like, 5-hour streams, and then not... Like, I don't know where to go in terms of where all the content is. Anyway. Alright. When I can figure out a timestamp for that, we'll go back to that. Earthy is great. I like Earthy. She's very friendly. So, the other stuff I have on here, I really want to watch this thing with Jank. We also have gorlworld panels that we could do. We could watch Loudmouthhussy's stream. You like Sinner? Well, apparently Earthy doesn't. That is the thing I've received. Okay, let's do this one while we're loading up some gorlworld here. Okay, this is called Cenk praises Nick Fuentes in humiliating Cenksgiving debate with Hasan. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, chat. Uh-oh. HUSSY? Let me check if that video's still up, actually. Chat, you gotta tell me what you want in the chat or else I won't know. Oh, CLUEminati is streaming right now. Right now. Let me find... What was I looking for? Oh. Loudmouthhussy. Okay, this is the spilling the tea about this channel finally. Okay, let's do this instead. It's still up. Let's see what HUSSY has to say. HUSSY did message me to do a panel about my grievances. Queen Bee is a grifter? What? You better not be talking about my QQ. We'll get to the TYT hate segment, okay? HUSSY is so dumb. HUSSY seems to be the flavor of the month right now. So let's see what's going on here. We're not doing the music though. No. No.
You coughed like crazy.
Oh,
Hey girl, good to see you.
We've got a problem. We've got a problem.
We got Sage. Hello.
TYT hate is so 2012. I'm allowed to enjoy Cenksgiving. Thank you very much.
We got Skelters in the Fashizi. Waff Burst. Hello. Jeffrey. Good to see you, Mookie. You were just talking about me? To who? To David?
David.
Tracy. Hello, boo. We got Kyler's in the Fashizi. Hello, sweetheart. Good to see you as always. We got Will Tell Dog. Charlie. Good to see you, honey. Glad you're here. Shadow Wolf. Did I say hello to you, sweetheart? Well, hello.
Hello.
Tina. Hello. Katie, good to see you. We got Danielle's in the Fashizi. Hello. Hold on. I'm seeing a lot of the same names. Wait a minute. OGD, hello.
Damn, everybody's getting sick, dude. We're gonna fast forward here.
Hello. Week for me. And was a very... So what had happened was last week was a very, very, like, depressing week for me because my parents' birthday both are on November 22nd. And, you know, they're...
Doesn't Jank want to F horses? Yeah, no, that's Vosh.
Both gone. And between that and, you know, the holidays, it got to me. And then I had spoken with my mother's sister, and we were on the phone for a long time. And that was very, very emotional for her, for me.
Is he explaining this because of the crying?
Because she had lost her husband last year, and then she was, you know, everything else. So there was a lot of tears. Okay. So I think that and me having a cold added on, and I lost my voice. So I hadn't had a voice in a couple of days, and I felt like crap. But I'm back. I'm better. And things are good. There's a lot of stuff.
Isn't bullying Jank considered elder abuse by now?
Going on.
Yeah.
As you may already know.
Like?
I don't know if you heard that today, during Carrie's stream, the police were sent to her house.
Oh yeah, this did happen. So somebody did a wellness check on Carrie. Not cool. I don't know who it was. It better not be 21. If it was 21, then you're getting nuked from my chat.
I don't know if you guys are familiar with that. but Carrie hadn't streamed in a while. Okay, and she finally decided to come back.
Jank is the host of TYT.
And during the stream, yeah, Charlene, I didn't talk to you today, but yeah, that's what happened. She was streaming. She had just come back after being, I don't know, off for days. She came back, and during her stream, nothing was wrong with her. They called the police on her, and they said that she's not acting right, and they're worried about her son, her disabled child. So it's very, there's a lot of harassing going on, harassment, bullying, and I guess it takes a toll on everybody, right? So I was happy to
Oh, you guys, don't let me forget about 21. I want to react to a post that she made.
see her, and then when I saw that happen, that really upset me. I don't know when she's coming back. I'm sure she's going to come back. You know, nothing is going to stop her. I know people have vendettas, people have agendas, people are jealous, but online harassment and bullying.
Oh, I know we'll probably never know, Videl. I'm just kicking 21 because, you know,
has gone way too far.
we have an agreement, okay, for her to stay in my chat.
I made this a members only stream because why not? I owe it to my members. And whoever doesn't like it, I'm sorry. So it's titled Spilling the Tea About This Channel. And
I hope Carrie will now take the precautions to prevent these things. Well, you can't really. The problem is that, like, Carrie's been doxxed, right? So once your info is out there, it is hard to just prevent it. Like, she shouldn't have said anything. At the same time, I kind of get why she did. But yeah, she definitely shouldn't.
be discussing that. This is not going to be a long stream, by the way. I will be discussing that.
I don't think you can file for a FOIA on a 911 call.
A couple of other things that I want to address.
Like, I think the call has to be in a case first.
So, like I said, there are lots of bullies online. There are people with, agendas, and they have something against you. They play that YouTube game, whatever it is. I'm not into that game. You want to talk about me? You can talk about me. You want to make fun of me? You can make fun of me. But once you cross the line and you threaten me and threaten physical harm.
Is he talking? He's not talking about Yato, is he?
Or slander and defame me.
Oh, boy.
I am going to defend myself. And a lot of people on the internet think that standing up for myself and others.
You can get a FOIA for a 911 call, even if it's not a part of, like, an active case? Huh.
For some reason, it makes me a bad person. Okay? And it seems like social media, especially on social media, when you stand up for yourself and you speak your truth with confidence, people start calling you, oh, you're not so nice. Okay.
Oh, I would like to make a Publix. This is off topic. It's just because people are tagging me in Stardust Discord. I'm never gonna identify which calls, because I used to prank call Terry Davis, who, it was a crazy guy, that built the Temple OS operating system. Some people consider him a lolcow. I don't, but, I mean, I do, but it's complicated. Anyway, I used to prank call him, but I'm never gonna identify which calls are mine, okay? So, just so y'all know.
Okay. Just because I'm standing up for myself, now all of a sudden I'm not so nice. Sticking up for myself does not make me an unkind person, okay? It just makes me self-respecting. So when someone tries to put me in a bad light.
Videl, is it worth listening to Yato's stream from the other day?
Of course, I am going to respond. Okay? I am not going to allow
Yes, ballpark pranks. I'm an FBI agent.
people to rewrite my truth.
You've identified me. Ah!
Ever. And even though I know this is social media and some of you may say, you know what, okay, it's just, you know, entertainment and stuff like that. And that's fine. And we don't know each other much. But the one thing, the only thing we owe each other's as human beings.
Oh, I forgot to make a mark.
Is respect. Mutual respect.
Okay.
Once those lines are crossed.
I know, rest in peace. Dude, Terry was so cool, man.
I will stand up for myself. And the not so nice HUSSY will come out.
Like a werewolf.
Okay?
IDK, the problem is the conversation meanders on Yato's stream without timestamp. There's a lot of noise. I mean, if it's entertaining.
And I will not apologize for that. But there are a lot of people online.
I'm going to turn this a little bit faster. I don't know if it's me or what.
That I do want to say, do respect me, and I respect you, and you respect my boundaries, and I do notice it, and I am very, very appreciative about that and for it. Let me have a sip of my water. Hold on a minute. So, hi, Pink Bobby. Good to see you, honey. Pulse of Defiance. Hello. The funny thing about this thing is,
I'm reacting to it. I have some criticisms of HUSSY. I'll dunk on him a little, not as much as other people. Part of the reason is because he messaged me to get on panel with him about some criticisms I had, and I messaged him, he didn't message me back, which like is fine. But I'm hoping that I can address some of those criticisms here, because he tends to repeat himself a lot on this.
Is that there are people online that only want to talk about the negativity. That's all they want to say. Only the negative things about me.
Apocalypse Now, well, I feel like his marriage didn't last long because he was married to a woman and he's gay. So I feel like that's probably the primary issue there.
And they want to lie on top of that. They never, ever want to say the good things about HUSSY. And the community that I have. And I have the best community.
Actually, I have the best community. Thank you guys. You actually are the best community.
Okay? You are familiar with other channels and you see the people that are involved. I don't tolerate that. If I see people, if they're spreading lies about me, hell yeah, I'm going to address it. You damn right I'm going to address it. Wouldn't you?
Marrying for money, though, AP, is so, like... I know people that have done it. I feel like it just makes you miserable, you know?
And the reason I'm going to address it is because I believe in standing up for what is right. If I feel that the comment that you made is unjust, I'm going to tell you. That is who I am. That is who Ken is. I was not put on this earth to be belittled, and I was not put on this earth to be abused, or
Ken Kniff from Connecticut,
or to be told that I am wrong, when I know that what I am saying is true and it's coming from the heart.
What the fuck? What emoji is that? Did you just send a rock spaghetti model? What?
I will never apologize for defending myself, for my integrity and my strength. So all of you haters, you know what you can do, right? I don't have to tell you. Now, if you think...
Now, I want to highlight this. So, Apocalypse Punch says, HUSSY puts money above all else. So, here's my deal with this. And I'm not saying, when I say this, like, I'm trying to be measured on purpose because I want functional critiques, right? And the functional critique is, it's fine if it's all about money. Like, I feel like HUSSY is always trying so hard to prove that, like, it's not about money when it is. Like, it's about money for me too. Like, just own it. I think if there are people out there that want to get all upset about the money, or they want to get all upset and say, oh, he's a scammer or whatever, like, everyone's gonna do that, dude. Like, I've never gotten into any kind of GoFundMe nonsense, and people like Hekate and Messica are still telling people that I'm scamming people somehow. You know? Like, the fact of the matter is if you're making money, people are going to accuse you of things. Now, whether or not he's used his GoFundMe stuff for what I don't know, okay? I don't know. I just want him to just own it. You don't have to pretend like it's not, like, your highest priority. And there's nothing wrong with it being your highest priority. Like, the issue is, or, like, the inauthenticity to some people is that, like, you're pretending like it's not. And I understand why he might do that. But he just needs to cop to it. No, the issue is that HUSSY puts money over any relationships and cries that he's depressed and alone and can't trust anyone. That's the issue. Well, to me, that's like a further thing. Because, like, I'm not HUSSY. So, you know, like, that sounds like a personal problem to me. It's certainly funny. But, like, I just feel like, what's the point in not copying to it? It said he builds friendships to use those people to acquire money. When I ask this, I'm not trying to get the chat really mad. I just want, do we have, like, a couple examples?
Not gifting.
Like, specific, and I understand some people are going to be like, we've got over this. Just for the segment, I'm asking for some examples.
Memberships for safety reasons. I don't want the wrong people to have a membership out for respect for HUSSY. Yes, if you guys don't want to give memberships, if you want to still support the channel, you can send it a super chat. But yeah, if you don't want to give memberships, that's totally understandable.
Guys, leave fresh garbage alone, okay? We're twinning this month.
But I've always stood up for myself. I've always defended myself.
But has anybody said that you didn't?
Okay. And I think everybody should. If that makes me a not very nice person, then maybe the problem is your definition of not a nice person rather than the problem lying.
See, my reply to this would be, I don't care if someone thinks I'm a nice person or not. I don't. Like, obviously, if I care about and respect that person, it's different, but, like, why care?
With me.
The most recent example was, I read Alex and Nikki. Vicky was the most egregious example. Okay.
Maybe it's your definition. And self-respect is not rudeness.
Is he shutting the channel down? I don't think so.
All right? This is the problem that I have with a lot of people. Self-respect is not rudeness. And that's what people like to say on social media. Once you start respecting.
But why? Like, who cares? Who cares what some, you know, glove shitter has to say?
Yourself, and you do not allow other people to walk all over you, you're considered not so nice. So, if you think speaking with honesty and refuse to be walked all over makes somebody a not so nice person, then maybe you should ask yourself.
Punch, he friended Gigi to build his case in Maryland to get money from AK, then burned the friendship when Gigi wasn't useful. I can definitely see that.
By somebody else's strength makes you feel so uncomfortable. I'm not the problem.
Okay, so I don't ever like this in any situation. Some people may say, "Oh, you're being too hard up, you're being too judgmental, you're being..." No. In every situation that you're in, every situation, there's always some way that you could have done better, right? And I think just saying, "I'm not the problem," like, well, maybe you don't feel like you're the problem, which is understandable, but at the same time, like, you need to, especially when you're doing commentary and this stuff, you need to be really critical of yourself, because maybe you are, like, what if you are a part of the problem? You know, like, maybe the problem is that you care way too much about what some rando club shitter thinks. Remember, HUSSY was only friendly with AJ so he could get help for his case, says Videl.
I see what's going on, and I don't like it. People are making physical threats, and it's being documented. You don't have to like me. You don't have to watch my channel. And you don't have to talk about me. But if you want to, you make sure you don't cross the boundaries. Because if you do, then I have to protect myself and do whatever it is that's just for myself. And there has been a lot of that going on. I have seen it. People are sending me clips. So now that we got that shit out of the way, how you doing? I do support HUSSY in other ways. Charlene, you're a wonderful person. So, you guys, when I do members only stream, and it's only visible for members only, I don't see how many people are in here. So I have no idea. It says 0. So YouTube is my job. Okay?
Fair.
And I love what I do. And I've been on social media for several years now. And I have a Twitch channel that I have not been on in probably over a year, maybe a year and a half. I have over 2,500 subscribers there. And it is monetized, but I'm not making money on it. But I see how people are getting mass flagged. I see how people have vendettas.
Can we be more specific here about these claims?
And they get people's channels taken down. And I decided that I am, in addition to streaming here every day, I am going to be streaming on Twitch every day as well. Okay?
Well, but he was streaming on Twitch before, wasn't he?
And my link for my Twitch channel is in my community tab. Hey, just so good to see you, boo. Hi, Pink Barbie. I don't think I said hello to you. Is there someone in here else? Yeah, Cab. Hello, hi.
You can see who's watching on Twitch, true.
So, I'm going to be doing that and doing YouTube. Okay? This is my job. And I have been doing it for a very long time. And I have been accused of, and you guys know that I'm on disability. I'm legally blind. And there are people that have reported me to Social Security. And
now this I don't support at all. I don't understand why you do this. Like, I just don't support reporting people to Social Security. I'm sure, like, HUSSY probably makes, he makes extra money or whatever, but he's not making enough, like, for it to be an actual problem. HUSSY grew up as, I don't know how to say that word, rich, and now is poor, but is still mentally, no, I don't know, I can't pronounce that word, but I think I know what you mean.
For several reasons. This is nothing new. What people are saying about me now is nothing new. People have been reporting me. I don't know when it was. Not too long ago, I had to go to Social Security and do things. They called and they said, whatever it was, I had to go take care of it. And now there are certain people saying that I don't report
Nouveau riche. Okay, thank you.
my income that David husband gives me to Social Security. This channel belongs to David's husband. Some of you know, some of you don't. There are other channels that know that they talk about it. I've never kept it a secret. Okay? He gets the money. He pays the taxes. He
does he?
Gives me a percentage. That amount that he gives me is a percentage. It's not.
Because see, here's what I think is going on, and I understand that for some people don't like this, but I don't consider it fraudulent for this reason. They probably make it so that HUSSY isn't getting enough to go over the limit. Like, yeah, he shouldn't be talking about this, but I'm thinking that David probably pockets a lot of that money. Which, I mean, good for David. He should give me some of it. Thank you. But, yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what they're doing, because I've seen people, like, try to hide a lot of money from Social Security. And a lot of those people, we know. It's not tax evading if he doesn't go over the limit, Rampage. That's the problem. Like, people keep accusing him of tax evasion, but I don't think it is tax evasion. I think that if it was tax evasion, it would have been found out by now, or if it was fraudulent, it would have been found out right now. Social Security office doesn't fuck around. It's not laundering money. That's not what laundering money is. It's not laundering money would be if like David was selling drugs. No, it's not. Worst of the internet, I have experience in this area, okay? So laundering would be like if David was selling drugs and HUSSY was streaming, and then David was taking the money he was getting from the drugs, sending it to HUSSY and making it legitimate earnings. That is what money laundering is. It's not money laundering. That's not what it is. No, it's not. It's not money laundering. You guys don't know what money laundering is. You don't. Money laundering is taking illegitimate funds and making them legitimate. These could be legitimate funds if it's kept under a certain amount. Now, you could say that like he's not claiming it, but that's not money laundering. Money laundering is very suspicious. Okay, why does it have to be whatever helps me sleep at night? I literally said maybe it is some kind of tax evasion, or maybe it's some kind of fraudulent, but it's not money laundering. That's different. Yes, you can gift a certain amount without paying taxes. Question is, if you have to declare it, you do have to declare it, as you can have money and still get benefits. No, I'm not saying you calling it laundering, Videl. I'm talking to worse of the internet. I'm sorry. I said, this is fine. I said the IRS does not look kindly upon these arrangements. No, that's different. That's different. But it's not money laundering. That's my thing with worst of the internet. Like again, money laundering. Either way, this isn't legal. It could be legal. That's the thing, though. Like, it could be legal if, because this is a trick I've seen people use it all the time, where if maybe he only gets paid a certain amount of, like, actual, like, funds, and then David, like, buys him a bunch of shit. Because you don't have to declare, like, a physical item. So, let's say, like, HUSSY makes $500, okay? David takes his percentage, and then in order to fulfill the rest of it, let's say he gives HUSSY's half or HUSSY's percentage in a small amount of money, and then he buys like HUSSY like a TV. You have to declare a physical item? How would they prove that though? He got over 600 on PayPal alone from Potato in 1 month, but that doesn't mean that he pocketed all that. I know people that have gotten way more money from Potato, and yeah. Like, the proof part is, see, because you can say, well, you have to report it. Okay, fine, you have to report it, but how, here's my thing, is like, how would they prove all that? You can't just get huge gifts like that, like, but like, I'm saying, like, prove it. Because I've seen people, guys, I've known people that have literally lived entirely off of stolen credit cards and have done, like, all kinds of crazy shit, way crazier than this shit. The gift threshold is 12,000. I'm not saying the law doesn't exist. Regulars people were bitching about Carly buying a iMac. It was 130. HUSSY's iMac was 2K. Prove I smoked meth. Well, that's a bit different because you can take a drug test for that. I don't even care if HUSSY is committing fraud. I just like to laugh at it. I just think it's a very, like, I just feel like we don't have enough information, and that's why I just don't want to call it that. Also, I'm not gonna lie, I don't care if somebody's scamming the United States government. I just don't. And maybe that's the problem, is that, like, I personally just don't care. You can prove it easily because this is a very simplistic setup. The transactions are recorded by Google and Cash App. I guess, yeah, I guess it depends on how they set it up, but if you set it up right, that's only lasts in your blood for a certain period of time. Anytime after that, you have zero proof, I guess. I guess. Like, what about hair tests, though? You don't want them to have a latte? I mean, lattes are like a couple dollars. Maybe I would be more motivated to, like, feel outraged by it if I felt like it was a super significant amount of money. I would like a latte as well. I drank all my coffee already. I have to pee again.
Everything.
This is Garby's fault.
Okay? This is not, we're not paying taxes, or he's not paying taxes, or they're scared.
To me, before I run to the bathroom, to me the most sketchy part about this is that David doesn't live in the U.S., so the taxes are going to be way different.
I mean, they're laundering money, or whatever. Hi, Pokey. Hi, Shan. Or they're laundering money.
And, like, I'd wonder if there's some kind of issue with that, because the money that I make, for example, I have to report it to the IRS, but I don't have to pay taxes on it because I don't make more than $120K per year in USD. I do think HUSSY calling people poor is stupid, though. 19K is the gift threshold for taxes?
Or whatever they're saying. It's bullshit. I call Social Security every month and report. Every month. I've been doing that for years. And people know that. I have said this. I've had to show all of my paperwork, finances, for certain reasons. None of it is a secret. So, for anyone that says that this channel, we're laundering money and it's a fraud, and I do not report what I get from David's husband, it's going to be noted. And I am going to give it to my attorney if you say that there is fraud. There is no fraud. This is no scam. I worked on Twitch. It was my channel. I reported it. And this is his channel. He pays the taxes. He takes the money and he gives me a percentage and I report it. Okay? You can work on disability. You can work. There's a certain amount that you can make before, I guess, they take it away or they whatever it is. You're allowed to make money. So for anybody that's going to continue to say, no one's paying taxes or this is a scam and this, that, the other, it's going to be noted and it's going to go to my attorney. And I think that's more than fair. And I want to say another thing. A certain somebody who shall remain nameless, because they really are nothing, not on YouTube and not in the real world, threatened physical harm.
Okay, well, while I was peeing, I figured out a better way to, like, phrase this, which is I want to get, like, this exact argument down with the money thing, because I feel like right now it's very, like, jumbled up, and that makes it difficult to explain to people. Also, what did Monty do?
To me, towards me. I don't care if he's not in the state. He threatened physical
I saw that thing about Monty, but I don't know.
harm. He threatened to come over here.
Put that channel in your name. I don't think he can because he's banned or something.
And physically assault me. And he also said, when you walk outside and we know after you do your party show, someone could be standing out there and physically assault you. And don't think you can blame it on me either.
Baseman, you can always defraud the U.S. government. It's always morally correct.
So, to that person, I'm letting you know.
Am I collecting disability in the U.S.? No, I actually don't qualify for disability in the U.S. because I'm too high functioning mentally.
This.
There are some negative, like, honestly, I do think that because I can't drive, I should be getting something. But one of the negatives about having, like, a high IQ is it can be like, well, you know, we're gonna impose this inconvenience on you, but, like, we're not gonna help you. Like, okay, well, if you're gonna tell me I can't drive, you better be fucking paying for my bus money then, bitch.
One more threat out of you, I am going to the police. I don't care if you think I don't know your real name. You can run, but you can't hide. And there are people that do know your real name. And they could easily be found and have to disclose the information.
Again, is he talking about Yato here?
And don't think I don't know. But don't worry about that part. We'll leave that to the police.
Okay.
I hope you heard me. Because nobody, not me, not any.
But you don't live in the U.S., Keldoge? I mean, I don't, but I'm from there. If you can't drive, why must your brother? That doesn't make sense to me, but because it's not that because I'm being told that I can't drive, like, because of my vision, right? Like, it's not that I've done anything to anybody. It's that, like, they've determined that my vision means I can't drive, which is fine. But I feel like if you are the government and you're telling people, okay, you are barred from driving because of a disability, then, yeah, you should subsidize that person so that they can get to work. Like, literally.
Anyone else?
You could make an argument that you wouldn't need it in some places, which I think is fine if there is like an adequate like transportation system. The problem is that in a lot of places in North America there isn't.
Deserves to be threatened with physical harm for no reason at all. If you have,
like, at the very least, let me like write it off on my taxes. Lots of people can't drive. People under 16 are different because their parents are caring for them, right? Should we subsidize those classes? That's, like I said, that's different if you're under 18. Maybe in some cases, like you could probably means test it a bit. Like, I could understand means testing it if it's somebody that is from like a really wealthy family or something and they don't need it. It's just a problem I see a lot where people fall through the cracks and like they're capable of working and stuff, but the public transportation is so bad in their area, or like they can't, like they can't afford it. Driving isn't a right, it's a privilege. I agree. I think the problem though is when you have like a ton of cities that are based off of driving. Like, you can't, I mean, you can. I'm not saying that you literally can't. But, like, you're locking like a whole portion of people out of having a job, really. Or having a job that is, like, not, like a low-wage job, right? Like, something that they can have to just get money. I advocate for better city planning because I don't believe we should be encouraging driving. Oh, I agree with that. I don't think driving's in the Constitution. Maybe in regards to, like, alcohol or something, but that's my whole point, is that I just think that if, like, you have, if you tell somebody, hey, like, you can't drive, but you've deemed that person, let me rephrase that. You tell somebody, hey, you can't drive, but you're deemed able to work. So it's like, why would you not empower those people to, have like a fair shot at a job? Because not being able to drive or not having reliable transportation just shuts you out of like everything. Our local city and county buses stop running at 6 p.m. It is bullshit. They also didn't run where I live. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, because some people live so far away from everything, like, it's not feasible to, to walk to a job, or I guess we somewhat agree on the problem, not the prescription. That's fair.
That much hatred for someone that has done nothing to you, maybe you should get your head checked.
I do think that better city planning is a huge part of it. So we kind of agree on the prescription too.
And maybe you should find a hobby. Or in your case, a job.
Okay.
So, as far as Hecate is concerned, she can continue running her damn mouth. Nobody cares what she has to say. Everything she says is getting documented and sent right over.
Hey, Capone, I walked over an hour to work. Like, you definitely can, but, like, that's not... For a lot of people, like, it's not feasible. Like, like, they'll fall through the cracks rather than walk, like, an hour and a half to a job that's probably not the greatest job.
To my attorney. Period. So apparently now she's going to sue me for defamation because I said she was cheap. So I don't know how much that's worth.
No, nothing.
She's an escort, right? So I said she's a cheap escort, right?
True, or fall in a hole, true.
So
wait, that was a dunk on Capone, but I didn't get it.
Now she's suing me for defamation. I don't know. But wait a minute. Hecate. No, she's suing me, not that yeah, she admitted to it. That's fine. But wait a minute. Hold on. I thought we can't sue each other because we live in different countries. You live in Canada. Now we can sue. So we can only sue if you're suing me, but I can't sue you back. Hekate, I suggest you get a very good attorney.
I just don't think Hekate is gonna, like, none of this is gonna happen.
Very good one.
Like, at this point, it's really all just for show.
Because you're gonna need it. I don't know who's getting served first. I don't know if it's gonna be Hekate or if it's going to be Tragic.
Now, the Tragic stuff I don't know about.
And let me tell you something, Miss Glitter Queen.
Alex Glitter?
I sent all of your defamation to my attorney today as well. You don't think you defamed me and slandered me? Oh, yeah, you did. Oh, yes, you did. And another thing too, Ritalin. Pay block party. A lot of
It's for show, but he's actually collecting money for it. It's called fraud. I guess I would say grifting to be on the safe side.
Message to Ritalin. A lot of these videos that I sent my attorney, you're in them. You're in them. Just know that. Love you, husband. You don't deserve any of this. I'm so sorry you're going through this. Hi, I survived, Scammy. Hi, Bo. That is the way to do it, Huzzy. Let the lawyer take care of it. Exactly.
Like, I feel like if you want to take money because Hekate says she's going to sue you, but you're just taking it, like, you know, because you might need to hire a retainer, I think that's fine, or like a better way to play it. I don't think the whole I'm going to sue you too thing is going to work.
And you know what? That's what I've been doing. You guys, I have been targeted since the first year. The first year. Charlie knows. I've been getting targeted, defamed, and slandered for years now.
But like that's the part of see, and I've said this to a bunch of different people, so nobody can say I'm inconsistent here. The problem is that, like, when you're a public figure, a lot of that stuff then doesn't count as slander anymore. Like, I understand that he won the AK case and he's got a big head about that, but that's not going to happen in every single case.
A lot of you are new. Some of you have been here and know. It's been going on nonstop. Remember, y'all, in real life, these people are society inept. Absolutely. Absolutely. It's ridiculous. I've seen it, and I've watched and streamed, and yes, you have. It's ridiculous. Oh, you...
My apologies for saying that. I'm saying, like, that he benefited from that case, right? It ended in a settlement, but he still benefited from it. And I think that he's got a big head about it.
Seen it, Pink Barbie? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's not that's a fact. I love you too, Uncle T. So yeah, and not only is the defamation towards me, but it is towards my attorney and harassment. And people think I'm just going to sit here and take it. No, ain't happening.
The thing is, though, is like you're still entertaining what those people want. Like, you're still engaging in the drama cycle. So, I mean, okay, I guess if you see it as standing up for yourself, but, like, nobody's gonna perceive it that way.
What else did I want to say? Who? Oh, she towers me by 6 inches? There we good. Hussie, I will continue praying for you. You don't deserve this at all. Oh, thank you, Tracy. I'm used to it. I get therapy, and I got a great community, and I have friends and family that are supportive. And what more can I ask for?
Oh, I should clarify here. Just because I don't think that it's slander doesn't mean I think it's right. You know, like the way that some people talk about content creators. It's just that, like, making a big deal about it and calling it slander and all this stuff when, like, again, if you're a public figure, really hard to prove that. So, I feel like it hurts more than it helps.
Crazy to think that you are untouchable and are harassing. Pink Barbie, it's crazy. Crazy. You guys, I was scared. When I lost this phone, and I finally got a new one, I was like, what if I cannot get my information from my iClouds to transfer all of my screenshots, all of my clips, because I have so much. But I put it in my computer now. Everything is transferred in. Luckily, I was able to get it to my phone. So yeah, I have everything. And I've been going through that while I've been sick. And it's just been insanity to see all the shit, the poo that I have. And it's just like reliving all of that all over again. It's like things that I don't even remember. People harassing David, videos, clips that I've totally forgotten.
You don't think he would qualify as a public figure, Videl? Like, legally? I guess we'd have to look at the precedent, right?
And I'm like, oh, Glitter said this. Okay, send it right over. Thank you, Joyfully Baby Girl. Thank you, sweetheart. Both you and Carrie helped me through. Aww.
Like, I'm not even saying he's famous. I'm just saying, like, to me, if you're out here doing commentary and stuff, I do think it does make you a public figure, even if it's like a minor one or whatever.
Thank you, Tracy. Thank you. Listen, Carrie is a wonderful person. And people just want to get her off the internet. And they want to get me off the internet. And they've been trying to for the first, I don't know, after the 6th month that I was on YouTube. It's never going to happen. Ever. So whatever Hekate thinks that she's going to say to mentally try to break Carrie or me, so we have to leave the internet, it's never going to happen. Now you need an attorney. Well, I don't even know how to pronounce that, but thank you for becoming a member. DSP Lowe's Cow Guide Tell. Well, thank Bacon.
This is a genuine question, Videl. Is it like based on a number? Like, do you know what the precedent for that is? Because I don't.
37. Thank you so much for becoming a channel member. Thank you, Bull. I wish you told me if you became
I agree, Capone.
Hustler or EIEIO, a VIP. I don't know, but welcome. I've never known anyone to actually sue for the slip and fall, and this bit has multiple. Oh, that's a sock? Oh, really? Should we block them? Should we block them, is that? Thank you, Skelter. Should we block them? You just became a channel member. How much did you spend, honey? Of course she was. What's up, Waffbirds? Good to see you. Good to see you, boo. Of course she was. Don't worry, everything is being documented. Somebody's in there right now documenting it.
Okay, I'm assuming that this is more about Hekate.
Everything. I'm sorry I wasn't here earlier. Why? Was Carrie's stream cut short? Somebody called the welfare check on her during her stream. Hi, Randall. I don't know if I said hello to you, Bouquet. Let me tell you, Waffbirds, I like the way you draw, and I'm jealous because I can't draw nothing. When you drawing and drawing, I'm like, what is this? I can't tell what it is. I'm like, what is he doing? And then he done made a frog. I was like, oh, hell.
Waffers is good at drawing.
I don't know how you do it. And then you do the mouth, and you do the tonsils back there, and the uvula in the mouth, and all that. I was like, oh, my, stop.
Honestly, this became out of control.
Oh, you're very welcome. Yeah, she was streaming, and
Do you just mean like the whole situation?
The cops came. She'll tell you, I guess. I mean, I don't want to speak for her, but it was the uvula. The uvula. He's good people. Loftus is good people. So is Brittany.
What up, Videl? I can't move you yet because my cursor is being kind of goofy. You're muted, by the way. Let me.
Thank you. I wasn't looking at the screen.
Oh yeah, no worries.
So just real quick, I don't want to eat up your stream.
Oh, it's fine.
No, because you were asking about the public figure thing, and this was something that DC and Negs try to use in their favor in their cases, and it doesn't really apply here. None of these people here are public figures. Now, you asked if there's like what kind of threshold there is, and I think what happens is that's something that needs to be determined by a jury.
Okay.
So I think that would be something that they would actually have to present, because I think in this case, I'll be honest with you, I don't think any of these people are public figures. I don't think any of them fit the threshold. Nowhere near it. Like, it has to be someone in prominence. Usually it's someone who holds office, right?
Right.
It's someone who is a obvious celebrity. HUSSY's not a celebrity. He's not recognized when he goes out. This is not something he experiences on a regular. He can walk the streets in New York without being accosted.
Sure.
So no, he does. In my definition, I don't think he even comes close to being a public figure.
Yeah, I ask because, like, there are definitely people online that, like, I think, like, Destiny, for example, you could say is, like, a public figure, right? Even though he's not maybe, like, a traditional public figure, but obviously HUSSY isn't Destiny. I'm just saying, like, my curiosity is just the threshold. It sounds like it's a case-by-case basis thing.
Yeah, I think that's what would happen here, but I am very confident in saying that he would not meet that definition.
Sure.
Or anyone in this space, really. Destiny is a whole different ball of wax. You know, he's been on the news. He's been in, he's been on shows. He's been on television. So
right.
he, kind of doesn't fit that. Or Ethan Klein also, same thing. He would actually be a celebrity. He has millions of views, on his show, on his podcast. So, like, they would be recognizable. People have accosted both of them in public. HUSSY does not get that.
No, that's true.
That doesn't happen to him.
So I'm curious, do you know about the hidden true crime stuff?
Are you talking about the Brittany J stuff?
No, this is about Lauren Matthias, who tried to sue a TikTok critic. Like, she tried to get her, like, a restraining order against this TikTok critic, and the judge was like, no, fuck you, like, they're just saying their opinion. That's something I've covered a little bit. It is a trauma thing, but it's actually, like, more interesting than that. Like, there's a whole legal bit of it. I'm more curious, and this is kind of getting in the weeds a little bit, because I feel like in cases like that, it's kind of hard to draw a line. Obviously, HUSSY doesn't even have 2K subscribers, so we're not talking about him here, but, like, how much does Hidden True Crime have? Because I think Hidden True Crime has 312K subscribers, and in her case, I think the judge referenced her being a public figure, and she says that she's not a public figure, but 312K subscribers is a lot. Like, I don't know. I don't know if you know that you're muted again or not. Uh-oh.
I have no idea how he did that. Yeah, no, 300K subscribers. I think they would also look at views, because the sub count only gives you like one benchmark, but I think really the benchmark is the views. So
I'm just curious, because with this Hidden True Crime thing, I'm just gonna look at what their most recent video is. Oh my god.
So investigators.
So they get this last video they just got has 29K views, which isn't a ton. Let's click on one like.
A whole lot.
Like, from farther back before their controversy. This one has 81K views.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like a whole lot.
It's not, I guess, like, yeah, it kind of straddles the border there.
Yeah, I mean, it's a decent. It's in YouTube terms. See, I feel like between the platforms, it's very difficult to tell because TikTok is a whole different beast.
Oh yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying? Like TikTok, the views can go into the millions really quickly and really easily, and that it doesn't translate into YouTube. YouTube getting, tens of thousands of views is actually pretty good.
Yeah.
Like it's very solid, but it doesn't translate the same on TikTok.
Yeah, I don't know how much the TikToker got. I just know that the TikToker that she tried to sue didn't have, like, they weren't, like, consistently making videos or whatever. They just, like, uploaded a couple things. So they definitely, like, wouldn't qualify for it. But
Yeah.
I don't know. It's an interesting topic.
Yeah, I think this is something that they would have to actually, argue about in court and, let a jury decide.
Yeah.
I don't think that this is something you can just say, like, unless you're talking about like a sitting senator or a mayor or something like we can't just flat out say that these are public figures. I'm just telling you, in my estimation, is in this corner, there are no public figures.
Okay, that's fair. No, that's totally fair.
Okay,
Although,
I'm gonna let you go. Go
for
ahead.
sure.
Sorry.
No, I was just gonna say, although I do think that as content creators, I feel like you should just treat yourself as one. I don't know if that makes sense. Like, mostly as like so you don't fuck up in public, or like so you
See,
take
and that's
things
another thing.
seriously.
I don't see HUSSY as a content creator either. I
Oh.
see him as more of a, like, he's a drama tuber. That's really what he is. He's just a drama tuber. And part of the reason why Yaba and Sam lost their initial case to Negs, had to do with the fact that their lawyer successfully, when they had their first case where Negs and DC filed against them, their lawyer, basically effectively argued that, well, since they're both participating in this drama for pay, right? Because both parties are getting paid, they're both making super chats, they're both making, cash apps and all that stuff. You're willingly engaging in this drama for money.
Yeah.
Right. And so the judge basically saw this as, oh, okay, so this is kind of like you're agreeing to this. And no one can really refute that because they're responding to, DC was responding to Yaba and Sam were responding to DC and Negs. And so there was, as long as they're having that back and forth, it's kind of like an agreement. But if there isn't a back and forth, I think that's where they have a stronger case.
Right.
HUSSY has a back and forth. He's going back and forth with these people. He's not, and he's never been good. He didn't win anything, and I'm glad Woti corrected this because these were settlements, right? I don't know why DC. Well, I do. I kind of know why DC settled. I don't know why AK settled. I don't think she should have had to settle, but if she really was concerned about the cost of her lawyer, that may have been the reason. I can understand that. But
yeah, I guess it depends on your financial situation.
Yeah, but I think legally, AK had a leg to stand on. I don't think she would have lost in a court battle if they would have let it go out that far.
I don't think she would have either.
Yeah, I think she would have prevailed. But again, I'm going to preface this. I am not a lawyer. I read stuff about the law for fun, but that's just my layman's non-lawyer take.
No, it's probably good because I am very admitted to I don't have a good law brain, so.
Yeah, so I'm going to let you get back to it.
Oh yeah, no worries. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thanks.
HUSSY, why don't you have everyone's like, I can't talk to Videl. I feel like it's easy to talk to Videl, actually. Like, that was very, like, simple, easy. Like, reasonable. We don't have, like, the extreme... Come on, HUSSY. I will even do moderation, and I'll let Carrie help me. How about that? I think that would be more likely to actually. Oh wait, it likely would have been dismissed, but that wasn't really the point of the lawsuit, was it? Also, Kimberlina, yeah, just kind of cool your jets a little bit there, girl.
So does anybody else have any questions?
Videl gives what she gets. That's true. And maybe that's why it's frustrating to me. Because, like... Whoa, my YouTube just exploded. Because, like, for me... At least in these YouTube streets, which I guess it's something we're saying now. For me... That is... like heaven, because so many people on YouTube, other content creators, can't do that. They like can't match energy, and it's really annoying if you get into an issue with them when they can't do that, because you want to try, when you're trying to come to a compromise or trying to come to an understanding, it's not going to be like the most fun process, right? And a lot of people don't realize that it can be a lot quicker and you can still get the views or whatever and turn out more effectively if you communicate effectively. But, like, a lot of YouTubers can't do that. I feel like I hold back a lot. I can relate to that. Good luck, Capone. Have fun at work.
Man, oh, you guys, my Twitch channel, let me get it for you so you guys can hit the subscribe button. Let me get it for you, because I'm going to start streaming there. And
hold on. This is completely unrelated, okay? But it just popped into my head right now. This whole time, I've been asking myself, why is Destiny embracing food shops? What if Destiny is embracing food shops to improve the PR of Dan? Because it worked with me. Oh, shit.
here, but Monday I'll start streaming there too. Hold on, I'm getting it. Hold on. Oh gosh, how am I gonna do? Oh, share. Here it is. Copy link. So this is.
I know, Vydel, but so food shops. Vydel, are you aware of? Are you familiar with food shops?
A link to one of my videos. You can just watch that video and hit the subscribe button. It doesn't cost any money to subscribe, but if you want to be a channel member, it does cost.
Yeah, well, you know what, you guys, you should like this stream. Okay, we've got 35, 40, we got between 30 and 40 concurrents, pretty good. You guys can like the stream. If you want to donate to me, that'd be awesome. Unlike everyone else, I'm very open about liking money. And yes, I do consider this my job. We've had a very good month this month, so I really appreciate all you guys. But in order for me to stay, okay, we do have to support. So if you can donate, please do that. If you can't, prioritize your health and yourself before donating to streamers. But if you can, super appreciate it, even if it's just a small dono. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for watching. Is food shops anything like Factor? I don't know about Factor. Only a little, mostly from the primer you gave me. Okay, the primer is pretty much it. So I've just been confused about why. Because she's so unappealing. Like, I won several blood sportsy things against her when I, was a newbie. Literally, 0 subscribers.
I don't know how much, but you don't have to worry about that yet.
Don't you think in girl world people call you a public figure in order to excuse treating you horribly or doxing you? I think that happens in a lot of online communities, not just girl world. Like, I don't think being a public figure should be, like, you know, a ticket to being abusive, even if it's not technically illegal.
It's okay, hon. You're being sniped by you know who. Oh, you know what? I'm just going to thank you for letting me know. I appreciate that. That's okay. That's just more harassment that she's doing. She knows she should leave me alone. I'm suing her, but she still continues to do what she does. So let her. Oh, just so sorry. So I'm gonna see if Carrie wants to.
I don't know if they're talking about. Oh, so Carrie didn't jump on. Interesting.
24 miles. Charlene, that ain't bad. It's the true word. Damn, my voice. Yellow. No, I can't do that. I'm sorry, Kyla. I don't know what kind of girl you think I am. No. Ain't nobody putting no. Yeah, Hekate, you watching this? We're talking about fruit and vegetables in an adult manner. Go.
Egg moment.
And say that I'm talking in codes. Go.
Why are you guys being so weird to each other in chat?
Go ahead, honey. Because I know you're thinking that, right? Oh, and guess what I had yesterday? I cracked some eggs, and I had eggs, honey. Yeah. Sure enough, did. Listen, I got...
Get along in chat now.
A little tip. If y'all want to make egg salad, you don't necessarily have to boil them for 10 minutes and then peel them one by one. You don't have to go through all that to make egg salad. Whoever told you that doesn't know what I know. And I can make it real simple. Get you a frying pan, put a little cooking spray, Pam, away.
Sometimes I think you guys get together somewhere and you do weird things in my chat just to confuse me.
Whatever you use, spray the frying pan. Crack a bunch of eggs in the frying pan, stir it up. It becomes scrambled. And that's it. It literally takes less than 5 minutes, okay? Take it off the fire, mix it up, add the mayonnaise, the mustard, the garlic powder.
Actually, hold on.
The onion powder, the salt, and the pepper, and the mayo mustard. And that's it. Chop it, mix it up, and put it in the fridge. And that's egg salad. It becomes cold. Isn't that nice? Yeah. You got that right, Kyla. You got that right.
Got that
That's
right,
literally
Kyla.
like, one time I wanted to make it, I was like, wait a minute. Why can't I just try it this way and see what happens? I literally made scrambled eggs, but I didn't put a bunch of oil or a bunch of butter, nothing like that. And I'm not saying the regular way isn't good, but I'm saying this way is just as good and it's fast. You can eat it hot, or you can just put it in the refrigerator for 10 minutes and that's it. Egg salad, you just want scrambled eggs and boiled eggs is the same damn thing. It's all about your taste buds. How long have we been on anyway? Oh, 1 hour? Okay. Oh, fast egg salad is where to do it with some leftover McDonald's mayo. Let me tell you something. I don't even remember what mayo tastes like from McDonald's. It's been so damn long, Kyla. It's been so damn long. But I've been craving chicken salad, so.
Hey, y'all, how is QLR doing in the algo? I'm curious, okay? I've got some marketing data that is telling me that we should be looking at QLR.
If you fill a condom with wafters, that's gross. If you fill a condom with mayonnaise and then chuck it out a car window at someone, it's considered impolite.
Kimberlito, what's going on, man? Why are we having a oopsie doodle? If Carrie comes, I'm out. Oh my god, dude, this is all about Carrie, bro. Can we please not be gay about Carrie for one day? Like, I just don't get it. I'm not saying you have to like her, don't like her, but like the extreme response is like, oh my god, who fucking cares? It's fucking Carrie. Who cares? Who cares?
You don't say. You don't say. The damn disaster wafflers. Do you make deviled eggs the same way? Just scramble and add paprika? No.
Is she like doing good? Hold on.
No, deviled eggs I boil. I usually don't make deviled eggs because I like it too much and I don't want to OD on it. I love deviled eggs. Oh, my stars. But I feel like I eat more eggs if I do that. Although eggs are very good for you. Fun
Yeah, she has been hitting the algorithm harder.
fact, if you fill a mayo jar with vanilla pudding and eat it crying in front of your coworkers, you will get a grippy sock vacation. Why? How do you know that, Kyla? How do you know that? That's a fun fact in there? Well, I don't got coworkers in here. What do I do?
I don't give a fuck about it. Okay, well, I think that's most of the HUSSY stuff. I'm tempted to watch. Like, I want to do a panel review, but I want it to actually be a good panel. Okay, people post panel and requests. I do want to review panel. But will you guys please entertain me while I watch the Cenksgiving video, like react to it? Because listen, I forgot about Cenksgiving, and Cenksgiving it's priceless, okay? It's not even a long video. Dude, I'm an idiot. I didn't, oh no. I still got it open. Oh, no I'm not. I outsmarted myself. That's right, chat. I outsmarted myself. But yeah, I still like, it's just the same conclusion. I think the lawsuits are stupid. I don't think they're gonna go anywhere. I think people need to stop with the IRL stuff and, I don't know, cover actual drama. There is stuff going on. Like, be creative. Alright. After this, we'll do, if I'll find an old panel to look at, well, we can do a hardcore girl world shit, okay? Give me this one thing. I'm gonna be here for a while today. Where to go? Some requests. Actually, it's only 46 minutes long. It's by the Vanguard. Let's see how it is.
Now we're left with two guys that are left. Tucker Carlson, and yeah, I'm going to say the word or the name, Nick Fuentes. Tucker Carlson, I think, has a shot at actually meaning it. And so I'm not sure that I agree with you.
You and I have had a private conversation about this many years ago, and I think I've been vindicated on this.
I think I've been vindicated on it, but we can have that conversation in a minute. So to now go to, we'll come back to Tucker.
We both want the vindication.
You go to Fuentes, and so he seemed to be a classic guy who's, to be fair to him, not hiding his nationalism, right? So he was like, I'm going national.
AK and Alex Glitter are frauds. Don't trust the bumdega. Is this Greg again? You stole my voice. Hello. I just want to say, who's Bimble? What the fuck is, what does this mean? What does this mean, dog? Who are you? What? New caller, Hammer. New Caleb Hammer hippies by who? Or on someone? Enjoy the lawsuit, by the way. You're making up lies about me and Cougs. Oh my god, it's Greg! Guys? Y'all, what is happening? We gotta have some daycare? Scott Schaefer. I don't know who that is. Do we need some daycare shit? He make a follow-up video. Okay, you don't need to yell at me. I knew it was Greg. Oh, looky who we got in the chat. What do you mean? Greg, I don't understand why we need to keep doing this. I'm good. I just need to know if everybody else is good. I don't know where all this, I don't know about this conflict. Thank you. Get rid of Greg for doxing? Were you not just running your mouth about me? What? I was talking about HUSSY. No one's doxing anybody. AK is doxing you? Dude, AK's a psychopath. I made fun of Tragic very lightly, and AK, like, wanted to, like, fight me. Oh, okay, I see it. We're talking to Kimberlina here. Oh my god. Greg, get the hell out. Sorry, I missed it. I didn't see it. Kimberlina, are you doxing? I don't want that coming into my chat, okay? Hold on, I just want to look at the chats. Why isn't it showing me above? It's not letting me see it. Okay, well... If you guys are gonna fight in chat, can you at least come up here and fight on stage, please? That was weird. That was weird, Kimberlina. Like, I didn't appreciate that. Can you guys fight on stage? Please? Pretty please? Pretty please? Pretty please? Pretty who's added me as a friend? Who the fuck is this? Oh, sorry, that's Videl. I was like, who is this person? Why is their name all squares? Oh my god. Stop! I don't care. I don't care about this shit. Kimberlina, listen. I don't know what this is. It has to do with doxing. I don't like it. I love you. Come back tomorrow. Okay. Now, woe to you have to hang out with me forever. So. Okay, thank you for that. We're not fighting about it anymore. Hit play and go take your shit or whatever. No, fuck you.
I'm going Christian nationalist, white nationalist. It appeared to me.
I wasn't taking a shit. I was reading messages.
Right? That was my original read.
I'm just glad we built a bridge to where?
Yep. But now he's also changing.
You stole my advice. No. We're not doing this tonight. No. No. I don't really care. I'm sorry. You stole my voice. I don't know you. But I don't know what this is about. It involves doxing. I don't like doxing. Seems sketchy. Sorry.
And so now I know we all cancel him to bejesus. And
I mean,
okay, Barry Weiss, if you're watching, which you obviously are,
Holocaust denier.
Right. So no problem. You deny the Holocaust. You say all these things. He's against race mixing. Well, yeah. I'm married to an Asian woman. What am I going to agree with that? Right. So obviously we're against all that. But even now he has realized that's not actually where his audience is. So whether it's
who are these people?
Can you pause that? Yeah, I mean, he's literally saying Nick Fuentes.
Oh, that's the people doing the thing. Oh, this wasn't just a clip.
Is changing. Like I have yet to see Nick Fuentes admit he was wrong about Hitler or denounce Nazism. The vanguard will be there, sir. Yeah, let's talk a little bit about the Thanksgiving feast, the annual roast of the turkey that is Cenk Uygur at the hands of his nephew, Hasan Piker. They get together every year on Thanksgiving for Cenksgiving. It's always a fun event.
Okay, fuck it. We are gonna just watch the actual thing because I don't care about other people's commentary. Oh, that's a request I have to make. When you guys request stuff, can you not like or try to avoid, unless it's like a lost media thing. Oh. Am I still here? Hello? Am I here? Okay, I'm still here. Okay, so if we're gonna react to like stuff like this, can you especially if you're Josh, can you not link like another reactor? Because I don't really care about that most of the time. I forgot about Cenksgiving. Let me find, here it is.
As you guys know.
So this is Hasan debating Cenk. Prepared to suffer, but in a good way. This is from the HasanAbi chat. I'm assuming he's not gonna clip it weird because it's his uncle, but who knows?
Oh, it's a time honor.
Oops, sorry.
Tradition every single year since 2018 to have Cenk Uygur in the building. Okay, let's start off with why you said that you were going to your communist nephew's house.
Okay, hold on, guys.
I can't tell if you were memeing or if you're being serious. Have I been upgraded to communist?
Okay, actually, you tell me. I'm kidding. But so people are constantly calling you all sorts of names. You go to China, you love it over there. So what should we call you? What are you?
I mean, I say I'm a socialist. I'm not like a self-described communist or anything. But I also say that I don't have an issue with people calling me a communist. I just think it's funny when people say that.
Then I got it right. Okay, I was playing around. Yeah, you're a socialist. God bless.
Wait. He's not a communist?
Yeah, but yeah, no, a lot of people have been saying that.
Well, self-identified, right?
That I'm a authoritarian communist. That's what they're saying. Well, not everybody. Some people say I'm a revisionist and therefore a social fascist, but those guys are the real commies. You know what I mean? That's the real Max Left.
Okay, yeah. Luckily, I don't even know those folks.
They're in your replies, I suspect. Actually, they might have given up on you at this point.
Oh,
they yell at me all the time, though. Not that it matters. All right, I will keep calling you a centrist, lol. Yeah, people say I'm a centrist.
Yeah, you're not a centrist, buddy.
Well, the political spectrum has moved if you are a centrist. Although kind of, I mean, look, you back Mamdani 200%. Mamdani's now bros with Trump. I mean, if that's not centrism.
It's the horseshoe. Yeah, by transitive property, I'm homies with Trump. But obviously we already knew that. And technically you too, because we were far too critical of Kamala Harris. And if you're critical of Kamala Harris, who was the best possible candidate at the time, that means you wanted Donald Trump to win.
Yeah, I actually think that we have thoroughly defeated those guys. So there's a lot of folks out there that are still in the circle for who might come out ahead, right, in terms of ideology. But the guys who are not going to win, I don't think, are the ones who are like, oh, Kamala was right all along. Like, that's kind of done, right? So the way that makes a comeback is...
I don't know if I like that analysis or not.
Through the form of Buttigieg or Newsom, right?
Hasan is hiding his power level and it's gross, yeah.
So those guys aren't done. But like the Kamala stands, the beehive is dead, right? There's not a single
K-hive,
Yeah, K-hive. Right.
Yeah,
There's not a K
Beehive
left
is-
in the hive.
Yeah.
Don't talk shit about bees.
Yeah, beehive is very much alive. There's a bayhive.
Yeah, that's the biggest one. But her and Taylor Swift are immortal. But in politics, Kamala's done.
All right, so we've had many battles on this broadcast about our disagreements, but I think it's important to start the conversation with our agreements. You've been manning the ship on Piers Morgan every single time you appear, defending Palestinians and Palestinian humanity. Has your attitude shifted on this issue over the last 2 years?
Maybe a little bit, actually. That's interesting. So I've always been obviously against all of Israel's war crimes, its occupation, etc. And so
yes, it's Israel time.
October 7th, the day itself was, of course, bad. And then the reaction has been horrific, and it's an obvious genocide. And we said that from...
You did want Trump to win, you dolt. See, I think that's so dumb, and I hate that. People like Hassan will never, take responsibility. They'll never be like, yeah, actually, us being really demotivated and telling people to not vote,
Day one, we took a lot of shit for saying it's a genocide early. We took a lot of shit for saying they were doing it to steal land. Oh, trope, blah, 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 right? And they stole the land. It was always for ethnic cleansing. So we've been on the right side of that through and through. The only thing that I'd say is that, I grew up in East Brunswick, which is a kind of a
communist safe haven.
It's the original Israel. It's a safe haven for Jews. So it was about 40-50% Jewish, right?
Wow.
So I grew up with a culture that believed that Israel was righteous and holy, right? And so I think that through this 2-year process, I've now come to the point where, no, it's no question at all that it shouldn't have been formed. And and so that's a kind of I wasn't there before.
Oh no, I know.
Yeah, and of course it's a huge injustice, and I've always known it was.
I hate it when people talk about Israel this way, because we can't go back in time and do that. That's not an option we have.
Huge injustice. In fact, this is the one thing I used to catch for, because I was.
You want me to react to QLR? I'm down. That seems to be what should I react to, though? Do you have any, suggestions?
Against the occupation back in high school, and we went to Model Congress, and I was the only one who got a bill passed, and it was to defund Israel. That was back in 1988. Okay, so I knew that it was a huge injustice. I knew the occupation was terrible all along. Now, seeing the totality of the circumstances, as much as after the Holocaust.
Actually, no, fuck it. I do want to watch this, but this will probably be more middle of the night. Okay, so I have this theory about Nikki T. I think that Nikki T is actually doing what I did, which is no QLR. Well, what the fuck do you guys want to watch then? What do you want to do? The thing is, I don't want to do. The one thing that we could do, I guess, that I don't want to do and nobody else wants to do is I am supposed to react to Bo Blacks. And I still don't want to do that. I guess I could just not do it, but then the Wheel of Chaotic Stupid is meaningless, and then I ruined my own gimmick, crying. Okay, fine. We will react to QLR. I just know that what's making me curious is Nikki T's stream right now with a lot of concurrence, but I think she's doing... Okay. I got distracted. I distracted myself. So, I think she's doing the same thing that I did, where, I knew that my time in HEKATE'S community, I knew that as soon as the whole, worst of the internet fighting with Hekate happened, I knew that my time, or my days, rather, were numbered. So, I just, basically was the not Hekate wasn't streaming the not Hekate channel, because she's her concurrence, Hekate's actual loyal viewers will go to places that she links to, right? And it's really easy to just ride that up to 1K, which I mean, good for Nikki T. Kimberlina is timed out because her and Greg were being weird and talking about doxing, and I just don't want to deal with that in my chat, okay? It's only a day, okay? We'll live. But, yeah, no, I think she's doing that because I know that, her and, fuck, I forget his name. Videl will remember, or Woti will. Her and... like Nikki T's like boyfriend friend person, Camnian, because I know that Hecate has gone at Cam before. So and now I could be deluding myself because I want to, like, I had fun with Nikki T when we streamed together that one time, and I want to believe that she doesn't hate me. It's completely possible that she does. It's good for Nikki T that she can grow off of Hecate's community. I guess you could say what I'm saying is that I think that Nikki T is grifting off of Hecate's community kind of like I did. But it's not really grifting. It's just like audience capture. I don't know how to properly explain it. A lot of people would call it grifting. But, I mean, you're not stealing anything inherently. Like, you're not entitled to an audience. Yeah, Greg, shut up in here. Well, wait, hold on. Will we actually be able to show that, though? Spaghetti model? Like, am I gonna have to censor bar the food?
I get the overwhelming need for a safe haven for Jews in the world. It turns out...
Yeah, East Brunswick, New Jersey.
Exactly. East Brunswick was totally fine.
But anyway, that's why Nikki T theory is that she's doing the same thing I did, and hopefully she doesn't hate me.
And no, it was the original Zionist slogan of taking a people without a land to a land without a people is by definition...
Fishing? It's not really fishing though either. There's technical terms.
An horrific injustice because the land did have a people, and they were the only way that you were going to move them is by killing them, and that's what they did. So 1948 honestly was land theft. 1967 was definitely land theft. And by the way, this is the propaganda that unks like me grew up with. We were taught that 1967
defensive war.
Yeah, no, not even. We were taught that Israel was attacked. Just flat out. Lie.
The greatest military conquest of all. Right? That's the way it's taught.
Yeah. So it was taught to us that Israel was attacked, and they had no choice but to destroy the air force of all of the neighboring countries, to destroy their militaries, to defend themselves.
Preemptively.
No, but that's what I'm telling you, Has. They didn't even add preemptively. They just lied to us and said that the Arabs went first, okay? Which is just a flat out lie. Yeah. And then they said, and I believed it at the time, I'm a kid, right? That they had to take buffer zones, and that's why they originally took the West Bank, Golan Heights, Sinai, and Gaza. But no, now I realize, no, the Greater Israel Project was from day one. They attacked, and they attacked last time in 67.
Wait, what do you mean by this? The establishment of Israel, I feel like one of the things that maybe lacked initially was good coordination. Obviously not later.
To take more land and do more ethnic cleansing, and that's what they did.
I think given the state of affairs in 2025, especially after 2 years of Israel's genocide, and also the endless amount of arrogance of Zionists on television and their demands for censorship, this conversation that's taking place is probably taking place in many American tables, regardless of the political ideology at play. You know, you and I have difference in opinion on certain issues, but ultimately, this is something that we completely unite on and completely agree on. And I think that is actually a point of agreement for many people, even like evangelical Christians and whatnot, that are probably having the exact same conversation. So remember that for the Thanksgiving enjoyers, when you're with your family, if you want to unite on certain things, I think Israel will probably be one of those points of contention, or Zoran Mamdani. So what do you think about Zoran Mamdani?
Yeah, just real quick before we go on to Zoran. Look, I never thought this would happen in my lifetime.
Oh, yeah, me either.
Like that Israel would be, that people would understand what's happening about Israel and the injustice of Israel.
You didn't think that would happen in your lifetime?
Not just on the left, but the left, right, and center.
In your life? And I don't, here's the thing, it's like, I don't think people know. I think what's frustrating to me the most, because I am a politics nerd, I do read about, like Israeli politics, like their domestic politics, not as much as I used to. The frustrating part for me is that actually nobody knows enough information to talk about this at all. Like, the way that the West, or like people like in the discourse now, whatever you want to call it, the way that they like argue about shit would be so unappealing to somebody that actually lives in Israel. And like nobody is thinking that like, hey, maybe if we like communicate with people that can vote there, like, and use good rhetoric to like change their ideas, maybe we could like change something. But no, we can't do that. We can't do that, dude. We can't do what countries have been doing. It's called diplomacy for thousands of years. Nope. We just have to have a stupid black and white view on the issue, and anything else, you're just sweeping for Hamas. You're just sweeping for Israel. You blah, 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 like just that
the whole country would agree, outside of mainstream media, outside of the politicians, no, we're done with these guys. And this is a gigantic injustice. And most importantly, we all now agree we've all been lied to by legacy media, right? Corporate media is poison. It's the biggest.
Half the creators are lol cows. Wait, what? Whoa.
Toxic influence in America. Now the right, the left, the center, everyone agrees. Corporate media, they've been lying to us from day one. So look, that's another one. For 20 years I've been saying that.
What? How do conservatives do that? What is Fox News?
And to see everybody come around to that, I love it. I love it. So Zoran's to the left of me, so it makes sense that like he's kind of perfect for you, right? I think. You tell me.
Even the center. I mean, like, people definitely still watch. What is he talking about?
But I love it. I love it because it's change. I love it because middle finger to AIPAC that spent $45 million trying to meddle in our elections, and them, why don't they go back to their own country? Okay, New York is in America. It's not in Israel. It's not Tel Aviv. Okay, and I'm proud that it's the largest Jewish city, and I'm proud that they voted for Zoran, right? So this division on trying to divide Americans with Jew, Muslim, Christian, etc. No, we're America. They're not America, and that's that. And then he's for change, man. The status quo. So I'm thrilled that Andrew Cuomo lost.
Why do you say he's more to the?
If you want my opinion on the lolcow definition thing, I think lolcows are defined way too loosely these days. I also think that you can't make somebody a lolcow. I think that you have to find it in nature. So yeah. That's my opinion.
Left in you.
So some of those policies are not the direction I'd go, but I want them to try it anyway.
Like what are the policies?
So like freeze on the rent control apartments. First of all, I don't think he's saying that'll solve the whole thing. It won't. No, it only affects a tiny amount of apartments, right? But
what are you saying? What's wrong with 4chan?
0.2 million units or something, I think.
Yeah, which is not tiny, actually.
Yeah,
but,
I mean, it's tiny for New York, but go on.
Yeah, but rent control, in my opinion, doesn't work. It pushes up prices in other apartment buildings. In fact, I think it's counterproductive. I wish it worked. It's a simpler solution.
Okay, Matt Iglesias.
Yeah, I'm Matt Iglesias.
Are you an abundist?
No.
You're not an Ezra Klein doctrine understander and appreciator?
No, I mean, I'd have that
Oh, Ezra Klein.
conversation with Ezra, and I think he's probably at least a third right, but he's not right in the central thesis, which I think is misguided, right? But no, on rent control, I'm definitely a centrist.
Okay, what about public housing? What about building robust socialized housing as a way to boost the number of available units and as a way to deflate the existing housing market and the prices?
So we've done public housing terribly in the past. We've done public housing in rare cases pretty good in America.
That's fair. I can understand not knowing anything about 4chan or Kiwi Farms. 4chan is like less. There's still a lot of offensive stuff on there, but the thing with Kiwi Farms that's hard, I think, for like normies is that Kiwi Farms is like a very specific forum culture, and you have to like abide by it like autistically.
So, but this is your
on Kiwi Farms
2025, and Zoran's a smart guy. So I hope we learn some of our lessons that we don't like make.
Well, he can't.
Lolcows for me personally is when creators often their life for content, which is to distract from other creators who offer a curated life. To know. I'll see if I can think of a concrete definition, but I don't think it really has anything to do with, like, the person's occupation or whatnot. I think it's more about, like, specific personality types that would encompass, like, narcissism, like, high validation needed, lack of self-awareness. There's a couple other ones you could put in there too. Like that's still pretty general.
He hasn't ran on, building public housing. As a matter of fact, I think it's a major area of weakness for the American left in general, because there's not a single
like entitlement
Democrat that even broaches the subject matter from that angle. And every single person, even though it's the number one, like affordability is the number one priority, but affordability, as you know better than anybody else, brackets off into certain aspects, right? Healthcare is a part of the affordability conversation. And I think Democrats do have, or at least the left flank in the Democratic Party has a really solid approach to that. Socialized medicine, Medicare for all. But housing is another aspect of this that no one ever talks about. Or they do talk about it, but they don't actually have a similar...
Is that a cutout guy or a rug?
There's a simple, easy to understand policy for it. That's why we keep consistently going back and forth on Band-Aid solutions, which you're right. Rent control is a Band-Aid solution. I'm in favor of the decommodification of housing in general. So obviously this works in that direction.
I'm not for decommodification of housing, but I agree with you on public housing. And I think that there's a right way to do it. So the problem was that we constantly
That's true. Videl's right. Well, Kiwi Farms covers much more than gorlworld. Hasana's popular topic on there. Jank makes an appearance on there.
Concentrated poverty last time, right? When we didn't know what we were doing in the 1960s and 70s. So now we've done it right a couple of times, spread it out a little bit and make it more mixed housing. But it at least creates more units. It helps supply and demand in bringing down, in creating higher supply, so bringing down prices. So there's a lot of logic in it.
Yeah, but
Maybe I'll have a panel on how do you define a lolcow. That could be really interesting, actually.
He's not advocating for socialized housing, but I do think that this is the next initiative. If the Democrats actually do have this robust left flank movement and start unseating establishment Democrats and put forward DSA candidates and things of that nature, I hope that there will be a more united message on that, where people will approach the subject of housing in a similar vein, where they do talk about permanent public housing and better alternatives.
Yeah. So the other thing that I don't necessarily agree with, but
I will say gorlworld has a shockingly lack of detailed threads. There's a lot of posts about gorlworld, but not a ton of threads.
to try is the city-run grocery stores. So I don't get it. I don't know why that's the biggest among the biggest priorities. I get some food deserts. I get that there's some some more high-density minority areas where it could be helpful. On the other hand, it's like a Muslim unemployment plan in New York. All the bodegas are run by Muslims. So I'm exaggerating, but
wow, did you hear that? Tragic.
But I don't know that was a big pressing need. But I want him to try.
Hey, wafters.
Right, I want him to try the free busing, and if it works, great. If it doesn't work, so what?
So why do capitalists hate government intervention in the markets? Because they want to set the prices under what they consider as market conditions. So basically, I think the way this would work, it's a pilot program with no assurances that it'll be 100% successful. But I think ultimately the goal there is to try and drive down profits with with much better, much more affordable groceries being sold, because there's a bunch of different things that you don't have to pay for, like licensing and things of that nature.
I don't remember if I don't think I marked this.
You have the government-run grocery stores. So therefore, the goal is to drive down prices for other grocery chains, specifically like the big retailers, I think, like big grocery chains in general.
Yeah, let's try it, see what happens.
Yeah, also, they do have it. I mean, it's the commissary in the military, right? Which the Trump administration is trying to privatize right now, because I think they just want to do a mutiny. They want to foment mutiny in the military.
So look, if you're on the right and you're like, oh, you just want to just try it? Yeah, because that's how we learn, right?
But that's how so many people voted for Donald Trump. Oh, I just want to try it out again because we got to shake up the system.
Yeah, and
I hate people that vote like that.
The states are supposed to be, laboratories where we experiment. And by the way, some of the rights say, can you name it? Some guy on Fox was like, can you name any time that they made something public and it worked better? Yeah, like bank in North Dakota. They created a state bank. It worked great.
Well, so the interesting thing about that, and you can also use examples in Canada as well. If you have a state-run institution that competes with other private institutions or private businesses, for example, how Canada has crown corporations. In Manitoba, they own all the liquor stores. The province owns all the liquor stores, but it's not like you can't go to a non-provincial way to buy alcohol. There's other ways to buy alcohol. Maybe a better example is weed in some provinces. I think that having socialized healthcare lowers the cost of private healthcare in Canada. So it can have a lot of uses. It can encourage better regulation or more efficient management of a business. People vote to try things because they don't have any understanding of history or world politics. True. Yeah, Rampage says 3.1 mil mansion Hassan owns while its daddy is a billionaire.
Municipal utilities.
Yeah.
Literally almost every single time the municipality has taken over utilities, it has been so successful that Google worked extra hard to make it illegal in other places. They do not want internet service providers or water or electricity or sewage systems to be controlled by the municipality. But yes, fire department is another great example of this as well.
The interesting part about that is in Manitoba. So Manitoba Hydro, all the power is run by the province. But the cool part about that is that Manitoba Hydro actually sells power to places in the states that are along the border, so in North Dakota and Minnesota. So it could be very good. I prefer my Healthcare USA. I guess it depends on how much money you have.
And that goes to the last point, which is we don't know what should be public and private perfectly until we try a couple of different systems. Like theoretically, you know it a little bit better. If you study other countries, you'll have better examples, etc.
Like, one of the big problems with healthcare in the U.S. is that it's very, like, income restricted. So, like, I, for example, have experienced really high-quality mental health care in the U.S. At the same time, though, like, I only accessed that because of my parents. I couldn't have afforded it if, you know, my parents didn't have the resources that they did. And that healthcare, like, changed my life. But, like, how good is the healthcare if most people can't access it?
But like the fire department used to be private, and that turned into a disaster.
Okay, Josh.
Because if
have fun with your family.
I got an idea of what should be public and what should be private.
Yeah.
You know, I think most of it should be publicly owned.
Yeah, and I think most of it should be privately owned.
That's crazy.
But that's okay.
Well, you're living in it. It's America.
No, it isn't. It isn't. So, okay, now I'll make an argument that I'm a better capitalist than anyone on the right wing.
Okay, let's hear it.
So for Hasan, when he says it should be socially owned, I'm assuming he literally means being owned by the state.
Because the capitalism
He knows it's not the only solution, right?
is all about free markets and competition. The problem is that right now, what the Uniparty is in favor of, what almost all the Republican politicians are in favor of, and what a lot of the right wing got tricked for a long time into being in favor of is corporatism, right? So this is unregulated capitalism, which then leads to corporate rule, capture corporations.
I mean, it's not unregulated, though.
Capture the government.
You can argue that there's regulations that are biased. Hello.
Can I bother you?
Yes.
It's only because you're watching this. So I have a theory, right? No, I mean, so I feel like what Hasan wants is just basically the other side of the fascism coin. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no,
like,
I do.
I feel like what people don't understand is that when you're talking about socialism, like if you want to go all or nothing, which is what a lot of these people want to do, right? They want to go all the way one way or all the way the other way. And I think both of those are really bad.
I agree.
Because on either end, you need one, like, what do you call it? Like the unitary thing, right? Which is what they're doing with Donald Trump, right? Hasan wants his own version of Donald Trump. That's really what he wants.
Oh, yeah.
Because you can't have socialism where everything is publicly owned, because you need one person or one group of people to actually manage that public domain.
Oh, sure.
So either way, you are ending up with a dictatorship. Like, I don't think these people understand that either way you go, if you're going all one way or all the other way, that it's a net negative.
Oh, yeah. Well,
both sides.
I think that I really hate this, and I see people that are like, you know, younger than me that I would like talk to, like do this all the time. Like, I feel like everybody skips the process part. Like, you can't just have like magic socialized housing like isn't gonna fix a lot of these problems without understanding it as a part of like a whole holistic system. And so it's like, they're just trying to cut out like the complexity when life can't be like that.
Yeah, well, I think that's because, so what Hasan is, what he's not alluding to here is that he does not like capitalism, which is weird to me because he's profited from capitalism very much, right? But he doesn't like capitalism and basically wants to kill it off for everybody else. But he doesn't understand that it doesn't work, right? That whole thing trying to make everybody equal by making everything like
equal
what is
outcome. I think is the term that I would use. It doesn't work. You can't do it.
It doesn't work because no one has an incentive to be innovative. No one has an incentive to do like better than they actually do. Like, don't get me wrong, capitalism has its issues, right? There's a lot of like raw capitalism in its purest form is basically to scam people, right?
Oh yeah.
But if you regulate it, right, we do get a lot of innovation out of it. Not in everything. There are some things that the government has to do. But like, for instance, there is no, when the government, when they mandated the oh God, what is it?
Are you thinking of Obamacare?
No, the smallpox.
Oh, okay.
There was no money in it. that was no one was making any money off of that. That was not a capitalistic endeavor. That was for the public good, right? So of course the government pumped money into that because for the public good, for the long-term public good, it was better for people not to be dying of smallpox.
Yeah.
Right? Or polio or whatever, all the diseases that they managed. That's a place where I think that the government excels, right? That's where we need that kind of public, someone managing that for the public, right? But capitalism has given us all kinds of innovations, right? The car, and now today to AI, cell phones, all the stuff that we use, capitalism works in a lot of sense. But the problem is that we have, I think for Americans, we've done a terrible job of regulating it because now capitalism has gotten to such a point where some of these businesses are just ripping off Americans left and right, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Because we're not willing to, like, for instance, we have conglomerates. How many conglomerates do we have? Amazon, Google. We have all these big tech companies that are basically, running our lives. We were supposed to have some kind of checks and balances against, monopolies, but here we are. We may not have necessarily monopolies.
America, I feel like has had like a really bad history with that. Generally speaking, with regulating monopolies.
Yeah. They tried to break up Microsoft back in the early 2000s, and it didn't work. Like they lost the case, which was very disappointing.
I almost wonder if for tech stuff, and I don't actually know this, but if there's like it's different because of the nature of the business or something, because it's not like what would be traditionally talked about in law, which is like monopolies by hoarding a specific resource or something, right? So I think though you could also argue that now internet service providers effectively do that because they don't allow competition at all, really. From other ISPs unless they're literally like mandated to by a county. So I wonder.
So we just have a lot of work to do to make things to kind of equal things out.
Hey, Potato.
Oh, hey, Potato.
Hey, Videl, I have a question. You guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
You're echoing.
You're echoing.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, Vidal, here's my question for the social good. Have you heard what's going on in Australia that's like effective December 10th?
No.
So they're basically going to like it would be illegal if you're under 16 to be on social media.
Oh yeah, that I've heard about. Yeah.
Well, how would you say that is in terms of regulation? Because that is technically like for the social good, right? Because they're trying to get people off, like they're trying to get kids away from harmful content, right? And the opposition to that is like, hey, why don't you make your content not harmful, right? Which I think is what we're saying, like with a lot of this stuff with, around girl world and eating disorders and all that stuff. Where would you put that in like regulation of capitalism? Because they're going to find the companies, not the individuals, for violating it.
I have a controversial take on this, but I want Videl to go first.
Well, I understand what Australia is trying to do, and I'm kind of two minds, right? The only reason I will say I agree with this is because when we already know, we already know that long term, these children are experiencing some very negative effects from access to social media as early as they have. And I kind of think that, the Australians and Europeans, they've done a much better job when it comes to like privacy and things like that for individuals. I do wonder that this is just me, wondering that if there's a risk of like, the slippery slope of starting to, regulate content, which, eventually I feel like there can come a point where we start regulating more and more content to the detriment of the public, right? It has the ability to go both ways, but I want to say initially on its face as it is, yeah, I kind of agree with it. I don't think children should have access to social media as early as they do.
Yeah, but it's like it's so difficult. And I was thinking about it in Australia, right? Isn't it their summertime? So they're like all gonna be vacation tweeting and stuff, and you can't do that, I guess, anymore. So it's it's like such a weird time.
It's not against freedom of speech, spaghetti model. A lot of people don't understand what freedom of speech actually means. Freedom of speech means that you have the ability to speak against your government without the fear of risk of being arrested. And,
Rampage, I don't know what you're talking about. I never said I had a problem with it. I just think it's interesting, and it's a form of kind of, I don't know, intervention of something that's already kind of the norm, if that makes sense. Like it's strange to me that you're just gonna like randomly impose a law on people that don't have legal like capacity, right? They're teenagers.
well, I mean, but you're not really withholding any of their rights because as it stands, they don't have many rights to begin with. Children don't have many
Well,
rights.
even as an adult, you don't have a right to use social media.
True.
I would push back on that only because unfortunately we have set up our societies now to such a point where you cannot survive without having access to things like social media or the internet in general.
I would say for the
I don't.
internet, but social but like Facebook, I guess maybe we can like classify like social media into different categories, right? Like I can understand like LinkedIn or something like that, or even like YouTube or something. But
No, so spaghetti model, no, the government isn't saying that they're not preventing speech. What they're doing is they're managing what children basically can do, but that is not them not allowing you to say what you want to say. You can still say what you want to say. You can write in the book, you can write a poster, like if you're under the age of 16, you can put it on a blog, your own personal blog or something, but you're not freedom of speech. First off, Australia doesn't have that. They don't have that version, our version of freedom of speech. But even if you apply our version of freedom of speech to that law, it doesn't apply. There, you are under the internet, social media. These social media companies, these are all private industries. They don't have they don't have to follow that. They don't have to follow freedom of speech rules. It's basically our government that has to follow it. The government cannot like prevent us from protesting or you know celebrating our faith or things like that. Like that's what that's intended for. It is not intended for a company to have to allow people to use their platform. Every private company is allowed to approve or disapprove of whoever they want. They can prevent us. Like I can be banned off of Twitter tomorrow. There's nothing I can do about it. It's not against the law.
Yeah, sorry. I guess what I was trying to say is theoretically. I'm not talking about like a specific country. I'm just saying, hey, this is some weird thing a country is doing. I'm not necessarily
Oh
talking
yeah.
No,
I
I
was
get what
just
you're
clarifying.
saying, Potato.
I was clarifying what freedom of speech actually means. A lot of people apply freedom of speech to a lot of things, and it doesn't really apply.
Yeah,
That's all I'm saying.
So the fine. So they're saying they're going to give a $50 million fine to the company if they're not trying to actively prevent under 6 teenagers basically from the internet. So the fine wouldn't be to the teenager. It would be with the individual. It'd be to the company for not trying to get them off. That's like that's the like mechanism of like what'd you say? Enforcement, I guess. I don't know. I'm talking just theoretically. I don't know. It's interesting to me.
Well, I mean, how else would you manage that? Like you can't fine the teen for that. You have to fine the company for that, and the company has to. They can institute a number of different things in order to make sure that they verify. People are 16 and over, right? They can do credit card verification. They can do. It can be linked to like your bank account or PayPal or something like. There are ways for them to manage to do it, right?
Yeah, sorry, I just thought it was interesting. It kind of came in line with like just like a new form of regulation. That's the only reason why I jumped in to ask. Sorry, I think people are like getting a little like I'm not trying to talk about one country versus another.
No, it's fine. I think people are just discoursing, which is totally fine.
Okay, but yeah, I was just talking like because it is kind of crazy. Like it is a very new thing, and I think it's awesome. I just wanted to know y'all's take about it because I don't see many people talking about it. But I do think it kind of comes in line with like some of the new changes we're seeing on YouTube, because the opposition to it is like, well, hey, why don't you make your content it's not the teenager's fault for being online. It's your fault for having this kind of content on your website.
So,
You know, that's-
I just want to, I have a take, and I'm curious as how people will react to it. So basically, I have a very strong belief that people that are under 18 should not have access to, like, the primary internet. I think that now who actually administers this, it could depend, you know, on the situation. I don't think it doesn't have to be like a specific setup for me necessarily, but in my mind, I'm thinking like it's got to be like a publicly accountable body. So like the school district can set up like an intranet that they can have access to, and that is actually monitored. Like, so we can actually like stop a lot of this really weird stuff that does happen online that's pretty scary. Like the Corn Network, for example, is pretty scary stuff if you guys look that up. And I feel like at this point we're almost like morally, how do I phrase that correctly? At this point, like, we have to do it because I do think that the internet and social media as it is having an insanely detrimental effect on especially teenagers, but kids overall. Like, obviously you can't, at the end of the day, you can't like be like a helicopter government with parenting, but I feel like this is such a huge issue that we have to do something.
I agree with you. Yeah, for the public good, because right now what's happening, I'm just going to go back real quick. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut myself off as I said that. I was just going to say right now what's happening is that we have a whole generation now of students, of kids who lived through COVID, who were, you know, overly exposed to the internet and didn't have enough, you know, interaction with other people around them, that now they have lost valuable time when it comes to their education and their you know, their social skills and all that stuff. And we now have actual data showing that this is going to be a long-term problem for us as a country, not just that generation, but going forward, it will have a problem. We'll have a problem with it. Hello?
Oh, Rampage. It's okay.
Oh yeah, but I want to go back to what Spaghetti Model was saying. You know what? I'm sorry, Spaghetti Model. I think we were on different pages. Yeah, you're basically saying that you didn't feel like this was something that our government could actually institute here because you feel like it would affect freedom of speech. But no, it wouldn't. I don't think it would at all. Because that's what we have regulatory agencies for, right? We have regulatory agencies in various forms, right, that regulate things that at one point were put on television, right? Remember the difference between, you know, network TV and then cable TV, and people could curse on cable TV but not on network TV, right? Because we had regulatory agencies back then that we still have them to some degree, but we used to have regulatory agencies that manage that. And we can construct regulatory agencies that actually manage the internet. That was, we tried to do that at one point, and unfortunately when Trump came in the first time, we saw like a backsliding, that there were people who were trying to start putting some locks on the internet to start, you know, kind of managing certain things like our privacy, our private data, because right now as Americans, unfortunately our data is just out there for anybody, anywhere at any time. They can just, if they want, they can find it for free on some sites. They can pay for it. You know, I don't agree with that. I think that that's the problem. You should not be able to pay to find all my information, you know? So we used to have people that were working on that. Unfortunately, it's kind of gone by the wayside these days. But I think that's something that definitely not necessarily the government has to do, but we can set up regulatory agencies for that.
Oh, I'd agree. Canada has those already.
Sorry, I didn't. Hey, I think I am a little bit knowledge of this, and I was just kind of talking theoretically, Rampage. I'm not trying to, and I don't know. I thought it kind of was a little bit relevant. Sorry, I didn't.
No,
I am a little.
It's fine. Yeah. Some people are just gonna be, you know, they have their opinions.
Well, no, I don't think Rampage understands what you were asking about. I understand what you were asking.
Well, for me, it's like a YouTube, right? The thing that, you know, because that's one of the things that they're going to try to restrict. It's like, yeah, okay, if you looked at my YouTube homepage, there's a bunch of garbage on it, but then there's like a bunch of useful shit on there too. And it's like, okay, what if someone's literally like looking up calculus and how to do that, or like, you know, something that's useful in a video format that is valuable content for a 13-year-old or whatever. And
I mean, you can have that information present in a system that's like regulated.
so you want to just like sort it out, like put all the garbage in one place and somewhere else in another.
I mean, it would be an active thing that you'd have to keep up with, right? Like, you'd need, like, professionals and how, you know, to understand, like, what are common trends or whatever. Like, they're not going to be able to prevent everything. But I do think that making, like, the primary usage, like, for kids, like, an intranet, which is just a closed-off internet, basically. Closed-off network, but the network isn't closed off. Like, you can make that, like, their primary social space, like, all that stuff. And there's actually, like, safeguards there. I don't know, because I don't know how you would realistically, like, enforce parents to do all that.
Well, I think you'd have to make a whole nother freaking set of court systems for internet. Like, I think that's what you'd have to do, unfortunately.
Well, that doesn't sound very realistic. That doesn't
And that
sound
sounds
like it could
expensive and annoying.
not just expensive and annoying, but just not actually, you know, achievable. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's not effective. And
But
people are just gonna, I don't know. All right,
I do want to say, Spaghetti Model says we definitely need regulation. I agree. I'm not sure that we can put the genie back in the bottle completely. I don't agree. And the only reason I don't agree is because do you remember? Oh, what's a good analogy here? Like, for instance, right? There was a point in time when we all thought smoking was okay, or at least the culture believed that smoking was acceptable. As a matter of fact, I think there were old, you know, advertisements saying that it was healthy for you, you know?
No, there were.
But we, you know, even though the tobacco companies did everything in their power to kind of hide the, you know, the true nature of tobacco and the real issues that it caused, you know, we may have lost a couple generations that, you know, had to suffer with, you know, all the ills of having smoking. But you know, nowadays people kind of know, they know that smoking's not that great for them. People are knowledgeable, and we have places now that, you know, I think we've done a pretty good job of regulating that, right? People can still do it. You can still do it if you want to. But, you know, people are knowledgeable now of the issue of the causes and the issues surrounding that. And no one can say now, well, you know, I didn't know.
Yeah.
But I think we're not going to lose generations going forward. I think if we come to the point now, if we can regulate the internet to such a, you know, to make sure that children aren't getting exposed to things before they're ready, before their parents are ready, before people are ready, I think we can, going forward, maybe fix the damage that's been done. And we won't lose for future generations, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, okay, I think you guys are kind of around the same age as me, like in a ballpark. But do you remember when you would Google something and you were like, oh shit, it's a video, I wanted to just read an article?
I remember
But that
using Ask Jeeves at one point.
What?
I remember using Ask Jeeves. Do you remember that
Right.
website?
Yeah. When you want to search
still
something on the
there.
internet, you get pissed off it was a video. You're like, what the hell? I don't want this video. I just want to get to the news article. I want to get to the thing. And now the thing is kind of in primary video content rather than like text, because it's converted. So to get to the source, sometimes it is a video format, which unfortunately gets to YouTube typically. I don't know. Where I'm going with
I haven't really encountered that. But I've always learned to never just like use the first few results. I always kind of go through the pages and kind of skim through.
I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I just remember, like, I don't know, like 10 years ago, if I'd search something, I'm like, okay, I just want to read the article. I don't want this stupid video. I don't want the news people being like, today, the blah, blah, blah.
Oh, you mean like when you go to a news site? Like the
Yeah,
auto
we're looking for a news thing. Yeah, you're like, I just want the thing. I don't want
Oh,
the
I
like,
see.
people talking.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, but now I think I want the people talking because I just want to listen instead. So it's like I feel like there's a shift in, maybe it's just me, but I think a lot of people in what they're looking for in terms of searching. And so
maybe
yeah.
I personally hate
Worst of the internet says all these regulations are just pushing people to the dark web, just FYI. I'm sorry, Keldoge. I did not mean to cut you off.
No, you're good. That's a more interesting question, to be honest with you.
Okay.
I don't think that that's true at all. What regulations?
What do you mean? Like with like teenagers? Because I feel like that's like a moot point. Like there's always gonna be like another thing.
I don't even know what he's. Like what regulations is he even referring to? We don't have any regulations on our internet. That's the issue. That's the problem.
I think he's referring to us wanting them or some of them. I don't want a lot of regulations for like the regular internet. I'm talking about a specific like
Oh,
issue.
he's talking about the you know how a couple states passed the stupid porn ID verification?
Yeah, the ID verification. I think that's the other problem too. Is like I don't want the other solution is something like that, and I don't want all these companies like having all like everybody's information. So it's like there are alternatives for this.
Well, you know, remember when Napster was a thing?
Yeah, vaguely.
I saw an article talking about how now there's like a porn version of Napster, because remember it was computer to computer, like peer to peer type thing, right? So I read an article somewhere talking that now there's like a porn version of that for all these states that have these stupid ID verification things.
Well, well, I mean, there's always been like BitTorrented, like that stuff. So, like, you don't even need the dark web for that stuff. But in terms of what I was suggesting specifically, I think that the tech knowledge requirement, or like, it's just like too high, or like the parent would have to be not parenting basically to not know that their kid was using the dark web.
I don't know. So I just looked up. There's like 25 states now that have enacted age verification laws, but it's primarily for adult content. I don't know if there's really. I don't know. We have to do more studies, I guess, to see what the actual result is of people using the dark web. I don't know if that's possible for them to do, but
I mean, is there anything useful on there?
I'm sure there's some people. I'm sure there's some of that. I just don't know if it's really that much.
Well, the dark web like has legitimate uses, like potato, like for journalists and like countries with like dictatorships and stuff like that. Like there's like things like that are good for it. Like obviously there's illicit services on there, like to varying degrees in realness. I personally always question a lot of the extreme stuff because I don't know, like some of it seems too fantastical for me, but who knows.
Yeah, I thought like the CIA created Tor, and that was for like
no, they did.
Yeah.
I would say worse than the internet also says one state is attempting to ban VPNs. See, I think what all these weird bans, they're trying to solve a problem that the government is unwilling to deal with. And that's the problem. So we're going to end up with this weird patchwork of weird state by state laws, right? Of them trying to address an issue that they can't exactly grasp. They can't exactly get their hands around. I understand what you're saying, and I do kind of agree with that yes, regulation is going to push people to go into other places. I just don't know. I mean, I don't know if there's any way to like really avoid that. It's going to happen, right? Like there's plenty of stuff that has been banned that people find their way around anyway, right? So I don't know.
I think it's interesting, and I think the law that'll unfortunately probably catch up to it the most quick is the tax law, because they're gonna find who's making money off it. How can we tax it? How can we get a piece of this?
Crypto is what'll happen with crypto after that will be really interesting, because that's why a lot of people use crypto.
I hate crypto. I hate it.
I hate it, but
I detest it because it's not what they say it is. It's not. It's not even close to what they say it is.
I mean,
I think of my years of life, the ugliest and nastiest social situation I've seen is the pump and dump shitcoin world. Like, I seriously think it's like the most.
Oh yeah, that shit is crazy. Like I don't think those guys are good people.
See, worse than the internet. I agree, but here we have a problem,
can you
right?
come on and debate? Because that would be better. I'm just saying.
He says the government doesn't need to do anything. Parents should be held accountable for giving their kids porn machines and cell phones. Well, actually, that means the government has to do something. It means the government has to make up laws to hold these parents accountable for things like that. So you do want the government to do something. You just don't want the government to do anything about the internet directly. You want them to hold individual people accountable for things. And I just don't know if that's the right move. To me, if you're saying that this is a problem, right? This is for the public as a whole. This problem is detrimental. Why wouldn't you want them to address the problem at the root? Why would you say, "Oh no, we're gonna worry about this after the fact," right? We're gonna be reactive rather than proactive. That's what you're advocating for here, because it doesn't make sense. What are you gonna do? Start throwing parents in jail because they gave their kids a cell phone? Doesn't make any sense. Hello, tipster.
No, they're gonna fine
Tipster.
Twitter $50 million Australian.
Yeah, it just, to me, it doesn't make sense to try to do this on the back end, right? To try and blame the parents. I think there should be some things, that parents, should be responsible for. But
Yeah,
I think
like
we
what about
should help
alcohol?
parents. Yeah. Like we have laws surrounding alcohol, but their parents are still responsible if their child gets access to alcohol, right? Like I think it goes both ways. You can't just do one. You have to attack the problem head on, not just from the back end after everything has already happened.
Head on,
It
applied
doesn't
right
work
to the
that.
forehead. Sorry, I had to
I
say
mean,
it.
you put the checks and balances on the internet, right? You regulate the internet or certain parts of the internet to make it inaccessible to children or people under a certain age. But then you also have laws in place that say, hey, we've done our part to make it a little more difficult for children to get access to things that we don't think they should have access to. Now it's on the parents for the rest, to make sure that you don't, give them your password or give them your credit card or, do silly things like that.
Right.
So you have to have both ends. You can't just straight to jail, throw away the key yet. And then you end up with a child with no parents.
That's
Come
the
on.
thing.
It doesn't
you
work.
You have to be careful with penalizing stuff like this because you don't want to create like lost generations or like not like
Exactly.
like none of this is gonna work if they don't have families, like
Right. Didn't we learn this with the crime bill back in the day? The long-term effects of that. I mean, and we learned that with the seeing the long-term effects of the drug the war on drugs, right?
Well, that's why I think they're trying to disincentivize the Amberlynn Reeds and the skinny people from getting monetized, right? They're
Shut up, Woti. Well, that kid thinks that they're grown looking at porn and they can raise themselves. Oh my god.
I don't know if that's a good policy. Okay. I'm scared of these.
Woti hates kids, confirmed.
seriously.
Oh no,
yeah,
God!
They're trying to disincentivize people from, that's why I think they're doing all this stuff to the eating disorder world, right? They're like,
what do you mean?
Because they're saying, hey, we're not going to monetize your crap. That's obviously going to be like, okay, well, I don't want to put it on this website because I'm not making money off of it anymore. So there's kind of less of it, from like the supply side rather than the demand side.
Yeah, oh gosh. I have a difficult time with the eating disorder stuff because I feel like out of all the addictions and disorders, that eating disorders are kind of like special, right? Like most addictions, right? If you have an alcohol addiction, you can abstain from alcohol. If you have, some kind of narcotics you're addicted to, you can abstain from that. But I feel like food, the problem is that you cannot abstain from food.
Yeah.
So it's one of those things you have to learn how to regulate, and it's very difficult to do. It is extremely difficult to do because the human body was intended to work in such a way, and we do not live the way the human body is intended to work. Do you know what I mean? We were meant to be able to live for long periods of time without eating. We should be able to be very active, hunt for our
gather.
food or what.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we don't live that way. We have food readily available, very easy for us. But you don't have to think about it. No one really has to go hungry in developed countries, is what I'm saying. And it's just, it's so ubiquitous.
It's very
that
offensive to dog fur.
I was just saying. I was clarifying. Not all countries experience this, but developed countries experience this. The fact that no one really has to starve, right? When's the last time you've heard of people starving?
Well, that goes with the audience, right? A starved person isn't going to be upset with somebody eating on the internet. That's just not the problem that they're going to have.
I think
I'm going to stop reading the chat because
What
is driving me crazy.
Wait, what are you saying? But they can't. We can have a latte. What does that have to do?
No, you just made me laugh.
Get into the chat, sir.
Woti, come up here and scream at me.
I don't think we want to scream. Okay.
I don't think there's anything to scream about.
I don't want to scream either. I don't know. I just wanted
Are you
to talk
sure?
about this with somebody. No, I'm not yelling. Am I yelling?
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
I don't even know. They're gonna ban this one too. I heard they're trying to ban Roblox or whatever that kids game is.
Yeah, I think that's actually kind of valid because Roblox has. Well, I don't know if they can ban it so much as they should revoke like their operating licenses, because they've continuously failed to stop actual PFs on their platform. Like,
yeah, they're not doing anything to fix the problem. That's the issue.
Hello.
Do I sound okay? I've been sick, so that's why.
You sound fine.
My sinuses are all fucked up.
Oh, sorry.
So are they basically admitting the parental guideline just doesn't work at all? Is that what they're kind of saying?
What do you mean by that?
Like the controls over like the YouTube or like
It doesn't work. How hard is it to go steal mommy and daddy's ID and upload a picture of it?
Yeah.
But you can't be on your account with all your buddies and, doing that whole social interaction.
I don't know. That was not easy for me when I was a kid.
Yeah, me neither. You can't just like scan your kids, like your parents' iWatch or whatever, and like download 900 games or whatever.
I will admit, when I was like 12, I did steal my dad's credit card.
But what could you do with that?
I bought stuff with it.
Buy things with it.
What, online or in person? See, I had to do it in person. The internet wasn't the thing when I was a kid.
Online or in person. If you have the card or if you have the number, you do it online. If you have the card in person, what do you mean?
I was a sneaky bastard because I'm from a small town, so I walked into a place and I acted like my dad sent me in there to buy something, and since they know who you are,
No, it was what I think Keldoge was saying something similar in the background. I was laying down though, but all there has to do is just be some type of standard, and the tech companies are good with coming up with standards like this. So I don't even think the government has to do it, but some type of standard for parental controls where there is, what's accessible for people under 18 and what's accessible for people over 18. And it's up to the parents to make sure that intranet DNS, proxy, whatever it is that, comes from that is installed on their kids' phones, installed on their kids' devices or whatever. And then, you leave it at that. But I don't think the rest of society needs to stop turning because everyone else decides to have children. Some of us don't want them.
It doesn't stop turning. Regulating things doesn't mean it stops turning. It just means it's regulated.
Well, if I have to give my ID out, then I'm just probably going to stop using a website, for example. And that's what I mean, is it's inconveniencing me when I didn't bring your little shit into the world.
You're blaming them.
Yes, I'm blaming the parents.
But how much of an issue is it to use your
To use
ID?
what?
Like
My
there was a point in
ID?
time in my life
Why?
where
I don't want to give
I was able to
modify
fly
my ID.
without. I remember when we could go to Canada or Mexico and I didn't need a passport.
Right.
Videl.
Yeah, things change. Things change. Sometimes, you know, if you want to make things good for the better of public society for everyone, right? Sometimes
Yeah, but you realize
gotta-
there's porn on Twitter, you know, like, I mean,
There is.
do you think everyone should have to submit an ID to make a Twitter account?
No.
No.
But let's be real here. The incentives of these companies is to make profits, not to keep your data private. They don't give a fuck about your data. What they care about.
And that's the other big issue is the fact that like you're handing over this information and it's very likely to get leaked. I mean, Discord just ran into this issue where a
kidding
bunch
me?
of their shit
Please
got
tell me you're
leaked out. What?
Please tell me you're joking. That this is a concern of yours. Do you not get these stupid notices every 6 months that, your information has been leaked by I don't know how many different companies? Did you forget that literally Experian?
If you're asking if that's a
agency.
concern for me, the answer is yes. But if you're asking, is that a concern for the average American? No. And I think that's a problem. I think there's a big problem with all of us like throwing our information around and then just, oh, well, whatever. Like, I mean, there are ways to avoid getting doxxed if we're being real about it. But I do realize that it's logistically kind of impossible for most people these days.
Well, I would say it's impossible for Americans. Like I said, I do think that Europe and Australia have instituted some measures to kind of help people better manage their information. It's not as easy. I mean, it's not as easy to find information from people from other countries, is it? Not as an American.
Not typically.
Yeah, Americans. Oh yeah, it doesn't matter what country you're in. You just put in my name. There's everything. Comes right up. There's no check or balance there. So you're worried about giving your information to a company that should be able to better manage that, right?
Right, but I know you. But what I'm saying is I know that, and that's why I don't want to continue to give out my information. I think people make the assumption that like, oh well, my information's out there. There's nothing I can do about it. I don't think that it's ever too late to give a shit about your personal privacy.
No, I agree with you. I think that this would have to be done in conjunction with fixing a lot of that. I don't think it should be either, like, it shouldn't be just one thing that we're looking at here. There's a whole scope. The scope of the problem is much bigger than what we're discussing. Do you know what I mean? I understand what you're saying. I think that we should do a better job of protecting our privacy. But I think the only way to do that is that we start putting it on these companies.
But I think though the problem with that is, and I agree with you, I agree with both of you, but if it's like, if they're saying in order to be on my website, you need to provide your information, and you're saying it is my responsibility to be private, then you can't participate in that website, you know?
I don't think it necessarily has to be your ID. Yeah, I think credit card verification is just fine. We put credit cards everywhere. Like
yeah, but that's the problem is you have... that's the problem is you have all these old as fuck politicians in office that are effectively saying, well, I gotta go show an ID if I want to buy porn, so why isn't the same on the internet? Like, and I mean, that's basically what they go off of is just like, just show us your ID. Mm-hmm. And they don't think about the fact that like you're transmitting that information all across the internet, not just to the company that you're sending it to.
True, right.
You don't know their encryption standards. You don't know if your data is encrypted at all, to be totally honest. And
it tells you.
Telling you doesn't mean anything unless they're using a completely open encryption standard. You really don't know for sure. They can say things and not actually, like, there's no government enforcement behind what is or isn't encryption.
I don't think they even know how to do anything with it in regulated either. Speaking as someone who also doesn't know how to do that. I saw Cloudflare has like lava lamps that are doing their encryption mechanism because they're calling it random rather than mechanized or some weird shit. And I'm not even kidding. And I was like wondering if that was a joke.
Well, yeah. I'm not too. I know what you're talking about, and that
Or
doesn't
the
seem like a big deal to
5%.
me.
5% of what, Rampage?
Okay, so you guys didn't hear about 70,000 users had their government ID photos leaked because of Discord, right? Have you guys not heard about those?
No,
I
I did hear
actually
that.
Yeah.
haven't heard of that one.
So what was happening was effectively if somebody reported you for like being underage, like being under, I guess, 13 or whatever, Discord would like ban your account and say, we need you to show us your ID to make sure that you're of age. People would submit their ID. None of this was like encrypted, and 70,000 users, just their photo IDs just got leaked out on the internet. And it's like,
How? So, okay, so they were trying to like comply with the thing and their shit got leaked?
well, it was just like their policy behind dealing with the age-related appeals was to ask for a government ID. How else do they prove that the person is over 13 or over 18 or whatever, you know?
And so when they did that, it got leaked. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, they kept all that information, I guess, in a database, and they never were like purging it or anything, and they somebody hacked their shit because nothing on Discord's encrypted. Like literally nothing on this shit's encrypted.
Yeah, Discord is like not secure at all.
CCP's listening right now.
Well, but most of these places are not secure. I said Experian earlier. I meant Equifax. Back in 2017, Equifax literally lost the data for half of the country, and I'm not even exaggerating. 150 million people. That included everything. And that included birth dates, social security numbers, all of your past information, which is what a lot of banks use when they're trying to give you credit. I mean, this is a problem. I agree, it is a problem. I just think that the scope of the problem needs to include a way to fix our privacy issues, right? I think we should have privacy on the internet. I believe we should. We need regulatory agencies to make sure that these companies hold our information in a safer way. We've tried it, but no one actually wants to go all the way through with it. Every time someone tries to like actually institute something, put in some kind of regulation, it gets voted down or, passed over for some reason.
Good.
Well, because it's expensive to do so, and this is where I was trying to get to. I think it is important, and as someone who like hates the government, honestly, like they're the people that need to do this because you can't trust a YouTube or a Twitter to put a lot of their resources towards people's privacy because they don't care because all they care about is profits, and they're going to go on to the next thing. And so there is a purpose for that. And
Remember Remember, you know how we have the ability to use the incognito tab?
Yeah,
Well,
that.
there was a case against Google. I think they lost it. This is the reason why I say Europe is a little bit better at this. This happened in the EU. They brought that case against Google because they found out that Google was keeping that data from the incognito tabs. It was still on their servers, right? That information wasn't actually being deleted like they claimed it was. And so they won that case, and Google had to actually, get rid of that data. But here's the thing. How do you know that isn't on a server outside of the EU? Do you know what I mean? And this is the problem that we have now, is that, sure, the EU fixed the problem for themselves, but that doesn't mean that problem, that problem doesn't move.
That doesn't fix anything for us, right?
Well, no, it's not going to fix anything for us because we're not, for whatever reason, Americans don't want to fix it. I don't know why. I would want to.
Because they want to protect the children. That's why they want to protect the children from seeing pornography.
No,
that doesn't make sense.
They want all those. They need those kids. They need the kids to see the ad so their parents will buy them the new blah boo boo or whatever the fuck.
Why did everybody steal KelDoge's status?
Oh, the little couch thing? I don't even know how I have that.
I don't know either, but it's cool. I don't even know what that means. Chillin'. Why don't you do it too?
No, I have to be different. I must
I want to
be
put
different.
studying on mine. Hold on. There we go. Look at me.
Yeah, I think for whatever reason, I think a lot of it is politicians don't understand the internet and they don't understand the technology, so they don't necessarily realize how this stuff actually affects us. And for them, it's not really a big deal because they can probably afford to have some kind of catastrophic issue happen to them. But for the average American, if your if your information gets taken, um, and something happens to you, yeah, you're just kind of screwed. You know, there's not really much you could do.
True.
I agree, and I think that that's why people should be. I just think people need to get more educated on the privacy thing. For me, it changed my perspective on a lot of things.
Yeah, but
When I did.
education. But what does that do? How does that stop my information from being on the internet?
You stop giving your information out on the internet.
Does
You stop
not
signing up for every little thing for a fucking 5% off coupon.
That does
You
not
stop.
work.
Yeah,
What do you mean that doesn't work?
No, because that we have these data breaches. Like I just said,
I understand, but you can request for data brokers to remove your information too. So I mean, there are
Yes.
proactive
You're
ways.
just giving your information to give someone, like, what if they get hacked?
But what's the problem with the data broker? What's the problem with that? They keep selling that information over and over and over again. It never goes away.
I understand, and I agree that there's some amount of like, I don't know why we're all still listed on like the yellow pages for when nobody has a landline anymore. I get where you're coming from with that, but it's like
But this is what I'm saying. At this point, I think government. Do you remember those calls we were getting?
I think people would care more if they like knew about this stuff. Like if they were educated on it, they would care more because then they would have to go look and see where all of their information is posted. You know what I mean? They would have to go like actually find this stuff and be like, oh shit, I didn't realize like just my whole fucking address history is on this one website.
Do you remember the calls a few years back that everybody was getting that we still make jokes about to this day? But thankfully, I do not still get these calls. The calls about, we're calling you about your
The extended warranty?
Yes. Remember
yeah.
those? The only reason those don't happen anymore is because the government stepped in and created laws to prevent those calls from
Your
happening.
superhero, the government.
Well, in some cases, not for everything, but in some cases. And I think this is one of the cases that the government it would be in our best interest to lobby our government to make our privacy a little more important than it is right now.
That I agree with.
I will tell you a funny story. You guys all know of Zoom, the teleconferencing company, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, their stock ticker is ZM. There's also a stock ticker of a company with the ticker ZOOM. They're this weird Chinese company who invented the concept of robocalling. And whenever COVID happened, everyone was like, buy Zoom. And so this stock like rose like 1,000,000% because people were just buying the wrong ticker of this weird Chinese robocalling company. But it's like stuff like that. The robocallers, all that crap. They have all your information, they call. But yeah, a lot of people made a lot of money for people buying the wrong ticker, and it's amazing. Sorry, that's like a complete aside.
It's all good. I missed so much because my cats demanded attention. I'm back now. Are we still talking?
Well, Monero is up to $400 today, so.
Oh, I should start mining.
That's
that.
good news. Wait,
why would you make fun of me for that?
So Tipster says it also comes down to lobbying. If a politician's in the back pocket of a corporation, they can make legislation that's inconvenient to them go away. Yes, I know a lot of people talk about how politicians are kind of like in the bag with all these companies. I would say sometimes that is a thing, but I think we overuse that. Sometimes it's just that there is no incentive for them.
In the pocket of
yeah.
Well, no, there's just not enough people who care or want to see anything happen. Like for instance, right? Before Obamacare, before we had what is it, the where you can't be denied for your insurance, right?
I forget what
I mean,
it's
who?
called, but yeah.
Yeah, like
Where you can't be
imagine-
denied for a pre-existing condition.
Yes, that one.
Yeah,
Yes,
does
thank
that make any goddamn sense to you? What the hell is the point of insurance if you can't be denied for a pre-existing condition?
Well, see, here's the problem. They were extending that in so many ways. Pregnant women couldn't get insurance. And you know how expensive healthcare is. Like, you could have diabetes, you could have.
I
you could have
agree, and it's more convenient, but I still don't insurance is still
not
way more
convenient.
expensive.
This is life. This is life.
I mean, no, I mean, what?
But only in the States, right?
To be fair, like this, like private insurance is the problem of restricting your insurance pool artificially. Like, what's the point of even having insurance if you're artificially raising your costs because you're not using the biggest possible, like recipient pool or whatever?
Well, so and that is the problem. I wish Obamacare would have gone a lot further than it did. I don't believe that insurance should be the main way that people get health care in this country. Like I said, I've said this before, plenty of other developed countries have figured this out already. It's only America that can't figure it out for some reason.
And then they stop insuring it, the price comes down.
Well, no, they have insurance. So plenty of other countries, they will still have private insurance, but you have the option. You can use the public option or you can use the private option. And I think we should have a public option. We just, for whatever reason, don't have a public option. I don't know why. We literally have in our Constitution the guarantee of life, but yet we don't do anything to guarantee it.
I'm curious.
The Constitution does not guarantee life.
I mean,
Well,
the
guarantee to the pursuit.
Property,
What is it?
whatever it is.
The pursuit of life, liberty, and happiness. And liberty is right up there too. But I mean, the fact is, like, health insurance, like you technically don't need health care to live. I know that's a controversial take, but that's a
quality of life is different than life.
No, that doesn't make any sense.
That's not true. That's not true. That's not true at all. Who do you think helps bring new souls into this world? Doctors. Without modern medicine,
you can have but you can have a child without a doctor.
Yeah, but you can die from it.
Have you, Woti? Have you had a child without a doctor?
No, I haven't, unfortunately.
I haven't either, to be fair.
I will try though. Just to prove you wrong.
The chances can go up as high as 50-50 for death if you don't have modern medicine.
What do you think we did for like the last 200 years of this country existing?
Oh, so we should go back. We should go back 200 years ago. Is what
I'm not saying we should go back. No, see, you're doing that thing.
I don't think
you're doing that thing.
Woti, I don't
think
you
basically brought it up.
Woti, I don't think you want us to go 200 in the future if you don't want any kids running around.
Unfortunately, we do need kids.
We need those people. What do you want? Like a bunch of Elon's little robots?
I just feel like the standard of living shouldn't be set by what happened hundreds of years ago.
I guess not, but I think that the standard of liberty should probably be to what we had some time ago. And no, I'm not talking about 200 years ago, but a lot of the things that we do is just regressive in nature, and people don't see it, in my opinion.
So if I was C-section, I would have died in childbirth too, right? Or my mom would have died too, right? 2 out.
Yeah, that doesn't make it acceptable. Just because it is regressive in nature doesn't mean that that's what we should strive for. Do you know what I mean?
I don't know if he's saying we should strive for it. I just think the standard that's such a
no. I think that it's. Who was it that was saying it was was somebody earlier saying that the ID verification was a free speech issue?
Yeah, that was Spaghetti Model.
Somebody, yeah.
Yeah, because it absolutely could be viewed that way.
It could be viewed that way. That doesn't mean that that's what it is.
I mean, is it? I mean, if we really wanted to go down that road, is pornography not a free speech issue?
So you think children should have access to that?
No, I don't think children should have access to that personally. But who sets the barometer here? The parents or the government?
I think both. I think they both have to. If we, again, we've established that this is a societal issue. It's not an individual issue. It affects everyone if children are not, properly, how do you say, I don't know, if they don't understand what it is that they're looking at on the internet, right? Because it's affecting them negatively. We know this.
Yeah, I mean, you can make this argument, but I just don't think that that's the case. I don't think that society suffers because shitty people exist. Shitty people still exist, and shitty people will continue to exist. Children will still get access to porn one way or another, and like these bad things that we perceive as happening will still happen. I just don't think that.
Okay, then nothing should be illegal. Then all drugs should be legal.
I'm all for that. Let's go. I don't see a reason why we constantly have to try to protect the citizenry from itself. I'm not, again, advocating for anything that I think inhibits somebody else's rights, but I don't think I should have to
Rampage,
give my ID out on the internet to protect your children.
But I see that. That's the rub. You said inhibiting on other people's rights. Where do your rights end and mine begin?
Because he has to give his ID now.
What is your rights in this situation, though? Your right for your children to not see pornography?
Why is this a porn thing? I don't think the porn is the problem.
No, that was the example that I gave.
It's the example. Yeah.
Okay. But I don't think that's the issue, right? A porn is an individual act. I think that the problem with the internet is the congregation of people and the ability to have this like groupthink bullshit at a young age and like do things that are harmful to others, like bullying their friends and doing other weird shit and all this other crap.
Mm-hmm.
Not the porn thing. That seems like an individual thing.
Yeah, that's like a very specific issue. But no, overall, we're talking about that children in general are suffering negatively. It's a net negative. Their exposure to the internet is the problem. That's where we're coming from here. We're not talking about specifically porn. We're saying in general for all. Do you remember that issue a couple years ago where they were talking about like they were noticing that more and more children were experiencing or claiming they were experiencing like Tourette's because they were watching TikTokers who were acting like they had Tourette's, so the kids thought they had Tourette's and they started acting like they had Tourette's.
That sounds accurate to me. Yes,
I saw that.
Yeah, that is a net negative for the country. When you start having a whole bunch of people that believe that they are suffering from some kind of illness they don't have.
I'm sorry, where are the parents in this equation?
I'm not disagreeing. Yes, I think the parents have some kind of have a part of the culpability, but I think also we should probably regulate what some of these kids are looking at. That's just an example.
I don't know, but you want to regulate kids from seeing other people who are faking Tourette's? Or are they not faking it? Are they? Some of these people were faking Tourette's.
Yes,
right?
Some were fake. Yes. No, I just want to regulate them from seeing things that they really shouldn't be seeing.
Well, I think one of
before they're ready.
Well, I think that's what they were trying to do when they identified the problems of social media and kids on the internet. It wasn't watching porn. It was some of these adverse effects from different activities involving social media. So it's like those things have been identified, and it's not necessarily porn or like somebody looking up one thing. It's the aggregate of like.
Yes. They're unable to concentrate in school. They are unable to have long enough concentration in order to, they can't take in information as well as they used to be able to do. There's a whole bunch of things that are affecting kids that make it so they are limiting their abilities. That's the problem. long-term, a limitation of your abilities is a
And
problem.
I think that's because the parents give them a cell phone and say, "Shut the fuck up, kid."
I would say that that's part of it, yes, but that's not the whole picture.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Like, the most, as far as I'm aware, like, the most damaging stuff is, like, kids that, like, basically use an iPad, like, constantly, like, all day. But, like, it's not even constantly. Like, there's surprising effects at lower levels. Because the content that they're watching is, like, it's not tailored to actual, like, development. Like, it's not like Sesame Street where, like, they got together and they thought about, okay, what would be, like, developmentally, like, useful and educational for, like, little kids. And it does something to them, like, neurologically. We don't really understand, like, the full effects of it yet. But it's a huge concern, because that is not normal.
Well, I think that's the nature of the feedback loop of like content that's available to anyone, right? 25 years ago, if you wanted to complain about something on TV, what would you do? Write a letter? Get a bunch of people to write a letter? Now, it's like some kind of hashtag mechanism where you could effectively cancel something based off of your views, right? And you could do that in any kind of way.
Yeah, that's how Cracker Barrel complied.
Oh yeah, I guess they got the guy back in the sign. Or was it the barrel? Which thing did they take out?
That Crackle Barrel
Yeah,
issue.
the racist guy that cracks his whip on the barrel. That guy.
Which thing did they take out? Was it the guy or the barrel?
I feel like people didn't understand why Cracker Barrel was doing what they were doing. It was just a business move. That's all it was. Like, if you have a product that is highly tailored, right? So for instance, their logo on their thing, or the how their how their
Rampage,
buildings
why are you
look.
calling me?
Yeah, random fish. You have to do cursive before you're allowed on the internet.
You think they were doing it for attention? Because, I mean, ultimately, yeah, I don't see how you can
No.
change Cracker Barrel. It's all about the atmosphere.
I think they were just simplifying to make it so they could better like sell off property and things like that, because it didn't look so. For instance, do you remember
Oh, I
Pizza
know
Hut
what you mean.
back in the day? Yeah, you know how the
Yeah.
buildings all looked a certain way, and it was more difficult to sell those buildings. Those buildings would stand
Right.
idle for a lot longer because they were specifically for Pizza Hut. And I think that's the
Right,
problem
because
that
they had
Cracker Barrel-
that weird ass roof, and like
Yes.
there's a former Pizza Hut by me that's a fucking smoke store, like a convenience
Yes.
store.
And you recognize it as forever as Pizza Hut because it has that
Yeah, it's
that
fucking
very
Pizza
particular
Hut.
roof. Yeah, and that's what Cracker Barrel. I think that's what Cracker Barrel was trying to do. They were trying to like more streamline their look so they could better sell off property if they needed to. I think that's what
That
they
makes
were going
sense,
for.
actually.
Property.
Yeah, because they own some of the land that they're
Yeah, you know how McDonald's are all like gray now and like simplified, and
Mhm.
everybody's like, "Oh, it's modernism, help me."
Yeah.
It's
just a business
what she's
move.
saying is it makes sense, because like ultimately, if McDonald's can sell the plain gray building, then they can turn that into a Wendy's or a Dollar Tree or whatever.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? Just something else that has a
Right.
generic building format.
Yeah, that's why you can tell like things that used to be have a drive-through or not, or things that used to be a car wash, or things that used to be a Blockbuster. Or,
Has
you
a
know?
very specific look to it, and I think that's what
Mhm.
they were trying to fix. They were trying to kind of slowly move out of that. I think that they didn't realize how much of a backlash they were going to get from changing the logo the way they did.
Well, that's the thing about brick and mortar, right? It's such a fixed sunk cost, and it's tough to, change. It's not as agile as Twitter, when you get to change it to X in 14 seconds or whatever.
But I still agree. I mean, I want to go to Cracker Barrel to sit in a log cabin with Abe Lincoln.
But
Like,
do you care if there's the guy on the logo or not?
yes, I do. He needs to
You
be there, and he needs to
actually-
be racist.
Do you actually use the rocking chairs that are out front?
Yeah, you need the
Yes.
racist guy there. What about what are the other ones like Aunt Jemima? Is she a problem?
She's already been removed.
Oh my
Yeah,
and
she's
replaced.
gone.
Yeah.
I don't know why that's funny. I'm sorry.
Why was
Do you
she
know
a
what?
problem?
Well, because
Okay, I don't want to. Yeah, okay. I feel like
I
everyone's
just
already gotten over this.
No, it's fine.
well, because she was always depicted in a more how do you say, like, caricature-like way.
Okay.
And Black people's caricatures are known as minstrels. So she had a very minstrel-like look to her, and I think the history behind her was a little sketchy also. I grew up with it, so like I remember the bottles when I was a kid, so for me I kind of was a little hurt when it went away. Because now they changed the name to like the generic company name, which is like, I forget the name now. It's like
General Mills syrup.
Yeah,
Or
it's
like
very general
Host or whatever.
generic
those
name.
Some CPG product thing. Yeah. Procter
Yeah.
Gamble.
Yeah, it was like Aunt Jemima, Uncle Ben. Who else? There were a couple others.
Yeah, but you know the one the bottle that's shaped like the lady, that wasn't Aunt Jemima, that was Mrs. Buttersworth.
Aunt Jemima also had a shaped
I've
one.
already talked to all
I
the
don't
hates,
remember
bro.
that one, but
I'm pretty sure she did. Okay, don't make me second guess, because now we're gonna do it's the whole
well, you know
Frugal Loom
Mrs.
thing.
Buttersworth like changed genders, right?
Oh
What?
no.
What do you
I didn't
mean?
know this.
Oh no, what?
Was this Mr. Buttersworth?
Mr. Buttersbutt.
That's
No,
not real.
that's not true. False. Fake news.
Just been breaded.
Mr.
Okay, yeah, like old school back in the day, there was the old bottle where she was like, it was like a woman in a dress. What was
Mhm.
the old Mrs. Butterworth?
Man, do you know Mavis Beacon is not a real person? Mrs.
I heard
Oh,
that.
that's how I learned to type, was Mavis
Yeah,
Beacon.
me too. I thought she was real. Did she get canceled?
You know Whoopi Goldberg doesn't have any eyebrows, right?
Yes, I do know that.
Horrifying. What the fuck?
I've
Not
noticed- I've
everybody
noticed
knows
that.
that, and then once you like look it up and see it, you cannot unsee that.
Well, it's not that she doesn't have them. It's just that over the years they've become so thin, and yeah, she just kind of lost her eyebrows. They look like
I read she shaves off everything, including the eyebrows. That's what. But like, yeah, no, I dated a guy. He told me this one time. I was like, you scarred me for life.
No, I don't think she doesn't shave them. I think it's just with age. That's all. I don't think it has anything to do. 'Cause
No,
when she
she's
was younger-
never had eyebrows.
No,
she's
yes,
never had
she's
eyebrows.
never
Find me a picture of Whoopi Goldberg with eyebrows.
Today I learned Whoopi Goldberg does not have any eyebrows. In an interview, she explained she had them as a little kid but kept removing them since her mother did. So she kept developing bumps on her face. What? On her eyebrows?
I could. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Now you got me.
Hold on.
Didn't she have eyebrows?
This is not a Mandela thing. She never had eyebrows,
No,
and
she said
nobody
she
noticed.
removed them. If you never had them, how
Not
could you
even
remove
in
them?
Sister Act.
No, she had them in the color purple. They were very faint, but she had them.
You try to join. No, Rampage. You have to join the public
Rampage,
channel.
join
You
the group.
can't- You can't just call me.
Well, then how does she have... Is that the pencil?
Yeah, maybe they were
Is that the
drawn
indentation of
on
her
in the color
bone?
purple.
Yeah.
Yeah, they had to have been drawn on or something because she doesn't have any eyebrows.
Hold on one second
Yes,
while I
she
show
does.
stream. Wait.
So I'm in my head. I made up my own theory because I noticed that when she was on The View, that she didn't have eyebrows. I noticed this a long time ago. Ever since she's been on The View, and I was
Oh
like,
yeah, they are
yeah.
drawn on.
Yeah, I just remember in my head that when I watched The Color Purple, she had them, which was the only reason when I saw her on The View, I realized she didn't have them. So now
The thing is, she has this giant like bulge over her eye that kind of makes it look like she has an eyebrow, but doesn't. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. It's like you could say that. Like you can like notice her and you wouldn't even think about it until you say it. And then you're like, oh, I guess not. Like you wouldn't
Just
think
the way
you
her
look at
forehead folds.
You
No
look at her and you think
eyebrows.
everything's normal, and then you're like, oh, by the way, she's so many eyebrows. Like, oh, okay, I guess she doesn't.
Thank you.
Did you notice that Whoopi Goldberg doesn't have eyebrows now?
I'm looking at a bunch of photos of her, and I'm kind of I'm on that page.
She probably shaved that shit off for Ted Danson.
I'm gonna take
No,
eyebrows out
apparently
of my
this was a thing since she was a kid. She didn't have eyebrows.
That's what she said. She said she took them off though. But how do you
For
take them off?
Ted
when you have-
Danson.
Yeah, I noticed it too. I noticed it, but I thought it was just as she got older, she didn't have them.
I'm scared now.
It's always been like that,
Was
apparently.
she a child actress?
I don't know. I don't think so.
No, not that I can remember.
Well, then we're never gonna know.
Is Whoopi Goldberg having eyebrows like a Mandela effect thing? Apparently, Tipster. I thought you were leaving. You made you made us all gay.
Wow.
Based.
I don't know how that works. Uh-oh.
Also, Rampage. Hold on.
Rampage keeps calling you in VC.
Yeah, stop. Don't call me in VC. I won't pick it up. Like that counts for like
Not
anybody.
in the DMs.
Yeah, don't call me. We're in this channel. You can join the waiting room, I think. If you can't, let me know. I can drag you in, but you can't scream at Potato.
Oh yeah, you know what?
She screams
I
at
think that's what
you?
she wants. I think that's what she wants to do. Yeah.
So you can't scream at Potato because I'm not in the mood for it.
Just Rampage. Why don't you just tell me whatever you want to do? Why don't you just ping me and scream at me? I don't care.
Why is she screaming at you?
I don't know. She's yelling. Whatever. Did you
Yes,
know that
you
Whoopi
do
lives
know.
in Italy?
Stop lying.
She's upset about.
What? Don't deflect with Whoopi.
Okay, sorry. What did Rampage? Why don't you? Whatever.
Rampage thinks that Potato's like opinions are dumb or something. I don't know. And my opinion on that is like we all have opinions, and I don't think an opinion is automatically dumb if
Her
someone's
opinion on what?
On everything. It seems like.
Yeah, no, yeah, she seems to be just categorically against whatever I say, so I don't know.
Like she was saying, like, Potato, you're part of the 5%. What does that even mean? Like, Potato, like, don't talk about things you don't know about. Like, it's very general.
I think she just generally hates Potato.
Yeah, I think that's what it. Ask the crowd.
Rampage
Are you really
does
asking that? Are you really asking that in this space? In drama space?
Rampage, you can't call me. You have to join the server.
No, she just doesn't like me. Guys, I'm trying to be more positive. I'm not going to just say someone hates me.
So when you see this, you see General right here, there's all these channels over
The
here.
issue was never so much that you were negative, Potato. It was that you were bouncing around from stream to stream and kind of talking shit about people.
I thought I was giving my opinions, but I guess that's taken as talking shit.
Well, it was the people you were doing it with.
Yeah, well, because...
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Well, I think I've learned my lesson. I've gotten plenty of feedback on that, by the way. And, I don't know. All I can do is learn my lesson. I thought you guys were...
I don't see. Look, I get it, but like she, has to figure these things out for herself. At the end of the day.
I think
I don't listen. I don't fault. For example, I don't fault Tasha for saying, okay, maybe I'm looking at this a little bit differently. What I do fault Tasha for is making this cringe ass post being like, I'm gonna delete everything negative I've ever said about Tragic.
Oh God, don't get me started.
Like, I mean, you don't have to announce it. Nobody's like over here looking to see what you have or have not deleted off of Twitter. Nobody cares, okay? And so I don't see any utility in her doing that when ultimately she even ends up saying she doesn't know what she actually believes here. She's just like taking a second look at it. That's fine, but like, let us know when you come to a conclusion instead of like announcing every step of the way.
Yeah, but she also has a penchant for kind of ignoring the obvious. Do you know what I mean? Like she's still treating things like for instance, with Azria, she still treats things as if Azria has like good intentions or something, when obviously like all the evidence has pointed to the opposite. And she just wants to act as if, well, maybe this or maybe that. No, we've already shown.
Yeah, she just wants to do letter B's, and like at some point it's like, I don't exactly know Tasha's intentions or whatever, but like at the end of the day, I mean, I'm annoyed with her too, because ultimately I could do exactly to her what Azria was doing to Fresh Garbage. She's been playing that song that I made on my channel, and every time Tasha goes live, she plays that song. So every time I end up getting a thing in my copyright tab telling me, somebody else is using your content, and then like I go look and it's Tasha every time. And I'm thinking, it's like, look, obviously I'm not going to do anything, but like if I wanted to be petty, I could easily go ahead and give you a copyright strike and say, I just want your address, and then start calling you and annoying you and like fucking with you and all of that shit. And like, she doesn't seem to understand that the actual issue is like it's not that personalized. It's the fact that it can happen to you too.
I will say, I don't know if this is also an issue that you have. She does make it clear that this is your content. So when Fresh Garbage gave her a compliment on it, she was like, no, Woti made that.
No, yeah, and I have no problem doing that. But if I just randomly got mad at Tasha one day and I wanted to do that, I mean, I even asked her if I started acting fucking crazy and going IRL with people, would you have something to say about it? And she's like, no. Okay.
But did you allow her?
Because, well, she's saying that because she knows that I'm calling her out on the fact that she doesn't give a shit when Azria does it.
Well, didn't you allow her to use the song though, right? Like if you had a problem with it, right, you would say, hey, stop using my song, and she would stop using it.
Right.
Yeah.
What? Why would she not have?
But I'm just saying. What?
See, I mean, it's a pretty good song.
I guess, to be fair, I did it too, so it's not like I shouldn't be acting aghast here. I just don't get the whole Azria defense thing. I don't get it.
I think they're just afraid of her at this point.
That's exactly what I think.
Yeah, I agree.
That's so lame, though. Like, what is she gonna do?
He's persuasive.
Call her back to back.
Call you, harass you, threaten to sue you, tell everybody you're sex trafficking and, you're a pervert and you're breaking eggs. Like, yeah, I mean, there's...
Breaking eggs.
She can be incredibly annoying for a long period of time.
That's fair.
So...
I see is content.
I mean, I guess, but it's just like, I'm so fucking tired of like every other fucking day it being something where she's like, oh, Woti did this, she's exploiting children and da-da-da. Like, I don't fucking care, man. Like, seriously.
I feel like there's this weird disconnect between the fact of like diminishing returns and Girl World, where if you just change the name of the subject, it's no longer just the same shit. It's just like, oh, if this person's doing it, it's a different subject. No, it's the same thing. It's just you're changing the person, and mostly none of this stuff is true.
I don't think that that's just Girl World. I feel like that is now a thing that everybody in the world does.
Yeah, you were telling me the other day about, just like the race to the bottom of what you just accuse people of. And like, I'll be honest, once it gets there, I'm like, okay, you don't have an argument if that's what it is. If you're going to just start calling people these drastic words, then you just there's no real point to your discussion. You're just mad and you don't like this person, and you're going to put a bigger cause to it because that'll gather more people to gang up on them. And I think that's what people are trying to do, is just...
Neo commentary.
Pretty much. That's why people ended up calling Amberlynn a pedo.
Oh, Travis is going to have a hard time with that.
and it's just kind of
Well,
ridiculous.
suck it, Travis.
I don't know. The stuff with Tasha, I feel like Tasha probably knows. I'm not convinced that she doesn't know what's going on.
Yeah, where's Tasha? Where are you, Tasha?
She's not going to be here for talking about this stuff.
Stalking AJ or something, probably.
That sounds oddly inappropriate, tipster. It has been many moons since I last kelled my doge. I miss kelling my doge.
It's true, though. You will kill your doge.
Hey, people want to complain about him being problematic and shit. He just does it in here now. Like,
It's not problematic. Oh my god.
I'm gay for you, Keldoge. It's gay month. Gay.
You're
and it's
literally
like,
gay.
Okay, sir.
What? You're literally gay.
Yeah, but he's not.
How do you know that?
He is living a heteronormative lifestyle for me, okay?
That's true. He is a married man.
How do you know?
Do you consider Destiny a member of the LGBT community? Because he certainly does.
He sucks
okay,
dick.
He sucks dick. So I'm supposed to consider him a member of the LGBT community because he liked to clean off the bull when they got done with Melina. Is that really what you're arguing here?
Isn't that literally
gay.
the definition?
That's pretty fucking gay.
No, it's not. Do you think Destiny and I have the same lived experience?
No.
Of gay. I mean, we wouldn't obviously, but of being gay or being homosexual, being LGBT. That's my point. Is like,
So you're all gay men are going to have the same experience, is what you're saying? That doesn't
No, I'm
sound
not
right
saying
to me.
we're all gonna have that. We all have very similar experiences behind dumpsters too. Okay, so I just.
Okay, HUSSY. We don't need
that's not.
But that's the thing. That's why I don't judge HUSSY that much. Is because, like, yeah, we do shit like that.
Well, because HUSSY's lying when he says it. He wishes that were him, but that's not what he does.
I don't know. You'd be surprised. Like the banana pudding thing actually doesn't surprise me that much. It's disgusting, but like it really doesn't surprise me that much.
I feel like that's a story he got from Reddit or something. Do you know what I mean? Like, I feel like a lot of his stories.
So there was this bar that I was going to during the pandemic, and it would be dead as fuck because it was during the pandemic, but like it'd be a good place to go chill on the weekends. But at one point there was this guy that was like standing in the corner and like he's got his pants down and there's a guy in front of him with his pants down and I'm thinking, oh, they're fucking, whatever. And I just don't think too much of it. And then I look over and I'm like, wait, there's no thrusting. And then eventually I start to realize I'm like, oh, he is peeing in that guy's diaper. Okay. So I tell this story and everybody gets so goddamn shocked by it. And I was like, I don't know why it didn't faze me at the time, but it just doesn't because, gays, we're a bunch of goddamn degens, okay? But like, we don't all have to announce it to the world.
People know that the stereotype is accurate.
I mean, what?
Oh, yeah.
Is there a problem with peeing in someone else's diaper?
Yes, actually.
These were two consenting adults.
Wait, what?
This was a consenting diaper.
Listen, if I cannot walk around topless publicly, you guys can't do that publicly.
I mean,
yeah, what's wrong with that? Hold on, I think women should be able to walk around topless. I don't see what the problem is.
Yeah, but it's not.
Yeah, but that's because you're a pervert.
For me.
Is Rampage still freaking out in the
Rampage,
chat?
do you want to just come yell at me quickly so I can go to sleep?
Rampage added me, I think.
Rampage, you have to join the channel. Oh, she has.
But yeah, you have to join the Discord.
Are you in the Discord? Yeah, she's in the Discord.
Oh wait, hold on. How do I?
She probably just doesn't know how to use it.
I was gonna invite. Hold on, I'm gonna maybe invite
This
her
combo's great.
possibly.
Can you
I
do
will.
that? I don't. You might
I'm
have.
inviting her to the other thing. It says Dank Den Crew Live.
Oh yeah, invite her to
And
the
if
channel.
you,
So that way
I'll
she can just
drag
hop right in.
her.
Yeah.
yeah, you can drag her in from
I'm
there.
not going to sleep, Rampage, but I will let you yell at me. Do whatever you need to do.
Good night, Josh.
Potato, at some point, you're gonna realize that this "woe is me" act is not the way to go.
No, it's not woe is
God.
me. It's just whatever. Just let it do
It's
it.
not a
It is
woe
woe
She
is
just
me.
has a whiny voice. Like, leave it alone.
I'm
Well,
not
no, when she's constantly
it.
doing the, well, I know you're gonna yell at
No,
me.
it's
all
just the
girls
sound of
do
her
that.
voice.
You don't
No,
have
but
to do
she's
that.
all captioned me in the thing, being like, "Shut up, blah blah blah." It's obviously direct. Do I say that to
Yeah.
anyone else?
Block her.
All,
Just block her.
all
I
Because
thought
she used to
girls
do that to me.
that. Well, maybe not Videl, but like pretty
Hey,
much.
look, it's fine. I just wanted to get it out of the system so everybody can move on.
Some things you should not give people the opportunity to do.
You're right. Freaking Videl.
What? She gave you good advice right there. What the hell?
I said you're right. I agree with you. I was gonna block her because I was like, "What's the point of this?" Like,
Yes.
not
just
even.
block
She's not even
her.
talking about what I'm talking about. Like, what's the point?
That's a great reason to block somebody. If someone is ruining my experience in chat and they keep tagging me and I keep see this orange thing popping up with my name, I'm gonna block you. I don't like that shit. Quit annoying me.
Yeah, I understand that I've said things that have garnered someone to have an opinion, but that's not what I'm talking about right now. So, like, what's the point of this?
You can only pay me to kick someone off.
What if I pay you to kick someone on?
I mean, you can. I can't force anybody on, but if somebody sends me a big enough dono, I'll kick somebody off the panel.
Oh my gosh.
I don't. I sent Rampage the link. I said click join, and she can't. I don't know if she can't figure it out or whatever. But
No, I'm not going to do. I don't look.
It's okay.
Oh my God! Tell her to go fuck herself. Like, I mean,
No, I don't.
I
have
can
an opinion.
drag
I don't
Rampage.
care.
This isn't that hard.
No, well,
drag Rampage right now.
I'm not in the business of dragging people. It's just not my thing.
Well, Rampage fucking has this conspiracy theory that I owe Russ money.
Oh Lord, have mercy.
For what?
I don't know. She saw a clip. He didn't say anything of the sort, and she came to the conclusion that I must owe Russ money. I don't know. She's like the National Enquirer of Girl World. It's amazing.
Well,
oh, there she is, finally. Look, Keldoge, she's there.
Oh, she.
You have to unmute yourself. Oh, you did. Okay.
Hello.
Talk. Hi.
Okay. Nothing.
Something is off, you guys.
Oh God.
Okay, now I can hear
you. Yeah, I think now I can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, that is weird. It took off my earpiece out.
Are you using a device?
Yes, I'm using my earpiece, but it took it off.
Yeah, it might not want to use. I don't know. Discord is weird with that. You just have to
An earpiece, like one of those like old like Jabra like Bluetooth headsets.
Are you on your phone?
No, actually, yes, it's the newest earpiece. I got it
So
like
if
2 weeks ago.
If you look at your screen on the top, I don't know if you have Android or iPhone, but there should be an icon that shows you like a phone, and if you click on it, it should give you options to do like Bluetooth or headset. That is if you're looking at the VC.
That was working today.
It's okay. I'll just use it to my phone. I'll just use it to my
Yeah, are you gonna fight with Potato or what?
No, why would I be fighting with Potato?
Well, why are you talking shit to
Okay, that's
Potato?
Yeah. Robot.
I was gonna say, did everybody lose her or just me?
Dude, the universe is silencing Rampage. Like, they silenced AJ.
They took her voice.
Shoot. Dirt. I like dirt. Oops. Rampage, are you moving around? Sometimes if you try to move and use Discord, it decides that you're not on Discord anymore.
No, I paid money to get her to go away.
No, you didn't.
To get who to go away, Potato?
I was
Pay
joking.
money
I'm
for
sorry.
who?
I did nothing, please. It was a joke.
Like, I don't understand. Like, what did I do to you for you to think that I don't like you?
You're yelling at me about stuff.
You're yelling at her in chat, yeah.
I'm
okay.
allowed to have my own perspective. It doesn't mean I hate you.
Well, I'm not saying
I
you're
never.
not.
Okay, I didn't say that. It's just you're saying you don't have an opinion on this. You shouldn't talk about things you don't know. You're the 5%. 5% of what? Yeah. It's okay. It's fine. I'm goofing around. It's my fault. I'm beezing.
Are you saying you're not the 5%? You're the 1%?
Hell yeah.
No, I don't. No.
But you are the 5%, darling. It doesn't matter. I don't care. But what I'm saying is that, like, it doesn't mean I don't like you.
I don't look. Liking around here is such a weird term, and I don't think anyone should use it anymore.
I agree with that 100%.
I agree with that as well.
Because it's like I don't even know. If there's anything I've learned from this year, and I think I've learned a lot. It's tough to form any kind of
people affinity. Are crazy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think I've learned a lot of that.
Is somebody recording this? Because I'm hearing myself echo.
Oh, I'm clicking buttons because I'm changing the little icons.
No, I don't hear it on my end.
I'm not hearing it on my end either. I mean, I'm inherently
The CCP is listening.
Like, because I've got my streaming software on, but that shouldn't affect your setup.
Oh, you sound good. You sound. First, it was a little sketchy, but you sound good.
You ready to eat?
Yeah, no, I'm hearing the backup feed. Like, what I'm saying to you is weird.
Do you have two things open?
Yeah.
Nope, but I don't. Hold on, let me see.
Look at all my wheat. I need more dirt.
Do you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, that was me. I had my window open on my phone. The live stream. But Potato, I don't want you to think that I hate you. I really don't. I honestly really don't. I don't hate anybody.
Okay, I thought you wanted to come up regardless of whether I was here or not, because you're saying, hey, I'm in the backstage or whatever.
Yeah, what's up?
You know, I don't have any dislike towards you. You know, I don't want you to think that.
Okay, well, this isn't my channel, so
Why are you just not accepting that she's saying she doesn't hate you?
Oh, that's fine. Thank you. I agree. Great. I don't hate you either.
Now, why don't you talk about why you talking shit about me, Rampage?
No, because we don't.
I apologize to you, Walty, multiple times in channels.
When did you apologize to me? I don't remember any apology.
Well, in Valkyrie's channel, and I apologize that because I misconstrued the message. And I apologize to you again, multiple times. Jesus Christ, woman, sir,
Yeah,
ma'am.
How dare you?
You misgendered Woti. Wow.
Oh my god.
Walty, I did apologize to you, and I felt bad about that. And I apologize to you multiple times.
That's fine. I don't remember it, but I believe you. I don't believe you either, but I believe you. I'll just say that I do.
Whatever. Do you want me to make a video about it?
Yes.
Well, I
will make
mean, if you're gonna keep the lie up video, you know, that video's still up.
I will take down the video and then I will make an apology video. Will that suffice you?
I don't care, Rampage. I really don't.
Yes, we do
It was.
care.
I will admit, you were annoying me at a time when I was like kind of extra. I think I was extra annoyed with Asri at the time, and like you were just kind of like, I was like, what's wrong with this fucking person?
I was compounding the issue. I get it.
No, yeah, it's
But yeah,
fine. I really don't care.
I did apologize to you multiple times when I saw in chats. Like I was so that wrong, and I would take down that video and I would make an apology video. That would suffice you.
Please don't. I actually don't want to even be brought up again, ever again, on
Rampage,
anyone's
can I ask you-
channel.
Can I ask you a question?
Just pretend like I'm invisible.
I am now going to start reacting to WOTY full time.
Hey, Rampage, can I ask you a question?
Yes, darling.
Do you like making videos?
I do.
Okay, then keep them all up.
Well,
Make
I mean,
more.
that was the wrong information on him. I don't want that.
Oh, okay. I
understand.
understand that. But I'm glad you like making videos because I feel like some people just do stuff to do stuff. But if you actually like doing it, then great.
I mean, I enjoy doing. Sorry, I'm like in my garage saying everything that's happening with anybody. But
She's
I
impossible
like
to understand.
watching and enjoy doing videos. You know what I mean? And what the fuck is this? What am I listening to?
I don't know. What are you listening to?
We don't hear it.
Hold on.
Those are the voices in your head.
I think something
Hello?
else is playing in the background on her phone. Hello?
No, I've been. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes?
Are you at work?
Okay, I've been watching these things that they're called Appalachian crimes. I've been fascinated with. One of them just kind of like started itself on its own. You know, the Appalachian stories?
You're
Yeah,
watching
I've been, like-
Appalachian True Crime.
Yeah, those are fascinating.
Dashton finished his mod essay. Oh, cool.
They are fascinating, but one of them I had them on a playlist. It just kind of like started itself, but I stopped it.
Nobody's actually completed the essay before. Wow.
No,
Is it
those
on-
are fascinating, huh?
Was it on YouTube?
Yeah.
Okay. No, I noticed the YouTube app will randomly start playing on the phone for some reason.
Do you know the name of the channel that I like to watch is The Voice of the Unknown?
What's that channel about?
The Appalachian through like the early 1800s and, you know, even below then. No, not about Bigfoot, about Appalachian families, what they have to do to survive. Like, it's fascinating.
Is it about? So it's about Belinda.
Oh my god.
I'm sorry. I cannot make that joke.
Shut
Belinda
up.
has a decent job. As much as she wants to claim that she's poor, she's fine.
She would
Wow,
laugh
this
at that.
is
She would laugh at this.
definitely a 540-word essay.
So wait, what's this?
Yeah, they start in like in the Virginias and they go through all the states before everything else. I find it fascinating. That's what I've been watching.
Oh, that sounds
That's what I've been.
cool.
Wait,
I've been binge watching that.
You want me to read the essay?
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna read the essay now.
Wait, explain what this essay is before you do it. Can you do that?
Yeah. So okay, for mods on my channel, it's mostly a meme, but I do like when people do that. If random people ask me, "Can I be a mod?" I'll be like, "Well, you have to write me a 500-word essay on why you should be a mod."
Oh, awesome! So application.
And nobody has completed it yet. So, hold on, I have to.
Oh, this is great.
Well, now Dashton has.
Hold on. Can we have a 5-panel judge on whether, or 4-panel on whether this is good or not?
Sure. I just need to reorganize.
It's interesting. I can give it that.
The Appalachian stuff she's talking about, or the mod thing?
This essay, you'll see it.
Just let me turn off my game.
Oh my god, hurry up!
Oh my god! I've taken a second. You are losing your patience, mister. Okay.
So wait, what's the most important thing about being a mod? Are they going to tell us that? Or what?
No.
So you, KelDoge, before we read this essay.
Oh my god. This is an essay. Okay.
Hold on, put it through the chat GPT thing first.
I like how Potato wants to do an interview of KelDoge before we can actually read the essay.
No, let's see. To do turnitin.com first. Did he cheat on this thing?
Okay. I don't think Dashton would cheat on the essay, so I trust
He
him.
seems pretty authentic.
Who, Dashton?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dashton is awesome. I love Dashton.
Wait, why did you do? It's a 540 word essay.
No,
Okay.
no offense, Dashton. I don't know you. I have no idea who you are. I've just heard your name.
He's psychic.
He does psychic stuff with Barbies and stuff.
He's Shanny's psychic. That's how we know him, as he was doing psychic readings for Shanny. He's Shanny's psychic.
Oh, okay, that's scary.
Oh, I saw you do.
Shouldn't have told me that.
Why are you putting your butt in my face? Stop it. Whoop. Okay, I'm gonna read this now. I'm gonna try to read it as best as I can, but
Wait, can you print it so I can read it too?
Can I print it? I'm
Print
sharing
it?
I can't print it.
It's on the live stream, or you can click on where. If you click on Keldoge's name, there should be a thing that says watch live, watch stream.
Cool.
Okay, so I'm gonna try to read this as best I can, but all the numbers in it are gonna maybe get my dyscalculia, so I might like.
No, this is not an essay. I'm already giving points on syntax. This is crazy.
Oh, I'm just gonna read it, okay? All
Just
right.
skip the numbers.
I'll try. Dashton's 540 word essay for KelDoge to be a moderator, ranch dressing owner. I have ranch experience. You can see I'm ranched on multiple channels, or wrench, not ranched. Sorry. And I think
Ranch dressing.
I thought he was talking about ranch.
We're not going to read the numbers because this is killing me.
No, I'm not reading the numbers.
I need this. I need the numbers in between.
No, I'm not reading
Oh,
the
God
numbers.
damn
we're
it.
not going to read it.
I love the one
years.
I in the I. EYE.
Let me.
Minus 40.
Fuck it.
I have ranch experience. You can see I'm ranched on 11 multiple. I'm ranched on multiple channels, and I think I could be trusted. I do not abuse my privilege. Some of these are not words. I just want to say respect my authority when I get ranch. So please king me. I don't block nobody. I don't time nobody out unless someone is doxing someone. If someone keeps using a unexcusably bad word, that's not allowed on YouTube. I'll warn them or delete the message. I think you might have enough mods that have their own discernment that can counted on, I guess. I basically wear it as aesthetic dedication, result of big fan energy. I can automatically abuse my ranch privilege by waving my ranch wand around. I can y'all mad about it. Yeah. At least one time, at least is 2 words. One time to someone who might be fun to say it to, ha ha ha. I obviously won't be a immature ranch dressing mod that cuss 3S like a more, I know cusses, like a moron encourage freedom of speech by reminding to spell creatively. That doesn't go against YouTube's rules. I might remind people I have a badge. It's my ranch, duh. In the vast digital wilderness, we're chaos.
I can't read it because these icons are in the way.
You can't read it.
Lurks behind every comment
She's
thread.
looking at the screen.
No,
She's not looking at your live here.
Yeah, listen to OT read. Okay, it's sending
Okay, but
me.
it's hard to. Okay.
Lurks behind every comment thread, and questionable opinions roam free like wild tumbleweeds. There emerges a hero, a champion, a beacon, bacon of order.
Bacon?
That her is obviously me. First and foremost, I possess rare, highly sought after talent of being able to spot drama from a mile away to 2 inches away. If I had green tea, my internal moderator alarm goes off. Goes off like a smoke detector in a burnt popcorn situation. I'm basically a human conflict early warning system. I bring a level of fairness that is truly unmatched. My judgments are so balanced. Lady Justice herself would probably ask me tips. Ask me tips. I don't play favorites I mention, oh, you might be my favorite astrology sign, but I assume to know they still have a horrible person inside them. Let's also address the fact that I have patience of a saint, specifically a saint that has been stuck in customer service for 8 years, still hasn't snapped. I think I can handle trolls, chaos, gremlins, that one guy who always posts memes from 2011 like he just invented. Are you talking about me?
Is that you?
Like he just invented the internet.
Wait, are you talking about is that this could be a bunch of people actually.
Wait, how did he do? Did you really type all this? Did you do this way?
I guarantee you there's a stream that he did this on too.
Jesus cow could also be
culpable.
Yeah. I want to finish the thing. We got to finish it, and then let's bring him down to the interview phase.
I crumble. I don't fold. I simply moderate with the calm composure of someone who has accepted that life is just one long loading screen. Now let's talk about leadership. Not to brag, but I once organized my sock drawer by color and emotional support value. If I do that, imagine what I can do for a community. I bring structure, enthusiasm, and the energy of someone who woke up this morning and said, yeah, I'll be iconic today. And finally, I bring humor. A community without laughter is a microwave without a door. Dangerous, confusing, and frankly illegal.
Wait, what? I love Dashton. I'm sorry, I love him.
That's a really good joke.
What he said was a community without laughter is a microwave without a door. Dangerous, confusing, and frankly illegal.
Is it actually illegal?
I don't know.
A community without laughter or a microwave without a door?
A microwave without a door.
Yes, this is very illegal. What are you talking about?
Wait, what? Why?
Because you could explode and then everything.
You know, there's the microwave has a door for a reason, right?
That's why you've got a fire extinguisher everywhere.
I don't think the government needed to regulate that either. Okay, I think we naturally would put microwaves on doors.
That is so wrong. Have you ever gotten those? You know, the The things that cover your windshield to block out the sun.
Yeah, they suck. Ass.
Well, have you ever read on the back? It says that gives you a warning: do not drive with this in place.
Duh. I've definitely done that.
Yeah, why do you think that's there?
I don't know.
Because people are stupid. I get it.
There were lawsuits
Yeah,
for
exactly.
people who
Liability.
drove with the stupid thing on. Okay, no, so don't assume that people are just gonna do what they're supposed to do.
I can be very welcoming. Bring a band hammer down with elegance of a swan, doing carote. I think he means karaoke or maybe karate. Who knows? In conclusion, I'm the perfect moderator. Elect me, appoint me, summon me, whatever works. I'm ready to moderate greatness. Bada bing, bada boom, tank chew.
Yes.
That was
Yes, moderate him. He stated his case.
Okay.
Hold on. No. Okay. Keldoge, you're the one that's ultimately the...
Actually, no. You all get to go first. Okay.
Okay. I will propose something. I think we should sponsor the Keldoge moderator intern program. I will sponsor it.
Oh. Okay.
He could be an interim mod. Advancement upon probation. This is great. However, then they get...
Okay, so Dashton will be the first intern.
Yeah, exactly. We'll have a whole thing. It's an advancement program.
I have an intern now? Cool.
Yeah, we'll have an intern.
Yeah.
I thought I was the intern.
I want to know. This is why I want to interview. Did you type out each of these things, like each of these numbers and stuff, and then do all this? This is crazy. And like do all these, words.
I'm
that
pretty sure they did it in like a word processing program first, and then just copy and pasted it. I don't think they did that directly here.
How many have you done this? This is not specific. SA4 Keldoge. Could you have sent this to 900 people?
Did you scroll down and show the picture?
Keldoge, there is a video of Dashton and his then boyfriend in a scuffle, and then the cops showed up. It's insane, but he took it down from his channel. I forget the channel that reviewed it, but you should look for that. That shit is funny as hell.
But wait, do you need mods? Why does he want to be mod?
What do you mean, why does he... We literally just read why he wants to be mod.
Yeah, he just gave us a whole essay. What do you mean?
Well, he said why he's suitable to be mod, but why do you
Why doesn't he want to be my mod is the question.
No, he's saying I'm good at this. He's not saying why he wants to. He's not like, I need to be mod for... I don't know.
Yeah, he wants to be mod.
Okay, yes, got it. I think that's a better answer. I don't know. I don't understand mod stuff just is beyond me.
Being a mod for me is not that serious. You just...
No, but this is pretty serious.
Is it?
I mean, if it were up to me, I'd be like, hell yeah. Or, for the memes, hell no.
Basically, we need a grade and an official wrenching ceremony. That's true. We do need a wrenching
ceremony.
Yeah,
we need a rubric for this. Here's the thing.
Oh, I love rubrics.
All right, create a rubric. We'll grade him.
Right
I don't know.
Now,
I'll give him...
I can't. Well, it's going to take
I know,
me
it's
several
on the
hours.
spot. But here's the thing. He could be the guinea pig, and then he could use it for the people going forward. If you're going to actually enforce this.
If realistically, in terms of like interns, I have to make a lot more money before I do something like that.
I told you I'll sponsor the internship program.
Interns they don't pay for, Keldoge.
Well, I'm not an asshole, so
it depends on the industry. I used to get paid as an intern.
Me too. I got paid per.
Give him $5 a week or whatever.
Dude, Rampage.
Give him $5 a week.
Rampage is like, let him start.
No, I'm giving you a flat fee. You can figure out what the hell to do with it, whether you give it to him or not. I thought it was just more of a...
Oh, okay, sure. I agree.
It was more...
Give him $5 a week if you need cash up you, whatever. That $5 a week to give up to him. He's funny.
Give Keldoge a flat fee. He can do with whatever they want. Because I want to call him the potato sponsored intern. Ranch.
So.
I agree to this arrangement.
Okay, cool. Whatever, done.
We're gonna rank.
Deal. virtually straight handshake.
Virtually what?
Handshake.
Virtual handshake? Oh, we could try
Yeah.
that. I don't. You guys don't have hands. I'm the only one with hands.
Well,
wait,
you can
hold on.
me, but I'm shaking your.
Here, I'll shake your.
Maybe.
I'll shake your rope. I don't know whatever this is. Okay, there we go.
Okay.
I had to put my ass
Alright.
in Rampage's face, but.
Wait, so no one's given you an essay yet about this?
Dashton. Well, I am actually gonna give it to Dashton because that was really fucking funny, and the number thing that unironically takes a lot of time, and I think that's cool.
Well, did you see all that stuff? Like, that's total mod stuff where you have to, like, spell things differently and, like, do all the weird YouTube stuff.
Just know that if I catch you abusing your wrench, you lose it forever, so.
Okay, hold on. Dashton, your first order is to block me immediately right now.
No, we don't do fake blocking.
But anyways, Keldoge, I will pay you $20 a month so you can give it to Dashton weekly.
I mean, you could probably. To be fair, you probably just give it to Dashton. I'm not a payment service. I don't do payroll yet.
Yeah, what the fuck? Why is everybody throwing money at you?
Yeah, wait, what do you mean? You should be happy for me.
We're creating jobs.
Jesus fucking Christ. Have you heard about the goddamn Caleb Hammer video? I keep forgetting to bring this up.
I mean, you told me about it earlier, but.
Oh my god. Do you even know who Caleb Hammer is?
Yeah, isn't he like a Nazi?
Isn't that a dude that was living off of his
Nazi?
girlfriend OnlyFans and then dumped him?
Hold on, maybe I'm getting him mixed up with someone else.
I know Army Hammer. I don't know
Hammer.
Caleb. I don't know Caleb Hammer.
Yeah, you all fucking know who Caleb Hammer is. He's the guy who does the financial audit thing.
Yes,
the
I know
fat
who
gay
Caleb
guy,
Hammer is.
but he's
Yes.
not gay, but he is
Yes.
gay.
Oh, I actually
Yes.
don't
Yeah.
know this guy really.
He's like the Dave Ramsey for Zoomers. Well,
Yeah.
Who's Dave
Scott Schaefer. He's like he gives like financial advice. I think I'm just gonna stream about this.
No, I know exactly who you're talking about. I've watched some of his stuff before.
Did you see Scott Schaefer's video last year about Caleb Hammer?
No, I did not.
It was basically like, so Scott Schaefer is like Dollar Tree CoffeeZilla kind of. He did a video about Caleb Hammer. Basically, like one of his guests was accusing him of like sexually assaulting him. Then Scott had a bunch of like DMs from like a group chat where Caleb was saying that he wanted to like have sex with this like minor and shit, like, and people kind of wrote it off as a joke. But anyway, Scott ended up making a second video like a couple days ago where, and I'm trying to remember what it was about exactly, but it was a lot more of the same, like, you know, apparently he's been doing more pedophile jokes and like shit like that. But yeah,
It's been in my feed lately. I didn't know what it was about, but I've heard a little bit about this.
I did a whole write up on this morning so I could stream about it, and like now I don't remember where I put it.
Oh, you don't remember where to put it.
No, I do know where I put it. It's just, you know, it's in the Discord, the trafficking Discord. Just a second.
The trafficking Discord? Oh yeah, the Discord. Who's watching?
Oh yeah, one of his employees he calls bitch Brandon, and he was going on the guy's live streams in the chat, like saying, you know, that he likes to fuck children, whatever. Caleb Hammer started doing live streaming, and somebody told him to look at this one YouTuber, I guess. And he goes and looks at the YouTuber, finds out the YouTuber did OnlyFans, and like starts playing like the guy moaning, the audio of the guy moaning, like into the microphone.
Ew.
Apparently a female alleges that he's a creep. Also, he says he records sex encounters with security cameras in his house, which I don't know exactly where the legality is there. But there's also a Poopgate story. And apparently when he moved out of one of his apartments, he smeared shit all over the shower wall.
Ew, what the fuck?
His own shit, apparently. Yeah.
Well, I guess I need to know about this now. What the hell?
Do you want both videos or just the second one?
What do you mean?
Do you just want... It sounds like you just want Poopgate, if I'm being honest.
I don't want to see... Well, I mean, I'm interested... Well, I'm less interested in the whole molestation stuff. But, like, I like, that's not as funny. But...
It's not as funny, okay.
What are you implying?
I'm not saying it's funny. I never implied that it was funny. It's supposed to be tea, not everything about it's gonna be funny. I listed this under horror cow.
Oh, hold on, let me look.
No, I'm trying to figure out how to send it to you.
I mean, I can just see it in the server.
I can just see it.
Well, yeah.
I titled it Caleb Hammer, the Perverted Scammer.
That's pretty good.
Oh, Lord.
But there's a whole thing about Dave Ramsey in there too, so.
I realized I was streaming my other windows.
You know, I used to be really into Dave Ramsey. Bought his book and everything.
What happened?
They got rid of the
You
guy
got a
that I
credit
liked.
card?
No.
Oh, fucking what's his name? The big black guy?
Yeah, the
What was his
everyday
name?
billionaire guy.
Hey, you know why they got rid of him, right?
Yeah, yes, this whole scandal with his wife and the
Because he cheated on his wife. He got fired from his job for cheating on his wife.
Yeah, but I don't think that should. I get it because so I got after that.
Do you think he should have been fired for cheating on his wife?
No.
Well,
did his wife work there?
It's only because
No.
how involved Dave Ramsey is in those. So when they interview people.
Yes, it's because Dave is a fundamentalist, Christian nut job.
Yeah. And I didn't like the way they treated him, even though Chris Hogan, that was his name, right? Chris Hogan.
Yes, Chris Hogan. That's it.
I didn't really like the way that he treated him because they just kind of like try to erase him from the site and everything, and like.
Well, that was because he was black. That was just them being racist.
But he had that book and he had the podcast and everything. And I used to listen. I used to listen to all that. So yeah, I kind of got perturbed when that all went down, and then I heard about the way.
Well, hold on.
He's in their life. They're literally in their lives. They want to go to your house. They want to meet your spouse or your significant other. Like they are very, in your life, and I don't think that that's right. That's weird to me.
Something about finance that's always kind of, during the big Me Too movement, right? I think one of my favorite articles that came out, when everyone's getting exposed for things that are very important, things that are not so as important, things that are trying to be important, between Hollywood people, music people, entertainment people, all of that. There was a very large article that
You could leave it all right there. Sorry.
Right. There's a big article that came out that says, "Where's the Me Too on Wall Street?" Because it doesn't fucking happen with the money people. Because it just doesn't happen. Because it's all paid off in some way or another. And so there's no exposing. And there's none of that because people are under NDAs or people are paid off and they can't talk about it. And there's so much injustice involving all that because it's true. But it's all settled and it's all under NDAs and it's all under that stuff.
Now, Videl, you don't think Dave Ramsey's a bit exploitative?
Oh, no, very much so.
Yeah, so you know how Dave Ramsey's content goes. You know how Caleb Hammer's goes, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and
People
it's
come
the
to them
same
with their
thing.
personal finances, and there's a lot of information we're finding out about a lot of these people. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
But what I noticed, because I actually studied Dave Ramsey for a little bit because I was working on a parody show of Dave Ramsey. and I still have that shit written down somewhere. I've got to do it. But it was like a parody, like college show of Dave Ramsey, and I started paying attention, and it's like, go search for Dave Ramsey husband changing genders, and like they've talked about that at least like 3 or 4 different times, to the point that you might think that it's like fake, but it's just like he gets these women. And like, especially if you keep looking, it's like, you know, my husband's controlling my finances. My husband's a millionaire and won't let me leave the house. Like, Dave Ramsey is preying on insecure housewives. Like, that's the way that I fucking see it. And then you see Caleb Hammer basically doing the same shit with OnlyFans models and prostitutes.
Okay, I gotta think about that for a second. Because I don't know. I don't know if I see that. You gotta help me with this.
Let's see. My husband thinks the government isn't real. Do you think that that's in any way like related to financial advice?
You know what? I'll be honest with you. When I did watch Dave Ramsey, it didn't happen very often, but usually I kind of like tuned out on some of that stuff if it wasn't finance related. So I don't know if he does that now.
Husband makes wife pay for her own epidural. These are titles from Dave Ramsey clips.
Yeah.
I'm having a baby and I have no money. It's like, I get the point, but it's just like, at some point, it's like, how much information do I need to know? Because like, especially with the husband changing genders video, it was like, you know, like, yeah, I mean, he kept kind of like talking to her about this, like, because he's over here kind of encouraging her, you know, like, you know, you guys need to get with a marriage counselor or whatever, you know, do you think you should save the marriage? And like, eventually she's like, you know, he's changing genders, and she's like, I don't know if we should still stay together. He's like, no, that's no. But like,
did he have a lawsuit about this? Was it, because I know there was some kind of lawsuit. Somebody sued.
Over what?
Yeah. I'm trying to remember. I think there was something about an employee, a woman employee. Hold on.
oh, I know what you're talking about, but like, I don't know what it was.
Okay, hold on. So, okay, so this is the AI overview. I probably should skip this, but I'm going to read it. Allegations regarding Dave Ramsey and his company's treatment of women primarily stem from a lawsuit filed by a former female employee who was fired for being pregnant and unmarried. It's kind of not what I was, it wasn't exactly what I was thinking about, but I can see.
But that's the kind of thing that happens with him, is he fires people for having adults or having affairs, like, as if it had anything to do with them, like them at work. They weren't. I don't think Hogan was having an affair with somebody at the company.
No, it wasn't. It was completely unrelated. But the problem is that Dave Ramsey is involved in their personal lives. That's the part that I don't like. I don't think your job should be at all involved in your personal life, like, because he is a Christian fundamentalist, right? And so he wants everyone to live by his specific values, and he punishes people for not living by his specific values, but he wants to be involved in everything. Like I said, part of the interview process is them coming to your house. If you want to work for Dave Ramsey, you have to be able to allow them to come to your home to interview you and your spouse and see how you live. It's weird.
Yeah.
So weird. I mean, I guess
Now imagine taking this, but imagine taking this exploitative business. Now remove the Christian aspect, and you've got Caleb Hammer out here being a degenerate while yelling at other degenerates.
Oh
Reminds
my
me
god.
of commentary.
Wait, so what exactly did Caleb do to get caught?
It's just like, apparently a lot of people have been trying to expose him for a while, and like I guess nobody really cares. The person,
This is kind of like the James Charles thing, where like they made that whole blow up about James Charles in the beginning and they kind of like misstepped on it. So everybody kind of ignored everything they heard about James Charles afterwards.
That's the impression that I'm getting from other people who have been paying attention to it. But like some of the evidence is pretty damning. Like, the group chat messages are really fucking gross. But like, for example, like the very first allegation was this gay guy that did OnlyFans. And Caleb was like, I guess probably pretty early on in the whole thing. But Caleb was like giving him advice to like, you should hook up with this guy or whatever. It's really unclear to me, but he was like doing way too much to like try to help this guy with his OnlyFans. It was weird, but
that is weird. That is very.
Then the guy ends up like accusing him of sexual harassment. Well, then you find out that Caleb has been hiring people. Like when he first started the channel, he was hiring people off Backpage to come on and just basically do fake stories that he could do. This was one of those people. So people just write this off as this guy's crazy. He's just, money hungry, like looking for attention. I know Papa Gut like took some of this personally because he, I guess, defends Hammer a lot, but like there was the group chat and he's like, oh, it's just all jokes. They're just joking. The group chat was like, he was like specifically being like, I want to put what was it? I want to put my dick in him. Any hole will do. And this was like a 16-year-old kid they were talking about.
Oh my. That's a lot.
There's the late. I don't want to I don't want to put it in people's heads, but because people, it's obviously not a popular opinion to say that he's a creep, but the videos are worth watching.
Yeah, I might actually have to watch now. Cause he comes. I don't seek out his stuff, but occasionally it pops up in my feed, and I might watch something here and there, But I had no idea.
I'm encouraging you to do that because I think you would do a good job at making a video. I'm interested in all that, even though it's pretty crazy.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna stream about it on Wednesday just because I never covered the first video on my channel. I think it was just I wrote up the original one I wrote up was for Stardust and she covered the first video.
When was that?
It was last year. It was I think March of last year. Just Scott Schaefer's videos pop up for me at the best timing. I don't know why. He only pops up when I need it.
Who's Scott Schaefer? Sorry.
Another YouTuber.
Okay.
Yeah, he's does kind of crypto AI scam kind of things
yeah, like a CoffeeZilla.
Yeah, I like CoffeeZilla, but that stuff's just so depressing to me, and there's so much of it. So
he's low budget CoffeeZilla, but I don't know. I like
depressing. Legal Eagle's video about all the stuff that the Trump administration has done for the last ever since they came into power at the beginning of the year.
Regarding what? Everything?
Just all of the corruption. He just listed everything, and it's literally a 40-minute video on all the corruption since the beginning of the year. That's just this second iteration of the Trump administration.
Well.
Okay, I have to jump off here. Keldoge, did you find it?
Yeah, I did.
Oh, okay. All right, I have to get off of here. Good night.
Right,
good night.
Thank you for coming on.
I'll probably hop off here soon too.
Well,
we were watching Cenksgiving.
We were watching Cenksgiving. We can finish it if you guys want.
Yeah, let me plop off and I'll just watch on the chat.
Or did you want to go to something else?
No, because I kind of want to wrap up because it's been almost 8 hours already.
Oh, okay. Well, then I will get out of your hair.
Okay, thank you guys for popping on.
Thanks for having me on.
Thanks, guys. Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you. That was good. That was fun. We had a panel. It was fun. I do want to watch the rest of Cenksgiving though or react to it. Just let me grab the link and then after that we will wrap up we didn't get to everything today, which is completely fine. So I'm absolutely good with that. Let me grab that link, because I accidentally, did I exit out of it? No, I didn't. It's right here. I'm a silly bitch. Okay. Let us continue yelling at these guys, because I need to.
It's the natural inclination of every company to become a monopoly, and that's
right, and I'm actually agreeing with you. So what happens is, if you don't regulate capitalism, it inevitably becomes corporatism, and corporatism is the exact opposite of capitalism. It tries to destroy free markets, destroy.
Oh, I did wanna elaborate, and me and Videl will have to maybe have a talk about this separately, because I don't know what her beliefs are on this. I do advocate for, like, what I believe are genuinely democratic forms of socialism, specifically market socialism. Vosh is really the only other, and Sockdon left, are really the only other people that talk about it. We'll do a deep dive stream on it, but basically, it's the idea of making hyper, like, social democracy. That's really, really simplifying it, but that's what the world would look like.
Competition and become a monopoly, right? And it does it mainly through government capture.
Some people argue that this actually isn't socialism, and it's just hyper omniliberalism, which, like, okay, if it's not, I don't care.
So Adam Smith was right. You have to guard against monopolies. You must regulate. If you don't regulate, then capitalism will turn into corporatism and destroy free market. So that's why that position is more ideologically
But you're not in favor of that for healthcare.
No, that because capitalism means by definition
No! You can have socialized medicine in a capitalist system. What do you mean?
mixed economy, right? There is no non-mixed economies. The military's public, police are public, fire is public. And so when you go down the list, healthcare is perfect for public. Healthcare insurance is perfect for public rather than private. Why? Number one, like fires, viruses spread. So whether your neighbor is healthy or not is relevant to you. Number two, it's...
Hold on, I have to grab this for the notes.
The combined pool makes it a lot less, more efficient. And then most importantly, if you put a profit motive on denying healthcare, which is your costs, they will deny healthcare to their maximum ability to maximize profit.
Mm-hmm.
So then you've literally built an industry that is better served by killing more people, right? So, and that's why over 70,000 Americans die every year because they don't have health insurance. That's among the reasons why. And way more die because their insurance didn't cover the thing that they had because we privatized it. It's actually mental to privatize health insurance. It's just as dumb as privatizing cops or even worse, the fire department.
I mean, I feel the same way about housing in general. Like, I don't think it means that it has to be like gray, brutalist architecture and city blocks. There are plenty of examples from Singapore to China, all the way to Austria, Vienna, where socialized housing runs supreme. Even in Hong Kong, as a matter of fact. And I was actually surprised to find this out, but I believe it's like 52% of everyone living in Hong Kong actually live in government housing. But that also has a major benefits cliff. So that actually keeps wages relatively low or people unemployed in an effort to make sure that they're still in government housing, because every house that is not owned by the government, that is not public housing, is so unimaginably expensive. Like the price difference is like $300. Let's say the price difference is like $300 for government housing versus like $7,000 for a private unit. Like the cheapest private unit is so much higher that people would rather just like be unemployed than to actually get like that fiscal cliff would not exist under a universal program. And if people wanted luxury housing beyond that, they could choose to spend all the extra dollars and get taxed out the ass in order to have the luxurious privilege of having this mega mansion or whatever.
Yeah, so look, I'm not anywhere near that. I think housing, but not totally private. I'm willing to experiment with public housing in certain circumstances and see how it goes and how does it affect the market. Does it, like we...
One thing that people don't talk about enough with this, I think, is co-op housing. What is co-op housing? Co-op housing is like having an HOA, but it's not an HOA. Like, everybody that lives in the housing unit, has like a say in what the unit does, but there isn't like the same costs like associated with like a homeowners association. I hate when Hasan talks.
Talked about earlier, create more supply and hence help.
Videl, I wouldn't imagine you agreeing with any form of socialism.
With prices.
Which is fine.
Right. And, is there a bare minimum where we should help people not be on the streets? Of course. Right. So then, in the lower levels, you're having a conversation is what degree is it public? Because if they're I think we all agree if they're homeless and they want shelter, we should give them shelter, right? So that's in a sense public housing, like the lowest level.
But it's not permanent, right?
So it's not permanent. But I'm just saying that at the lower levels, by definition, you have to have some sort of public housing.
Yeah, you're saying like you have to have some sort of permanent public housing for people who just like literally have no other option.
I think that that's a possibility.
Yeah,
right?
okay.
And so, but the minute you get into the middle class and beyond, you got to have a normal market.
Why? Why do you think so? Like, what do you think are the downsides of public housing?
Anytime that we like I do believe in the markets.
That's not true. You would support a form of socialism?
So if you're going to have public sneakers or burgers or jeans or even houses or cars.
Okay, there's a difference.
Okay.
One is clothing versus the other is shelter though, right? Like I that's why I say like you can have a private market or a free enterprise for small businesses or even for certain goods that people are offering. And but when it comes down to the things that are necessary for survival, I'm a believer that the profit incentive creates a negative experience for people that simply need to get this thing to survive. And I think it would make the public overall.
I'd be really curious, Videl, like what you'd be open to on that front. A lot of people aren't. I think that's fine. Like, as an enlightened center type person of the left, I know how annoying some of them are.
Much more productive.
Why does Jank look orange? I don't know.
Same goes for education. Same goes for housing, and the same goes for like basic necessities such as food. Even though there can obviously still be a private market on top of that.
But it seems like you're saying all for like the bare necessities, which then makes more sense. Like at the higher levels, you're going to let wealthy folks buy whatever house they want.
Yeah, I mean, but again, that needs to come with a cost, so it's not as easily accessible.
Wow.
Like the reason why I went back to Singapore as an example is because like it's tiny, right? And there's not a lot of cars. And from what I understand, like,
well, Singapore uses land value tax.
in order to get a car in Singapore, you have
Which land value tax I think is a pretty cool way to look at it.
to be incredibly wealthy. And the reason and the government has already made it so easy to use public transit or to use bicycles and numerous different methods of transportation that are not only cost effective, but also.
Oh, we'll just go over land value tax really, really quick for those of you that don't know what it is. The land value tax is a levy on the value of land without regard to buildings, personal property, and other improvements upon it. Some economists favor LVT, arguing it does not cause economic inefficiency and helps reduce economic inequality. A land value tax is a progressive tax, and that the tax burden falls on landowners because land ownership is correlated with wealth and income. The land value tax has been referred to as the perfect tax, and the economic efficiency of a land value tax has been accepted since the 18th century. Economists since Adam Smith and David Ricardo have advocated for this tax because it does not hurt economic activity and encourages development without subsidies. LBT is associated with Henry George, whose ideology became known as Georgism. George argued that taxing the land value is the most logical source of the public revenue because the supply of land is fixed and because public infrastructure improvements would be reflected in and thus paid for by increased land values. A low-rate land value tax is currently implemented throughout Denmark, Estonia, Lithuania, Russia, Singapore, and Taiwan. It has also been applied to lesser extents in parts of Australia, Germany, Mexico, and the United States.
So much more viable for climate change, right? Ecological disaster, avoiding ecological disaster. So the way that it should work, I think, is that if you want to get a car, you have to get like penalized for it, basically, in that structure. And the same goes for wanting luxury housing. I see housing as a necessity, and homes are for living in it rather than a speculative asset in the way that it works in the United States of America. And we've sold to the Americans that.
Videl says, I think the best societies embrace a mixed market economic system, and limiting the economy to working in a particular way is detrimental. Market socialism doesn't strike me as the most effective option. I can see its value in some cases, not all.
That this concept is good and it actually invokes freedom, just as we have done with our car-reliant infrastructure. Oh, you have your own car, you have so much freedom. You don't have to sit with the rest of the public in a subway or whatever, but that creates unimaginable traffic density. It's worse for the climate overall. It even has economic issues associated.
I get why people don't want to do public transit, but I feel like it's such a shame because if you go to a country where they do it well, it's like super awesome
with it. And the same goes for housing too.
Yeah. So look, I'm not an expert on housing or car regulations or anything, but my general sense of it is no. First of all, there's nothing wrong with this agreement, but I don't agree. So when you talk in bare necessities, make sure people don't die in the streets.
He keeps saying bare necessities, and I have the song stuck in my head now.
I totally agree, right?
I don't even.
And I think that everyone agrees. I think that even the right wing agrees to that. I hope.
I
right?
don't think they do, but
yeah. Well, I mean, I think that if you said to them shelter for homeless people, they would generally say yes, partly to get them off the streets, but partly because they think they should have shelter, right?
Oh yeah,
So-
congestion pricing in New York City is like a move in the right direction of this sort as well. Like making it more costly to be able to drive a vehicle actually increases the use for public transit, because then people are like, all right, well, I'd rather utilize public transit then.
I'm mixed on social engineering. So I don't want to penalize
Social engineering?
people for getting houses. I don't see the point of it. And I think
What does this have to do with social engineering?
that the wealth creation we did for the middle class in America with houses was amazing. It was one of the best things we've ever done in American history. In fact, part of my
But that was
solution for
social
housing-
engineering.
Well, first of all, you can say any city planning is social engineering.
Yeah.
A bridge is
Everything
social
is,
engineering, right?
It goes
But
back to
then-
the same concept. Yes, all matter of governance is technically authoritarian.
No, you could agree, and once you agree,
No.
then you execute, right?
Yeah, but
so it's centralized.
But there's
at
still going
the
to be people that
last
don't
point
agree.
of contact, right?
Yeah, no, but people are still always going to disagree. It's just that it's for the disagreeers, that's technically authoritarian. For a pedophile, it's authoritarian to the government doesn't want him to kids. You know what I mean? Like that's,
Well, I know, but then
No.
that's what I mean. In theory,
we're stretching the definition of authoritarian, because the authoritarian is one person controlling everyone.
Alan Dershowitz.
Well, Barry Weiss thinks so, and he's more charismatic than you,
Like, it's not that's not, stop.
apparently, according to Barry Weiss.
Yeah, even though
I found deeply
Like, okay, technically, like, okay, but that doesn't mean shit.
amusing.
Even though, Barry Weiss is trying to get me to debate Ben Shapiro, who was sitting next to her when she said that. So that was doubly funny for me. I was like, damn, you guys have been trying to set up a debate between me and Ben Shapiro. Why are you saying I need to be deplatformed?
Yeah, and apparently you're not inside the 40-yard line.
Yeah.
Anyways, so look, guys, you do government planning to set up a city for sure, no question. You need some degree of public everything, right? But then once you get into trying to, get into the pricing of things, that's where I'm out. I think the market should set the price for people that are in middle class and above, for sure. Then the question is, where's the cutoff? And that's a legitimate question to have. Part of my solution for housing is we have this populist plank, and the Rebellion PAC candidates sign on to it. And what that is in that case, is we ban private equity from buying residential real estate. And the reason we do that is because when they buy the homes, they're driving up prices because they're limiting supply, they're increasing demand. By definition, prices are going to go up, and they have made pricing go up tremendously, right? And there's no reason why bankers should be allowed to own private.
Dude, Hasan's background needs more, like, I don't know, it just feels like a lot of shit.
Residential real estate, and it destroys the wealth creation for the middle class in America. And they're going to turn us all into renters, and it's going to be a disaster.
There is a guy actually that has an opinion that is now the next mayor of New York, Zohran Mamdani, on socialized housing. Let's take a look.
American housing is in crisis.
You might recognize
right now,
his
up to
voice.
12 million Americans are behind an average of
It's a video within a video.
$5,800 on rent and risk eviction. With eviction moratoriums soon to expire, we're facing an unprecedented wave of evictions and foreclosures that will crash straight into millions of struggling families across the country. But the truth is, this crisis didn't begin with the pandemic. In fact, housing has been in crisis for a very long time. Even before the pandemic, in places like New York or Los Angeles or San Francisco,
Where's the dog? Akaya's somewhere else.
median rents for even one-bedroom apartments could approach $2,500
The controversy freed her.
a month or more. About a third of people in Los Angeles spend a majority of their income on housing. In New York City, about 20% of all renters pay most of their income to their landlord. And in my district, Astoria, about a quarter of residents have to spend most of their paycheck on rent. And the crisis isn't just in big cities. In 95% of all US counties, workers making the minimum don't make enough to afford a one-bedroom rental on their
What? Okay, so you have
95% of all
So you have to live in, like, okay, this is Colorado. That's not too bad. Arizona. Oh, Washington, I guess. Oregon. And then this place. Oh, I guess you got Maine. Alaska. Man, dude, how abysmal.
US counties, workers making the minimum don't make enough to afford a one-bedroom rental on their own. The Harvard Center
Young
for Housing
cardamom.
Studies warns of a new normal for housing in the United States, in which nearly half of all renter households spend almost a third of their income on rent. That's why even before the fallout from the coronavirus started to hit, more than 500,000 Americans nationwide were already homeless, millions more on the brink of losing their housing, and countless families struggling every month to make ends meet. At the root of all of this suffering is the fact that in this country, housing is treated as a commodity, not a right. It's a consumer product, just like clothes or cars, that private businesses can sell on the market to make a profit. And if someone isn't able to pay, either
Is this based on 40 hours 725? I don't know.
because their landlord raised their
I would say maybe
rent, or because they can't work for one reason or another, they're not able to stay in their homes. If they're lucky, they can live with friends or family, or maybe in transitional housing for a bit. But for a lot of people, they have nowhere else to go, and they end up sleeping on the streets. In December 2019, the number of people sleeping in homeless shelters in New York reached 19,000 people, an all-time high.
The number of homeless people, that means like couch surfers, people living in their cars, and people living in like tents and whatnot, I believe is over 660,000 in the United States of America.
100,000 New York City students are homeless. That's more than 10% of the entire student population. Why do so many people end up homeless? It's not because there aren't enough homes to go around. There are plenty of empty homes. No, it's because housing people is not the primary goal of...
I thought minimum wage was at least $15. In some states, definitely not all. The federal minimum wage is $7.25, I think.
...developers or landlords. Their goal, simply put, is to make a profit. And it's much more profitable to build luxury apartments for the rich than decent homes for the poor. This gives us a big shortage of homes for ordinary working people. For every 100 households that are extremely low income, there are only 36 affordable and available homes. As a result, we have plenty of housing for the rich.
Like, most states probably have above federal minimum wage.
But poor and working class people don't have nearly enough on the market. So we have people scrounging to make ends meet or sleeping on the streets right below luxury condos and uninhabited apartments. This is a terrible way to organize a housing market. It might be profitable for landlords and developers, but it's not efficient or beneficial for the rest.
The argument is the same. If there's inelastic demand for healthcare, right? What is inelastic demand? If you don't, for those of you who don't know, inelastic demand is if a good or a service is impossible to avoid, you need it for survival. As in, if you're diabetic, you need insulin. So no matter what the supplier, if the supplier restricts the number of insulin shots that are readily available, and the price will automatically go up because it's an absolute necessity. If you don't pay for insulin, you're going to die. I say the same argument goes for housing. Housing is an inelastic demand good, because if you don't have housing,
again, at the lower levels, once you get into middle class, this has not been that persuasive to me.
Well, hold on. There's more to the video.
We need to invest in property.
Okay, there's 5 more minutes. Let's take a look. This guy seems like real charismatic.
Fuck it. This is fucking slumlord arc. Let's go.
Got a real bright future ahead of him. I don't know. Hopefully he runs for something. I think he was an assemblyman here. I don't know.
If maybe he'll run for a couple of years ago that this guy that made this video was going to become mayor of New York, I wouldn't have believed it in a million years.
Yeah, well, it's good. It's good that you're recognizing that. Let's take a look. Let's continue going with
housing
this.
doesn't have to be seen as a market at all. In other countries, housing is considered a fundamental right, like education or healthcare. That means the government goes to significant lengths to guarantee everyone has a home, and the market plays a much smaller role in the construction and distribution of housing. So let's hop across the pond and about 100 years back in time to take a look at just one example of how an alternative housing
100 years back in time
model got started in beautiful red Vienna. At the end of the First World War, the Austro-Hungarian Empire collapsed, leaving behind a number of successor states, including modern-day Austria, home to the former imperial capital of Vienna, the 5th largest city in the world. Despite being the seat of an empire, the chaos of the war and decades of neglect had left the working class of Vienna in desperate circumstances. Inflation was rampant, jobs were scarce, social services were non-existent, and hundreds of thousands of people were crammed into decaying tenements where overcrowding, disease, and violence were rampant. So it's no surprise that in 1919, at the first elections ever held in Austria where all adult citizens could vote, the Social Democratic Party swept into power at the municipal level on the promise of dramatic social and economic reform. And they delivered. The new government of Vienna implemented a huge range of services.
We need a politician who promises us a bucket for every girl. Oh god.
Including public health care and public child care. They built high-quality hospitals, schools, and recreational facilities. But their crown...
Videl, the problem with housing isn't any one issue. It's more like 30 issues in each state. Even cities like San Francisco and New York have very particular issues. I agree.
Crowning achievement was an ambitious program of social housing, what Americans call public housing, that began in 1923 and saw 60,000 new apartments constructed in the first year of its existence, built by the government and financed by taxes on the
How'd they do that without the profit incentive? It's just so strange. I don't understand this.
But these weren't the kinds of apartments you might picture when you think of public housing in the United States. Drab high-rises plagued by chronic neglect and underinvestment. Residents could enjoy leafy courtyards, wide open spaces, and plenty of natural light. They had shared laundries, state-of-the-art kitchens, food co-ops, bathhouses, pharmacies, lecture halls, schools, and swimming pools. These
Why are they not factoring in the moral harm of offering people housing at a cost-affordable level and how that actually makes them lazier? It's a moral hazard.
No, I'm not worried about that. But brother, do we have enough money for everyone to have a house like this for 350 million people? You know we don't.
We absolutely do. We abso-freaking-lutely do. Federal jobs guarantee, a national initiative to build housing, localize it if you want. We absolutely do. 1,000,000%.
So you're going to do the free housing, you're going to do okay,
It
we
doesn't
agree
have
on
to be. This is
health
not free.
insurance.
No, this isn't free.
So the government bills it, so we all pay for it.
We're all paying
have
for it.
enough money. Well, if we already all have enough money to afford houses like this, why don't we just buy houses like this?
Wait, what do you mean?
What is the government? The government has our money, right, in taxes. Collectively, we have to have enough money to build houses like this.
Well, yeah, but you're not paying all the same tax rate.
If I was shown a plan where they said, oh, you can get all American people gorgeous houses like this with pools and gorgeous yards,
They did
etc.,
it.
right?
How'd they do it?
Because they had enough money. For whatever reason, they had enough money at that time to be able to do it.
I feel like they may have had more of an initiative to actually utilize the taxable revenue in an appropriate direction, because they seemingly had more interest in solving this issue rather than subsidizing corporations and the super wealthy.
This really is Dumb and Dumber. It's true.
Or even on the housing front, offering more and more tax breaks and continuing the current private ownership structure that we have in this country.
But I want people to be clear about what I'm saying. Remember, I hate the current system. The current system isn't anywhere near ideal. It's corporate rule. Our government is completely bought by the donor class. And so nothing we're doing now is anywhere near market. It's anywhere near rational or logical. This is as corrupt a system as you could possibly find.
Well,
so if you're going to compare it to this,
I wouldn't say it's a corrupt system. I think it's the system
it's
working.
actually the most corrupt system
I think
in the world.
it's the system working as it's intended, though. Because like,
I mean, not really.
By who?
we're just
for what?
If the
Like
goal,
it is and it isn't.
goal is to drive up profits, or the goal is to commodify housing, which it is, right? Then yeah, for capital owners, this is not a bug. Is the system working as intended? I'll give you an example. You're a homeowner. I'm a homeowner, right? For many of us, for homeowners such as ourselves, maybe houses are just to live in, right? But for the overwhelming majority of homeowners, as you also described, housing is their nest egg. It's their opportunity for upward social mobility for their next generation, and it is an asset that you can leverage against, right? To take out a mortgage, or at least that's what people used to do before the whole interest rates went up. Right. So it's a retirement plan. It's an asset. So ultimately, for even with our much lower home ownership rate in this country, still a decent chunk of Americans, around 50% of Americans, still look at this asset that they own, their entire net worth, as their entire existence, basically, as their retirement fund. And that's the reason why, if those
Have you heard of the first thing where they were considering rehabbing abandoned malls and turning it into communal housing? So instead of buying a home, you could buy a room and share common facilities. That would be very cool. See, I think that you get a lot of that same idea, but with co-op housing.
prices were to deflate for 50% of the country, who are wealthier on average, if not some of the wealthiest in this country, this would be devastating. And that's part of the reason why we never deflate the price of housing in this country, because
why would we even want to do that? So look, we're having an enormously theoretical conversation that isn't anywhere near reality today.
No. But what we're showing you is existent in practice, right? Because Vienna is still implementing social housing initiatives to this day. And not only that, but there are numerous other examples where the government actually does control housing. And the government controls housing in America too. We just do it through property tax rather than just like having direct ownership over land leases. Like they do in Singapore, for example, or like they do in China, for example. And then on top of that, they control flows of capital in China.
But Haas, do you see what I'm saying by how theoretical it is? Because first, we got to get money out of politics so we can get our government back. Like, that's step one.
I feel like Jank is like deflecting here. Like, I don't know if he's bored or what.
And we're not anywhere near step one. Once we get past
I don't disagree with you on that. I do think that's something that needs to happen. But if we're talking about a world in which, because like you're not moving the needle in a more realistic direction, neither am I in that situation, because like we both agree on that issue, and that's a major hurdle, and we're not talking about that major hurdle right now. We're talking about a world in which, like, if you had the opportunity to make this grand design, which direction would you try to move towards? And this is what I'm saying.
So I'll tell you this: if we got to this magical, beautiful place, which by the way I think we can get to, although it's super hard, where we get money out of politics, we did a constitutional amendment, we freed the country, right? Then what I would love is for Rhode Island to try more public housing, for Nebraska to try more private housing, and for everyone to try all sorts of different things.
I think they're trying private housing in Nebraska.
Yeah, right.
They're not.
But you see my point.
They're trying private housing everywhere in this.
I mean, it's not particularly expensive to live in Nebraska.
Country. No, you see my point, that I don't mind an experiment like this at all in that better world, right? Where we've regained democracy, right? And some places people will be a lot more right wing, a lot more leaning into the free market. Some places people will be more left.
I don't think right wingers are right wing because of the free market. I don't think so. I think rich right wingers are right wing because of the free market, but I don't think right wingers in general. Like you think West Virginia is what, plus 30?
Well, if you look at like psychology data, a lot of people choose their ideology based on like their social group or like family influence.
35 for Donald Trump. You think those guys are like, hell yeah, brother, we need more private housing in this state? No, they're just right wing because of their economic stances or their economic standing rather, and they've been pummeled by the Democrats, or they feel as though the Democrats are responsible because they're focusing on gay rather than building housing for them. And the Republicans take advantage of that weakness, take advantage of their anger and resentment, and redirect it towards gay people and undocumented migrants and the like.
There's two different things here, right? Right-wing ideology and what do right-wing voters in America actually think. And so we found out through Donald Trump that all the bullshit that corporate media was telling us about right-wing ideology wasn't really true at all. Oh, the right-wing voters are all free.
Rampage is literally, like, gorlworld is not very profitable right now.
Trade. Are
I am streaming tomorrow, though.
they? First of all, they didn't.
Well, I shouldn't say profitable. There just isn't a lot of milk to be had right now. I'll set up a QLR thing, because that seems to be, like, the goal everyone is focused on, but yeah. I can't believe I agree with Hasan.
They didn't care, right? And if they cared at all, they were against it.
Yeah, no, yeah, they were against it. I think like Donald Trump picked up a lot of the NAFTA resentment votes from a lot of like formerly unionized workplaces and people that used to have like people that used to work in industrial output that no longer had that job.
Yeah, so I think it's a little bit complicated because people grow up on corporate media, especially the older folks. So if you're above 45, you got brainwashed so thoroughly by corporate media that it's really hard to tell what you believe, right? And what you were told that you believe. Like, hey, you love Israel. Israel
Yados, that's so long though.
is a special ally, right? Our government is the best in the world. It's number one, right? All this, there's a million pieces of propaganda you and I have both fought against, and now a lot more people fight against, right? So
y'all haven't paid me enough money today for me to be here longer than 8 hours.
So yeah, some of them might have, if you asked them in a poll, are you for free trade? They might have said yes back in 2008, right? But in their heart, when you actually push them on that issue, were they for it? No, we agree they were not for it, right? So like when you take it to other issues, it gets complicated, right? So if you said to an average right winger today, are you
You're lucky I'm gonna stay over 8 just to finish this.
for the free markets? I think over 90% would say yes. Now, do they really mean that? Well, it depends, right? First of all, what free markets are we talking about? We don't even have free markets. We have we're government capture by corporations. So we don't really, we don't have free markets for drugs at all. We literally can't negotiate prices. It's the least free market there is in the world, right? So, okay, so then it gets super complicated as to what they mean by free markets. But overall, I take your point that they're not ideologues in that way. Like if you give them a nice populist program in West Virginia, they're going to say yes. West Virginia is not right wing. West Virginia is popular, right? Same with Kentucky.
And no, I don't like this conflation with like populism isn't left wing or right wing. No, it absolutely is. It depends on the topic, obviously, but it absolutely is.
I always say the racists need houses too, and they need healthcare too. And if you give them houses and then you say, hey, like you're gonna have a house, but cut it with this racist shit, they're probably gonna be like, okay, I like that. I would rather have a house than be racist. There will be some.
Wait, what? Later, Rampage.
Look, there will be some who will say, no, I actually do want to keep being racist. But ultimately, it's class versus politics for that reason. But let's finish this video because he's gonna drive home this point real
designed
quick.
To be both beautiful
and then
to
you
look
can
at
argue against the
beautiful
next mayor of New York.
To live in, fostering a sense of shared community among the people who lived there. And the best part was that because the city didn't have to worry about making a profit, just about paying off their maintenance costs, these homes were both much nicer and much cheaper than what workers had previously known. In 1926, the average rent in Viennese social housing was about just 4% of a monthly wage. The first 15 years after Austrian independence saw its capital transform from a symbol of urban blight into a beacon of socialist governance. It became known as Red Vienna, after the official color of the socialists who had pioneered these changes. And even though Red Vienna fell in 1934 when the country was seized by fascists, who did what they could to roll back social housing, that commitment to good, cheap housing remained after the Second World War. Today, an astonishing 62% of all city residents live in social housing. What? With the average monthly rent falling.
How'd they do
This is in Vietnam.
that? That's crazy.
Somewhere between $400 and $600 a month.
No, that's dude, that's crazy.
Yeah,
that's crazy. How'd they do that? Someone needs to put an end to this. You know what they need? They need good, wholesome, free market enterprise. Capitalism, not corporatism, but capitalism. That's what they need.
Subsidies for lower income tenants.
Get them out of there.
That is a fraction of what people in America pay. Unlike in the United States, where public housing is treated as a worst-case way to house the very poor, Vienna's social housing residents are extremely diverse.
Oh, this is still in Vienna.
Everyone except the top fifth of the population is eligible to live in social housing. This means there's broad appeal across many segments of society, which creates the foundation for its political popularity. That is how the majority of people in Vienna enjoy something that's considered almost utopian here in New York: affordable housing that isn't just cheap, but desirable. Housing that isn't just four walls and a roof, but a real home, with a sense of stability, safety, and community built in. Now, of course, this is only one example of an alternative framework for housing, and Vienna has not fully removed housing from the domain of the market. Residents still pay part of their earnings in rent to cover operational costs, and a sizable chunk of the population lives in private housing. But it's an actually existing alternative that shows us what a step toward a better world could look like. If we
we'll have to read more about that. That's really interesting, actually.
we want to end the housing crisis, the solution has to be moving toward the full decommodification of housing. In other words, moving away from the status quo, in which most people access housing by purchasing it on the market, and toward a future where we guarantee high-quality housing to all as a human right. So how can we do it? We can start by making sure people who access housing on the private market have ironclad protections against abuse and exploitation. But to go further, toward the Vienna model, we'll have to go beyond the market. We can.
So not only is the government a major market competitor that keeps prices relatively low, but there's regulation beyond that as well. And some version of this exists not just in Vienna, but like I said, in China and Singapore and numerous other places too. So it's already being implemented in many places around the planet. It's just unheard of in the United States of America. It's like not even considered.
So first of all, they got all that free public housing, and it made them so soft they lost the war.
Well, yeah, yeah, that's probably what it was.
I mean, I feel like they lost the war because Germany, Nazi Germany was a lot bigger, whatever.
Yeah.
Okay, now in all seriousness, so listen, I'm not opposed to it. In fact, I think that we should study every model out there. So we should study the Finnish education system. We should study the Norwegian prison system. We should study how they legalize drugs in Portugal. And they're not all magic fixes, but they're interesting to incredible, right? We should study the what they did in Spain with
I mean, I think these guys studied
Have you heard Mumbai is forcing Arabic, or Mumtani is forcing Arabic numerals to be taught to children? Oh no. It's almost
Before
like
they implemented
it's almost like they're all Arabic.
it and their existence or the continued existence
But
of the
don't be
system
simplistic. Just because it worked in Vienna, sorry, I don't mean it that way. It's just because it worked in Vienna doesn't mean that it's going to work everywhere. By the way, but because it worked in Vienna, it means that we should probably try it somewhere else too, right? So, and see if it works. So I don't mind all of those experimentations at all. So I'm not like, to me, when you say public or private, I got no problems trying it in every different way until we get to a system where we're super comfortable what should be public and private. But again, we're not anywhere near that conversation because right now our system is so, destroyed. And
2 years ago, you would have probably said that we're nowhere near demanding a complete defunding of all weapons transfers going to Israel. Things can change. My point is, it's good to have a North Star. And that's why I have no issue saying that this is my North Star. This is what I'm working in the direction of. Instead of conceding ahead of time, knowing that, there's going to be naysayers no matter what happens.
No, I think we could have massive change. That's why I started Justice Democrats. And I mean, we beat Crowley with AOC how many years ago, right?
Yeah.
And so do I think huge change is possible? Definitely. That's why I started Rebellion Pack. That's why I started Young Turks. I think enormous changes, not only possible right now, we're in a moment of potentially awesome change, right? But for me, that's not the question. The question is, how do you get there? And the difference, Haas, and you saying that's your North Star, no problem. That's great. There's nothing wrong with that North Star. It might not be my North Star, but so what, right? So to me, what's important is step by step, right? We all got to. Now, this is where we could have the much bigger disagreement. I don't know how you feel about it these days.
Step one, throw Ezra Klein in prison. Okay. Step two.
Well, I don't know about that.
Question mark. Step three, decommodified housing. I'm joking. Ezra Klein, if you see this, is a joke. Okay. I think you are fine.
Okay. But now, like, the way more controversial thing is these days, I think we should unite with the right to defeat the establishment. So, because we can't defeat them on our, and if we unite, we can actually win on Israel.
Unite with them on what? Who are we uniting with the right on Israel? Nick Fuentes?
We just kind of won on Epstein files, and we could win on. We could even
not really
win on paid family leave. We might even be able to win on healthcare because, to your point and to my point, West Virginia and Kentucky, they want healthcare, right? They don't.
Jank actually had nothing to do with AOC winning. True. They both use so many unnecessary words. Very true.
Want money in politics. They actually agree with us on almost everything. They're anti-war, anti-corruption.
I don't disagree with you. I think the major disagreement that you and I have, to a certain degree, is, and I say this all the time, that, yeah, you need people. If you want to unite the people, you're going to have people you disagree with in your movement, no matter what happens. The point is, you don't actually go to their side on, social issues or whatever, these things that are wedge issues.
Oh, yeah, no. And that's the thing, is like, who on the right is seriously against Israel? Right? It's not the moderate conservatives. It's the Nick Fuenteses.
That are used as a distraction to make it seem as though the uniparty.
What up? one Iron Nautica.
Consensus is actually not there on the issues that matter. The issues
We're making fun of them, so it's fine.
that matter the most to every single person, healthcare, housing, and the like, and foreign policy, but to make them come to your side because you are offering them something, right? Offering them free healthcare, offering them housing, and that's how you bring them to your side. I don't have a disagreement there. I'm not saying like we just cut out, you know, whoever has voted for Donald Trump and shoot ourselves in the foot regardless.
Yeah.
My point is always that we bring them to our side without having to concede on these other things. Like we don't concede on being unnecessarily cruel to undocumented migrants or being unnecessarily cruel to trans people and constantly talking about trans people this, trans people that. We just call it as it is. This is just a distraction. And I think the Trump administration's failures on affordability after winning the election against an administration that
at this point, guys, I just don't know how you have like a civil conversation about a lot of these issues with like the most extreme parts of the Republican Party. Like you just can't. Every year, this is how he chooses to spend Thanksgiving. True.
That came across as old and unable to solve the 1.5 years of negative real wage growth that people experienced under the Biden administration and the inflation crisis that people were experiencing, and then hyper-focusing, because is what the Trump administration did, hyper-focusing on trans issues and things like that, actually show people, or actually present a unique opportunity to show people like, oh, well, guess what? Turns out it wasn't trans people that was making your rent more expensive. Turns out it wasn't a Guatemalan migrant that was the reason for why your healthcare is expensive. And that's what I try to do all the time.
So look, maybe it's an issue of timing, but first off, on should they come to us or should we go to them? It's kind of a false framing because since we agree on 70% of issues, neither side actually has to go anywhere. But if you're talking about traditional left-wing policies, that's literally what I've been doing the last 2 years. I've been saying yes to the right wing.
This year was a last minute thing. I mean, wasn't it supposed to be last minute the year before that too? Maybe I'm misremembering.
Who are coming to our traditional policies, right? So you're anti-war, that's traditionally left-wing, right? You're anti-corruption, that's traditionally left-wing. You're for paid family leave because you want more babies and you want, etc., right? We want to treat American moms better, great, that's traditionally left-wing. You want lower drug prices, higher wages, all traditionally left-wing, and I'm super happy to take their alliance in it, right? And what I'm saying is, okay, we just leave out the social issues in terms of our debate when we're working together, right? So we want to...
Dude, Canada already solved this issue 60 years ago. And then they fucked it up by getting rid of the progressive conservative federal party. God damn it.
Work together on banning private equity from buying our residential real estate, or we want to work on anti-corruption. Okay, we'll argue about the social issues later, and there's nothing wrong with arguing about it, and neither side has to concede at all. So they could be like, okay, I'm massively anti-trans, and we could be massively pro-trans, or fill in the blank, Muslim, whatever the category is, right? But if we let that stop us in the beginning, we're never going to topple the establishment. And the establishment is a bigger enemy to both us and them than we are to each other.
So here's what I'm saying. Yeah, I do. But here's the problem. Josh Hawley is a great example of this, right? Like I think or Tucker Carlson is a great example of this. I think there are a lot of people who understand that left populism, real populist economic policies are actually extremely popular amongst the base, right? Across the board, regardless of whatever ideology they slot themselves into, most people find themselves in agreement with these policies. And the problem for them is that they have a higher priority for either the nationalist sentiment, and that's actually the goal that they're advancing or the goal that they're working towards, which is, I think, in Tucker Carlson's case, that's the point, or they're just lying, but they recognize the popularity of these left populist policies, and they're trying to maintain a base of support. But when push comes to shove, just like...
Joke's on you, Keldoge. The modern liberal party basically are progressive conservatives. Okay, fair.
With Josh Hawley, they will still be servants of capital. And that's the issue that I have with a lot of the right.
This time I've been breaded.
And I think that's the issue that a lot of people have with the self-described right-wingers. Maybe not the right-wing voters in general, because those people can be convinced and move, but most people in positions of power within the right-wing machine are either lying about being in favor of populism, or they care infinitely more about like implementing some kind of insane nationalistic.
Well, I feel like with a lot of Republicans, the populism stuff is never genuine. Like they have these talking points, right? And then they want to get something done, but there's no, you know, like they immediately want to privatize everything, or it's just a means to an end.
Policies.
All right, so let's say 5 different Republicans or right-wingers and give, and I think that'll help clarify the conversation. First of all, I agree with you, and that's the main point I make, is to make a differentiation between the leaders and the voters, okay? So attack the leaders, politicians, media, no problem, right? That's the game we're in. Don't attack the voters. They actually agree with us on 70% of stuff. Take yes for an answer. Okay. So now when you get to the 5 guys, so we all agree on a bunch of them. Mitch McConnell, corporate Democrat, uniparty, I'm sorry, corporate Republican, but really what's the difference? So like we hate him, the right wing base hates him. So
I hate that equivocation. Ugh.
we're past that, and that used to be our number one impediment. Then you get to Steve Bannon. Steve Bannon pretends to be the biggest populist on the right wing, like the godfather of populism.
Well, Steve Bannon is a psychopath.
In a lot of ways on the right wing, but I'm worried that he's utterly full of shit, right? So here he is
No, he is utterly full of shit.
behind the scenes working with Epstein, doing a fake wall, constantly scheming for power and more power. Like, wait a minute, I thought you were against the elites. And at every turn, it seems like behind the scenes, you're actually helping the elites and you're using populism as a way to get.
Zeppo, it's a different outlook. They want safer streets and more industry. They are Republican voters.
Popular to do your actual agenda. So I'm super worried about Steve Bannon, right? Now you move to Josh Hawley. Josh Hawley's got his foot in in Mitch McConnell's camp, and he's got his foot in populism. He did actually stop taking corporate PAC money, so he's not 100% full of like the other guys, like Ted Cruz, etc. Right? So he's only 50% full now. So that's an improvement, but at the end of the day, he's too attached to the old system. So he's going to side with the McConnells of the world, is my guess. So not that useful, right? So now we're left with two guys that are left: Tucker Carlson, and yeah, I'm going to say the word or the name, Nick Fuentes. Okay.
Yeah, no, it's I have stopped censoring the Nick Fuentes mentioned since he's getting profiled by the New York Times, you know?
Yeah. So Tucker Carlson, I think, has a shot at actually meaning it. And so I'm not sure that I agree with you.
You and I have had a private conversation about this many years ago, and I think I've been vindicated on this.
I think I've been vindicated on it, but we can have that conversation in a minute. So to now go to
Dude, Tucker Carlson is a trust fund baby. He's not going to be serious about this shit. What are you talking about, Jank?
Back to Tucker. You go to Fuentes, and so he seemed to be a classic guy who's, to be fair to him, not hiding his nationalism, right? So he was like, I'm going nationalist, I'm going Christian nationalist, white nationalist. It appeared to me, right? That was my original read of him. But now he's also changing. And so now I know we all cancel him to bejesus. And
I mean,
okay, Barry Weiss, if you're watching, which you obviously are,
Holocaust
right?
denier.
Right. So no problem. You deny the Holocaust, you say all these things. He's against race mix. Well,
Yeah.
Yeah, no, yeah. That was not a good place to insert no problem.
Married to an Asian woman. What am I going to agree with that? Right. So obviously we're against all that. But even now he has realized that's not actually where his audience is. So whether it's Craven,
I think he's a grifter. I think these guys are all grifters.
Right. Whether it's Craven or not, whether they're grifters or not, even Fuentes is now saying, he said it just like 2 days ago, you know what? Maybe we put aside the racism and the cruelty and the abuse.
Did he really say that? Come on.
Right? Which is an amazing admission, by the way, that kind of is the direction they were going, right? And he says maybe we put that aside just to be able to unite with the left.
I don't
so
believe
I'm not saying yes to Fuentes. I'm just saying look at the tide moving. The tide is moving towards populism because it's.
I will believe that Fuentes does that when he comes up to me at a con personally and congratulates me on being transgender, okay?
It's being driven by the audience. The audience wants real populism. So when they sense bullshit, they don't want it, and they're pushing in a better direction. So why is Tucker, now let's go to the heart of it, Tucker, right? Why is Tucker to me today different than he was on Fox News? Because on Fox News, he worked for corporate media, and he says it now himself. He says, yeah, I mean, there were certain things we were allowed to say, not allowed to say. I regret a lot of the things that I said on there. So now he's more tethered to the audience than he is to Rupert Murdoch. And so he tries to serve his audience better. And now he says wrong about Iraq, right? Wrong about war.
No. This is all just white nationalist talk. They've been saying this forever, Jank. Why are we going to entertain it for clout or some bullshit? Videl, the problem with populism is that people believe they want certain things, but are highly susceptible to false information and bad perception. I agree.
Overall, wrong about a bunch
I'm not a very big populist.
of things, right? And by the way, have a lot of us on the left said as much as he has about all the things we're wrong about, right?
No, I don't say that at all.
See? So what my point is, not that he's right and we're wrong or anything along those lines, but he's at least making movements to go towards agreement.
You're saying that there's a broader trend line that's moving in the direction of left politics, and that is the reason why the likes of Tucker Carlson are retriangulating their messaging. That's somewhat understandable, but I do think that ultimately, I don't necessarily care for Tucker Carlson personally or Nick Fuentes, but I do care about changing the mindset of their audiences, because I find socially regressive politics to be and reactionary politics to be a distraction, and that anyone that does that to any degree is inherently reactionary and deliberately doing this because they want to move people's attention and focus away from the material inequities that they are facing and away from steadfast approach to dealing with those problems. That is the reason why it's
I love that you can just hear dinner sounds.
very easy for me to say all right
You just need the Yule log.
wingers in general are grifters, and even that moderation that they're engaging with is them simply reading the room and recognizing that they have to offer some kind of what you call populism, some kind of left-wing material solutions. Some
So
of
let me
which,
say two things about
Some of
that.
which do it because they want to maintain their popularity. Some of which do it because they have a higher degree of priority for like fomenting nationalistic sentiment, and they think this is the most effective way of doing it. I mean, Adolf Hitler was in charge of the National Socialist Party, right? Because at the time, socialism was a very popular movement at a time when liberalism was failing, just as it is now. Fascist movement.
Well, I think it's important to clarify. Well, and I'm assuming that Hasan will clarify this, unless I don't know, unless he's really got off the deep end. Is that like the Nazis really only used the aesthetics, you know, of that, and then they had like the Night of the Long Knives, you know.
Movements were presenting themselves as revolutionary movements or an alternative to socialism that wasn't as scary. In Mussolini's Italy, it was bringing about a synthesis, as he would call it, of socialist sentiment, but also protecting the petite bourgeoisie.
Okay, so look, me, you, and maybe whoever it is that we want to assign as the avatar for nationalism. Well, you think it's Tucker, maybe it's Fuentes, maybe it's Megyn Kelly. I don't care, right? My point is,
Megyn Kelly.
we might all have different agendas for what happens once we get out of the woods, right? Once we break out of the prison, to use a couple of different analogies. But we got to break out of the prison first. And once we break out of the prison, you want to go towards more socialism. Somebody wants to go towards more nationalism. I want to go towards democracy, free markets, etc. Right? So, okay, but first we got to break out of the prison. So if you say to me, hey, let's say take Tucker. He has a hidden agenda and it's nationalism.
And he's not even hidden.
Yeah. Okay, whatever. And he'll say to you, and you don't, to be fair to you, you don't hide that your North Star is more socialism, right?
Yeah, because there's a difference between those two concepts.
Yeah, I get it.
One is good. The other is an incredibly deadly, self-defeating, suicidal ideology.
Yeah, I don't love socialism. And again, it depends on what we mean. If we mean Northern Europe, then I kind of do love
No, Northern Europe is social democracy. Stop.
socialism. If we mean like
Venezuela,
then no, I don't love socialism.
Yeah,
and I get it. I don't want to get into that.
Socialism is an economic organization of socialism is a different organization of the economy. Venezuela and Norway actually have not even comparable degrees of socialization or nationalization. Norway actually has a higher degree of nationalization. This entire extraction industry is nationalized, as opposed to Venezuela that has a lower degree of socialization.
Yeah, like naturalizing your oil reserves, by the way, is a
No, don't mix up socialized and nationalized.
super interesting idea. So that's what I'm saying.
No, but that's like the
No. Videl, Megyn Kelly is desperately trying to straddle the fence between Tucker Carlson, Nick Fuentes, and the rest of the conservatives, so now all of them hate her? That's so funny, actually.
The difference there is, of course, the way that the capitalist hegemonic superpowers have treated these countries. Norway is very close in proximity, or was very close in proximity to the USSR. So the threat of a good example from the USSR was what allowed a lot of these Western European countries to continue a degree of socialization, because they were conceding. Just like you're saying Tucker Carlson is conceding to us.
I don't think they were conceding. What are you fucking talking about, Hasan?
On a lot of these issues, the capital owners there were conceding out of fear that if they don't...
A lot of those policies came because Europe was destroyed in World War II.
concede at all, then they are going to become communist. Then the European countries are going to snap into revolutionary communist movements.
So I got you. But what I'm saying, Haas, is so socialism, we can have a great, wonderful debate about how mixed our economy should be. And whereas nationalism goes towards authoritarianism, and I'm never going to agree to authoritarianism. So I get it. I get that they're not the same. And I get that even though I might not agree with either, I'd rather lean to one side than the other for sure, because I don't want anything to do with authoritarianism.
What do you mean by that? Authoritarianism?
Dude,
like socialism leading
Hasan, what do you mean by that?
to authoritarianism?
No, nationalism.
Or nationalism leading to authoritarianism.
Yeah, nationalism almost always leads to authoritarianism.
Megyn had a hilarious quote about being nicer to PDF files because of the Trump probably being in the Epstein files. Oh my god.
It's because you have to eradicate, like, nationalism or fascism has a in-group out-group dynamic, and there are inalienable characteristics that must be excised forcibly from society. So of course that is the reason why it has to be violent.
That's why I'm never going to agree with nationalism. That's why I'm saying that's why
What is the violence? What?
I'm on the left.
Yeah.
So I'm
Hasan tries to sound smart, but he only knows a few words and will try to use them where they don't belong exactly.
Closer to you than I am to a nationalist by a lot, right? Because nationalism is, you're right, is either white or Christian, or by the way, it could be in a different country, Muslim or Jewish or black, whatever, but it's nationalism is exclusionary by definition.
Non-white nationalist movements have usually been, in the global south, or at least historically, have been liberation.
Oh my god, this is such fucking, like, tanky, like, slop points.
Movements in general, like Pan-Arabic nationalism, Pan-African nationalism. These are not the same as like the nationalism that you see in nationalism is
how the fuck is Pan-Arab nationalism any different than any other authoritarian regime? Are you telling me that Assad is like some like hero? What are you talking about?
Understandably, something that people hate and despise.
Gaddafi, hello.
Because it's in Western Europe or in America, it's the in group that wants more domination and not the dominated population's emancipatory movement. Like I don't think you would disagree with like the FLN or something. Like Algeria, the decolonial initiatives in Algeria would be considered nationalistic
until they take over, right? So like if they went, so whoever's in power, it's
past that point you have a nation state.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah, whoever's in power, if they're the majority and they do exclusionary nationalism, then obviously I'm going to be against it because I'm inclusive, not exclusive.
Yeah.
So
all right, I'm going to pee real quick. We'll finish this video while I go pee, and then you can talk to the chat.
Establish community land trusts to gradually buy up housing on the private market and convert it to community ownership. We can give tenants a right of first refusal to buy out their landlords when buildings go up for sale. And we can fully commit to a new era of social housing, ending subsidies for luxury housing development and using our wealth to build beautiful, high-quality social housing projects that offer good homes and strong communities to everyone. We won't decommodify housing overnight, but we know what we have to do, and we have history to guide us.
I agree with that, Elf Seppo. Hasan didn't leave us behind. We left him behind as we got older and better educated. He's whitewashing Gaddafi. Oh yeah, and you'd be shocked at how many of these people try to whitewash Gaddafi. Of all the people.
And we know how we'll get there, through a movement of the multiracial working class organizing for the better world we know is possible. And we've already begun. I'm Zohran Mamdani, Assemblyman for New York's 36th Assembly District in Astoria, Queens, for the Gravel Institute.
All right.
Dude, I miss Gravel. I guess he had to die sometime.
By the way, guys, Young Turks is turning 20 online, so December 21st.
Pause the video, Jank. What are you doing?
Is our 20th anniversary on YouTube. So we'll do something on air on the 22nd, which is a Monday on December. But it's kind of neat. We're the first YouTube partner ever. So that makes me the original YouTuber. So we're turning 20 in that regard. We also had 3 years on radio before then. It's kind of neat, and it's kind of interesting to see the evolution of all of us here, left, right. And I'll tell you, like, from my experience having been here since kind of the beginning of time when it comes to online video and the internet, is that this is a breakthrough moment. We're finally getting to a place where people are becoming populist and are beginning to realize how corrupt the whole system is. And I've never been so excited. All right, to finish.
I hate him.
What you say populist, I say is class politics.
That's okay.
More and more people are self-identifying as socialist than ever before, and I think that is what is good. Because populism can go in either direction. It just means is that you're like anti-neoliberal, you're anti-establishment. That's fine. I'm anti-neoliberal, I'm anti-establishment, but I think I call right-wing populists slopulous for that reason, where it's just like fake populism.
No, but don't do that. So
slopulous.
Number one, their voters aren't fake. They actually do want the same things we want.
I'm not talking about the voters.
They appear to be going to the left, but they're actually in the same place they always were, right?
But if they want, see, what I don't get about this is if they really want this stuff, why don't they vote for it?
They always wanted those things. It's just the establishment lied to them. Corporate media lied to them and told them, oh, no, you don't want, lower drug prices. You don't want higher wages. And they did all that propaganda. Look, last thing on the nationalism is, look, Zionism is nationalism, and it's a disaster.
Yeah.
Oh my God. I'm not even going to. My point is going to be, and people are going to argue with this, are forms of Zionism that aren't inherently nationalist. Okay, we'll fight about it later.
Because it means, by definition, you're not one of us, so you get less rights, you get less everything. And so I'm not going to be in favor of that. But
Zionism is not an emancipatory movement. That's why it's not emancipatory nationalism. Not that the distinction is important for history, but we're not.
Nationalism is bad, no matter what. Stop it. It doesn't. It doesn't matter if it's emancipatory or not. Oh. Israel. Thank you for following.
I'm even talking about that right now anyway.
Yeah, so, but my point, guys, to everyone, including you, Huss, and Tucker, and everybody is, let's get to our disagreements after we win. So after we win, you go towards socialism. Whoever wants to go towards nationalism, go that way. We'll split up and we'll have beautiful arguments and debates and all of that stuff. But let's take down the prison guards first. The establishment are the prison guards. They're the maintainers of the corporate system. So let's knock that down first. Let's unleash populism on both sides, and then let's go have elections. And
Wait, what does that mean, Jank?
let's figure out what's more popular. Let's have democracy.
I just don't. I think that historically speaking, given that socialism is an abolition and reconstruction of the capitalist hierarchy, whereas fascism is actually a mechanism of control to reassert the capitalist hierarchy, this exact dynamic that you're talking about has played out in the past, with fascists winning. When liberalism is failing and contradictions worsen, and people recognize that they're desperate for new alternatives, most people, or not most people, but capital owners who still have their remaining crumb of power will then align themselves with fascists.
So I think that there are two paths to fascism that I want to avoid. And the way to avoid it is to fix the system. So number one path is people get so mad at the injustices of this current corrupt system that they go in the Fuentes direction and beyond Fuentes, right? To whatever is beyond Fuentes. And so at that point, if that becomes popular enough because of suppression, and that's what's happening now, the Barry Weiss of the world are suppress. Don't let them breathe, right? And so they're helping Fuentes and beyond Fuentes more than they realize. So that's one path to fascism. The other path is the path we're on now. This is the establishment is the path to fascism. Because what's going to happen next is Palantir. Palantir tested all their technology in Gaza. Now Larry Ellison and the guys at Palantir are saying we now know how to control a population. So they're going to bring that here. If populists on the right or left don't win, or some sort of combination don't win in 2028, then the Ellisons and the Peter Thiels and those guys, the Palantirs, are going to turn this current establishment into a fascist establishment.
I think
the amount of conflation that's going on here is actually crazy.
I think, well, one, I do see what you're saying. I think that we're already there in many ways. I think that the new iteration, like the Republicans have already become a post-liberal party, and Donald Trump is doing that right now with the type of populism that you're talking about, with the sloppyism, if you will, where liberalism has been an abject failure, and that's the reason why one of the two major parties is basically evolving beyond, and the other one is always in a consistent conciliatory or conceding tone towards the other party that is restructuring itself as a fascist one. And my point is that the normal evolution beyond that point would be Tucker Carlson. I don't think JD Vance is going to lead the Republican Party in the future.
I think Tucker Carlson is the most...
I mean, maybe he'll lead the couch fucking party.
It's going to be the Tucker Carlson that leads the party.
But I don't think...
But do you think Tucker Carlson is going to go in there and actually take out Palantir and corporate capital? I do not believe that.
No, those are two different things. Two different things. Palantir and corporate capital are different.
I don't think Tucker Carlson does that at all.
Look, I don't know. I can't speak for him at all. But to me, what you're describing, I don't think that the right-wing voters, best exemplified probably by Tucker Carlson, and we agree with that, right? That he's probably the best avatar for the right-wing voters, right? I don't think they're fascists. I don't think that they necessarily want to go towards fascism. I think they're populists. And so we can disagree about that.
I think right-wing populism is fascism. Right-wing populism is fascism in the most like...
it doesn't have to be at
historically,
all. And you don't even know if they're right.
Why? What's the difference?
So
then Tucker Carlson's a socialist.
So look, here,
he believes in free healthcare. He believes in Medicare for all. He believes in, everyone being able to afford a home.
No. You don't. Your two options aren't fascist and socialist. Those are not your only options.
Okay, what's the option for Tucker? What does he want?
So, for example, Marjorie Taylor Greene. So she gets untethered from corporate PACs, right? So all of a sudden, Epstein.
I really hate this, like, the answer has to be X ideology type of thinking. I'm not saying that we shouldn't have, like, standards, or that you can't have, like, a preference in terms of what economic system you want. What I'm saying is that I think you have to be open to being wrong, in the sense that, like, you might really like a specific system. Hey, Jenny. But you might not have the right answer. Like, I think a lot of lefties, and a lot of people on the right too, but I can probably speak more to how it manifests on the left. I think a lot of people on the left that, like, really get into, like, socialism or communism or anarchism as, like, when we achieve this, we will solve everything. And it's like, no, that's not how it works. That's part of why Marxism-Leninism is so dumb. Because it wants to make, like, socialism, which is, like, an economic thing, It's an economic, like, theory, right? You can't make that scientific. Like, you can't say, like, that is the right, you just can't. And I'm personally of the belief that, like, economic systems evolve with people, and I think that capitalism has, like, served its purpose, and it's not like we haven't gotten a bunch of good ideas from it. Like, I don't think capitalism itself is evil. I just think that it has a lot of weaknesses to human, I don't know, not impulses, but just, like, it's not the greatest system right now. Midnight, time for crosswords. It's not midnight, it's 11:57. Anyway, I just don't like that. I don't like I feel like for some people, politics really is religion, and that's scary.
In Israel, but then our audience asked her, this is real, asked her to support Ro Khanna's bill on lower drug prices. And all of a sudden, she supports the bill on lower drug prices, okay? So, and then what does she do? She's like,
what? Did he just assume it was him?
And our audience asked her, this is real, asked her
He almost said
to support Ro Khanna's bill on lower drug prices. And all of a sudden, she supports the bill on lower drug prices, okay? So, and then what does she do? She's like, wait, the healthcare premium shouldn't double, right? So she's now was headed in that direction, ideologically.
And now she's
headed
retired.
in that direction. No, I got you. But so that's not a person that was secretly fascist. That was not secretly heading in a fascist direction. The more she opened her eyes to populism, the more she realized we agreed, right? So instead of saying, no, I think you're a secret fascist and I'm going to hate you, well, my point is, wait, maybe we should open our eyes together and go, oh, we have a common enemy. The common enemy is the establishment. Let's go get those sons of bitches.
I think the common
and then
enemy
we'll have
is-
a democracy, and then we'll see, do people want to go right or left? And they don't have to go all the way to socialists, and they don't have to go all the way to fascists. They could find a nice place somewhere on the spectrum that is right for America.
Yeah, I guess I don't have the same level of confidence that you do in any politician, really, because it's not like I have this degree of confidence in even Democrats, really, but I certainly do not have that for...
What happened right here? Why is it so censored?
Like, the healthy skepticism and scrutiny that
What did his chat say?
I have for Democrats is even twofold, if not tenfold, for Republicans who have spent their entire political careers harming the working poor.
So let me ask you the last question. So I want someone on the populist left to win, Ro Khanna, Jon Stewart, someone along those lines, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't want Tucker and Marjorie Taylor Greene to win. They're on the right. So we don't agree on a whole bunch of stuff. And some of the stuff that's really important.
Like
right?
Marjorie Taylor Greene is like, oh, why are we funding Ukraine or Israel? We should be bombing Mexico instead. I think that's ridiculous.
So we can get into all that. But my
and that's
question
not
to you,
like a minor disagreement is what I'm saying. I think that's an insane thing to say.
Okay, but if you had to pick between Tucker and Marco Rubio, right? Marco Rubio being more classic establishment uniparty.
I'm not voting for either. Like,
no, I'm putting a gun to your head and you're going to decide.
Oh, well, yeah. It's obviously you pick Marco Rubio. Obviously. What's up, Kami?
Pull the
Who's
trigger.
the president, Rubio or Tucker?
Pull the trigger. I'm dead anyway.
All right.
Both will, if given...
They're being naughty, dude. They're being very low IQ right now.
If given the opportunity, both will end me. Because this is no different than...
you meant the chat shit.
And like, well, gun to your head, establishment Democrat versus establishment Republican. They are both in the margins. The difference between Tucker Carlson and Marco Rubio on some issues might actually...
No. This is why this is a problem. This is a huge problem. No. Listen, I'm not saying that the Democrats do everything perfectly, because they do not. They don't. However, there is a significant difference when we're talking about governance and like how functional the government is and how efficient the government is and how much the government does their job, directly tied, to which party is in office. And it's pretty obvious from all the available data, that the Democrats are like a party of the people or whatever.
favor Tucker Carlson. Let's say he is genuine when he says, every American should own a house. What's going on?
So this whole they're marginally different. No, they're not. Stop. Like, I don't need to like the Democrats or, even agree with the Democrats to recognize that.
Maybe he is real about that and he wants to solve the housing crisis. Sure, that's good. But he might be more reactionary than Marco Rubio, at least in the way that he's talked about things when he saw his legacy Americans and that we have 65 million immigrants that need to be deported, which happens to be the number of Mexicans and Latino people in this country, right? The Hispanic population of this country. So maybe he might be even more reactionary than Marco Rubio in terms of an initiative that designs concentration camps. So the surreal scenario that you're presenting is technically no different than the harm reduction voting narratives that the Democrats that push for as well.
Then what's the answer, brother?
The answer is you continue.
Well, the answer is you can't work with the psychos. Like, you just can't. Oftentimes, I think with this kind of stuff, the psychos like have control because of like peer pressure, but by not working with them, like that peer pressures people to not do that.
Continue organizing, you continue building external pressure mechanisms, whether it be the union.
But that's what's happening right now.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's pressuring Tucker to go towards us.
And you continue. Okay, good. Then we keep fighting, and then we keep pushing Tucker further and further until he's running around saying he's a socialist. He still would be a nationalist socialist, but I think
no. The problem, super last thing. The problem is you're worried they're going to turn into fascists and you start concentration camps.
I think that they are already.
They're worried that you're a communist and you're going to start concentration camps. Whereas I'm saying, guys,
who would I put in the concentration camps if I were to make them?
Okay, I don't want any piece of that. So okay,
I'm just saying.
Okay.
Oy vey.
So my point is,
if I'm
blocking your guys,
if the option is imprisoning every brown person in the country versus imprisoning financial criminals, right? I think that the overwhelming majority of Americans would go, no, yeah, put the bosses in jail, as opposed to if that's the gun to your head equation. I think
but one in your hypothetical, one is literally criminals. Of course, you put them in jail. Like what the white collar criminals are still criminals.
That's the reason
but that's not a concentration camp. That's just enforcing the law.
I mean, yeah.
So okay, so look, because
the U.S. doesn't have many kulaks.
Because you're both so worried about communism and fascism, it's preventing you from working together to topple your actual immediate present threat, which is the establishment, which is going to wind up in fascism anyway. So Mike, let's topple them first, get rid of the most immediate fascist threat, and team up with populism. So if you put a gun to my head, I'm not saying I'm going to vote for Tucker, period. No, I'm going to vote for someone on the left, a left-wing populist. But gun to my head, Tucker or Rubio or Ted Cruz, that's not close. I'll take my chances with Tucker over Rubio and Cruz, which is certain oppression and disgusting and also nationalist and the worst of the abuses and corporatists and just every terrible thing that you could imagine. I don't want the status quo.
I mean, I think voting for Tucker over Marco Rubio, who would inevitably yield Tucker as the final evolution of fascism, is basically jumping on the fascist line and
no,
cutting.
You're making
you're going
enormous.
I think Tucker Carlson is more of I think Tucker Carlson is more of a principled fascist than even.
I don't know about a principled fascist. Come on. This is ridiculous. This is actually ridiculous.
Marco Rubio is an establishment Republican that is responsible for unimaginable amounts of violence all around the world.
Who wants to start the war in Venezuela? Rubio does, not Tucker.
I agree.
Who's more pro-war?
Tucker Carlson.
No question.
Tucker Carlson.
Wait, what is this, Jake? Just like a griper?
Outside of the confines of establishment media, now says he doesn't want a war with Venezuela. I agree with you. Except when he had a
Dude, Jenk's about to be like, well, you know, guys, if you try to bake 6 million cookies in exactly 46 days and 7 blah blah blah.
Of power, when he was within the confines of mainstream media, Tucker Carlson was still very much in favor of all the wars. What makes you think that when he has a crumb of power, he's not going to snap back into being a wonderful servant of the same capital-owning masters, the military-industrial complex that is demanding war with Venezuela, or Exxon and Chevron and numerous other industries of extraction that want to take as much of the Venezuelan oil as possible without any sort of government intervention. So he would do the same exact thing and be also worse when it comes to even, and this is not even an argument for Marco Rubio, both, like I said, instead, but they're both the same side of the evil fascist coin. One is just more ideologically grounded in
Will globo homo, said Jank menacingly.
Fascism, I think, and that is Tucker Carlson.
No, the most irrational phrase we have in the English language is, I'd rather have the devil I know than the devil I don't know. No, that makes no sense. The devil I know is a devil. I know Rubio and Cruz and all those guys are certain death for democracy, certain death for the idea of America. And we have to get off that road as soon as possible. So, and you are making a whole heap of assumptions about Tucker and MTG. Hold on, maybe you're right. Maybe you're
you're making a whole load of assumptions about Tucker. No, okay.
Right? And maybe you're not right.
The difference
right?
between Tucker Carlson and Nick Fuentes is that Tucker Carlson is much more media trained after doing media for as long as Nick Fuentes has been alive. So he knows what not to say. That's it. That's the big difference.
All right, that's your assumption. But for me, I have to partner with populists on the right.
Okay.
Otherwise, we will never, ever, ever defeat the establishment, and we'll both be defeated by them, and they'll laugh their ass off at us, right? So what form does that partnership take? I don't know.
Again, I
just, what in the fuck?
I don't necessarily care about Tucker in general, but I do care about his audience. And I think that he is leading them, I guess, in some ways he's leading them in an anti-Israel slant, which is good.
Yes, very much so.
And when
No, actually, I don't think promoting weird anti-Semitic stuff is good, even if it is anti-genocide technically. And even then, I don't even think Tucker... I don't know. I guess I don't know what Tucker's religious beliefs are.
whenever he leans into left populist sentiment, that's a good thing that his audience is like, oh, I actually do agree with that. That is good. However, I think he's doing that to win favor with people like yourself and many others who are in the margins who go, why am I not hearing this from any liberal in mainstream media? Why am I only hearing this from Tucker Carlson? I kind of like him, but I think his ultimate ambition is not that dissimilar from whatever the Marco Rubio would do or whatever the Donald Trump is doing currently.
And I get agreement that even if it's a ruse, if he helps stop the genocide, that is a massive good thing and would never be done by the Rubios and the Cruzes of the world. So, like, can we take that win isolated by itself?
But I don't think he would do that, is my point.
But he's he's trying to end the genocide now.
I know, but I think if he was in a position of power and not like...
Is he? Is that what he's doing, Jang?
If he, because when he was,
but
when he was
forget
at Fox
the hypothetical,
News, but when he was, I'm not even talking about the
different
hypothetical.
issue.
I would say he just prefers one genocide over another.
When he was at Fox News, he was pro all of America's wars. That's when he had a closeness to real power, and he was again a servant of capital, but more directly. And in that moment, that was what Tucker Carlson was doing. There was no indication that if he actually came to real political power, that he would do anything different than still serve the interests of capital as he has his entire career.
If somebody like Tucker, MTG, or Massey doesn't win on the right, and someone like Ro Khanna, Jon Stewart, Nina Turner doesn't win on the left, then we're in a world of trouble. And, there's no, that path is super dark.
I think
so
in general,
to me, I'd rather take populists on both sides and see which. I mean, the perfect dream is.
See, it doesn't have to be super dark, but we've like boxed ourselves into these labels, and you know we're not actually looking. Like there are people don't. Well, I shouldn't say people. Like the alt lefty people don't like to hear that there are some establishment Democrats that are like good, that have good voting history. Like they don't like it, maybe because it breaks like the fantasy of it, and it's on the right too. Like people don't want to admit that there are some, like, individual Republican legislators have made some good decisions. Like, I don't know.
Populist on both sides.
Okay, but
then let's go to an election and see if the country wants to go populist left or right.
You are relitigating.
But Trump is an
like, this doesn't have to be so doomer, but they being Jank and Hassan here, but like they put themselves in a mental prison.
Obvious fake populist.
Okay, but that's
like,
my
that's
point.
The most
but
obvious
he
thing
didn't run
in the
as an
world.
obvious fake populist. He ran as a real populist.
I got you.
And that's
but
my
Trump
point.
didn't do anything that. So, like, for example, right now Tucker says end the genocide, end the funding of Israel.
Mm-hmm.
Trump never did anything real like that.
Except Tucker is saying that because he is no.
Yeah, but Trump is the president and Tucker is like a media entertainment guy. Tucker can say stuff like that. He can get away with a lot more. It's a lot harder to get away with stuff when you're the head of state.
Longer in the same rooms as he once used to be.
Good, wonderful. He's not in those rooms anymore.
but if he were
Is
to
it
actually
possible he
secure
changed?
power, I don't think he actually had a genuine change of heart. I don't believe that at all. But it doesn't even matter to me whether he had a genuine change of heart. I care about his output because he's a media figure, and on that front, I'm glad that he is anti-Israel. Okay, having said that, I think that the real reason why he's doing that is because he has to read the room. And he no longer has a higher priority of being a servant of capital, at least for now, until he gets to a position of power, at which point I think he would still advance the same exact agenda that Donald Trump did. Donald Trump came in with the exact same sentiment. Adjusted
You think
to the,
Tucker's going to work for Israel like Trump is?
Absolutely.
No way.
I do think if Tucker Carlson.
Oh, that is the very last thing
I think
Tucker
Bernie
Carlson would do.
Sanders.
I do agree with Hassan on this one thing here.
Would also not be an anti-imperialist if he came into a position of power. I think as it stands currently, without external pressure mechanisms that make it a non-starter, and that's changing in the environment is changing dramatically right now, you are never going to have a real anti-imperialist figure, a real like anti-Israel figure that is capable of decoupling America from Israel.
Haas, when I said that the right wing might come towards us on Israel, people said you're nuts. That's not going to happen, and it did happen. So my point isn't.
Has it happened though?
Rah me. My point is maybe we should be a little bit more open. Maybe it could happen on another issue and another issue, and maybe we can work together to actually end the funding of Israel.
Those people are coming to terms with this because of the endless amounts of pressure from the wokes that were jailed under the Biden administration. 3,500 student protesters were thrown in jail for protesting against Israel, for example. It's the wokes that are unironically carrying this conversation, paired up with a barrage of pain and violence that people actually saw all over their social media feeds, and that is the reason why a lot of people inevitably came to that conclusion and realized that, paired up with Israel's arrogance as well, and endless demands for control and endless demands for fealty. But ultimately, like I said, that was an external pressure point that actually caused a lot of people, a lot of voters, to finally come to that conclusion as well. So the conversation that we're having still has to be about continuing to build external pressure, like external pressure movements, and not care about Tucker Carlson necessarily, but care about winning and convincing Tucker Carlson's audience. Just like not caring about the Republican Party in general, but instead caring about convincing the Republican voters. And the only way to do that, and I think you and I agree with this on this, is by offering them something: housing, healthcare, an end to
very generic, could have been stated much faster.
Corporate corruption in this country. These are the things that we can actually win the attention and the loyalty of the right-wing voters on, without having to concede on any of the social issues whatsoever.
Yeah, let's end on agreement. Yeah, and my daughter's doing this to me on about dinner.
Anyway,
so
everybody,
God bless, man. Hey, happy Thanksgiving, everybody.
This was a much more agreeable Cenksgiving, ladies and gentlemen. You got to flex for the camera for the purpose of, you do it every year for the purpose of continuation. As you guys know, it's a time-honored tradition every single year since 2018 to have Cenk Uyghur in the building. Okay, let's start off with why you said.
Okay, so it has been almost 9 hours, okay? I will be back tomorrow, probably... I'll try to start earlier. I'm trying to see, like, what times are best. Like, we might do some playing around with different topics. I think the algo has changed, so we will also change along with the algorithm. I'm also hungry, okay? There is a panel show tomorrow from Valkyrie. I'll probably be there. I might stream on my end, but obviously I want you guys to go support Valkyrie, even if I stream on my end, so I won't feel bad if you all run over there and then, you know, do what you need to do, depending on how long it is, and when I start tomorrow. Girl World stuff, I'll look more into the Brittany J stuff. It's just not ready for presentation yet, I don't think. But the Brittany J stuff should be interesting once it's ready for presentation, and I'm gonna see if I can find, like, QLR clip channels, and maybe we can have, like, a similar thing that we do with Foodie Beauty, where, like, I'll compile, like, little packets of clips and then, like, play them as, like, a little, like, oh, what is QLR up to? Because she seems to be the other girl. I don't know. I've never really understood the whole Amberlyn Reed stuff, but, like, clearly QLR is kind of the next thing. But I want it to be, entertaining for people, obviously. Where am I gonna send you guys? It looks like the Tomfoolery show. It's the only option. Yeah, I love you guys. Have a good night. Be safe. Thank you so much to thank you so much to A Graves for buying 1 gifted Team Diffys memberships. Thank you to Xenia for buying Team Diffys Basic. Thank you, Vernon, for the $5 super chat. Thank you, Kimbolina, for getting Team Diffys Basic. And thank you, Kimbolina, for the $1.99 super chat. You guys are great. I love you.